First of all, good morning. I woke up late, but I wanted to start this show. And the reason why I want to do this show is I notice every time someone argues about a Hebrew, an Israelite, or a Jew, they always bring up color. That's one of the first things they bring up. Then they're like, oh, are you saying the people in Israel today is the Jews? Are you saying the Ashkenazi is the Jews? Are you saying the Sephardics who are light skinned are the Jews? Who are the Jews? Then you have a group that says they are the ancient Israelites. I don't hear a lot of Jews, to be honest, saying they're the ancient Israelites, although they might feel they are, but I don't hear them saying it. I hear African Americans, Rastafarians, Jamaicans saying we the ancient Israelites. All right, let's pause for a minute. So what I'm gonna do is there's a couple videos I'm gonna play. The first video I'm gonna play is the one about the Khazarians, because one of the things they teach about is the Khazarians being Jews, and they're fake, and they're this and that, and that's who the Ashkenazi comes from, and all that stuff. So we're gonna have 3 to 4 hours. If anybody wants to join the panel, we're gonna talk about who the Jews are, who Isaiah 11 is referring to, and why I think a lot of the people who claim that they're Jews are fake. All right. If you disagree, fine. But let's talk as men. No disrespect in the chat. No Garfield. Oh, you saying the white man is a Jew? You see, these are the things that people stress about to make an argument, because they're gonna say that the Jews were people of color. Nobody has a problem with anybody looking like an Arab or dark skin or light skin. I don't have a problem with skin tone. The issue is truth. And if you're living a lie, it's going to be exposed today. All right. I'm going to look for Henry Abrahamson, The Origins of the Khazars. Abrahamson, Khazars. Hold on. I can't even spell right now. All right. The Khazaria conversion. Let's look at this video. This was made 5 years ago. I want everybody to pay attention to this video, and I'm going to put it.
Ashkenazi Jewry in the previous video. Let's go straight to Khazaria and try to understand what exactly do we know about the story of the conversion of the Khazars in that region.
Oh, you know what? Since he talked about the origins of the Ashkenazi.
The story of Khazaria is...
Let me play that video, because his videos are not long. So let's play that video first, so we'll go into Khazaria, because that makes sense. So let's get a history lesson from hold on, let me make this smaller. Let me go to his Ashkenazi. Origins. Damn, he made a whole long ass video about it, man. Let's see if this. Let me play this small one.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so excited to be speaking with you again, this time about a topic that's very dear to my heart. Specifically, we're going to look at the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz. I am delighted once again to be invited to speak to the amazing students of the Ashkenazium, an institute that is in Budapest, Hungary, a little later this summer. And so these videos are kind of like my advanced preparation and research for the course I'm going to teach there. Last year, if you recall, if you've visited my site before, I gave a big survey overview of the entirety of Ashkenazic history from its origins, let's say in the 9th century, right up until the 21st century. For this year, however, we're going to focus in a little more deeply, and we're going to look at the birth of Ashkenaz. We're going to look at its rise from its very, very humble beginnings in the 8th and 9th century, and take it right through its heyday until its decline in the 13th and 14th century, when the Jews of the traditional core region of Ashkenaz would make their way primarily to the east, to the regions of Poland and Lithuania and Ukraine, Spain. And then, of course, there's another chapter in the 19th century when they make their way in large numbers to Western Europe and to the Americas. We're going to be looking at a population that was always very small, as you can see from this chart here. At their peak in 1300, there were about 450,000 Jews living in the region of Ashkenaz. These are based on population guesstimates, very, very rough to get good numbers for this period of time, but they're based on excellent historians, the great Salo Whitmire Baron and the great Kenneth Stowe, who wrote a book called Alienated Minority, from which I took these statistics. And that means that the Jewish population of Ashkenaz was about 1%. If you look a couple of hundred years later, just before the great expulsion from Spain in 1492, the Jewish population maybe grew around 0.1%. So we're always talking about a very tiny fraction of the population, but nevertheless a very, very significant one in so many ways. But for our purposes today, we're going to look specifically at the very beginnings to try to understand, what is Ashkenaz? Where is Ashkenaz? What is it all about? So first of all, let's try to understand, where does the name Ashkenaz even come from? So if we look at period sources from around the year 1000, we see that the term Ashkenaz is bandied about. For example, the Chuvot of the Gaonim, this is a collection of responsa written by the great Babylonian rabbis associated with the latest period of the Talmud of that era, basically answering questions that come to them from really around the known world. Rav Hai Gaon, one of the greatest of the Gaonim, these leaders of the yeshivos, this one in particular is Pumbedita, not too far from Baghdad. He has a phrase in one of his teshuvot, his responses, that reads, "From all the lands, from Yemen and the east, and from the north, and from the land of Ethiopia," that would be Cush, "and Ashkenaz." Doesn't define exactly what Ashkenaz is, and then France and Spain. Now, the position of the word Ashkenaz gives you the sense that it's somewhere between Ethiopia, which is like in Eastern Africa, and France, which is in Western Europe. So that's not especially helpful at giving us a sense of where Ashkenaz might actually lie. Rashi, the great commentator, is somewhat more helpful. For example, if you look here on his commentary on Deuteronomy chapter 3, it's verse 11 here in this citation, but in, for example, the King James Version, if you care to look it up yourself, it'll be verse 9. The verses are sometimes numbered differently. There's a passage there which refers to Mount Hermon, which is in the north of the land of Israel. It's the only place where you can get any skiing in Israel, but it is amazing that that tiny country in the Middle East does make it possible for people to ski. So anyways, this Mount Hermon, which the Amorites call Senir or Shenir. So what does that term Shenir mean? Rashi helpfully says, Hu Sheleg. That word Senir means actually snow in the language of the Ashkenazim, Beloshen Ashkenaz. And in fact, in German, the word Schnee, which sounds a little bit like Senir or Shenir, is in fact the word for snow. He also mentions Uvelshon Canaan, and in the language of the Canaanites, and this is obviously not referring to the Canaanites of the Bible, but the land in Europe that medieval Jews used to call Canaan, which is basically Bohemia, Moravia, the Prague region, or the Slavic language, they call the word for snow snich. So in other words, Rashi is specifically locating Ashkenaz in a region which seems to be German-speaking. Okay, that is much more helpful and gives us a sense of where Ashkenaz really was. Now, the term Ashkenaz, however, just before we get to the geography specifically, the term Ashkenaz really goes all the way back to the earliest parts of the Bible. You see, for example, in Genesis 10, Noah has a grandson named Gomer, who then has 3 sons. One is named Ashkenaz, the other 2 are Rifas and Togarma. But Ashkenaz here is specifically mentioned as a descendant of Gomer. Now, once again, we don't know exactly where this Ashkenaz specifically lived, but the idea is that the way the medieval Jewish thinkers applied this place name to Ashkenaz is they thought, well, okay, there's a people who are descendants of Ashkenaz. They have to live somewhere. And so they chose that region in central Germany to essentially refer to the Ashkenazim. That's how we get this name Ashkenaz. So now we see that the Bible specifically identifies an individual named Ashkenaz. We assume he has further descendants. They have to live somewhere. But where exactly would this land of Ashkenaz be? So we have one more hint also from the Bible, this time from the book of Jeremiah. There's a discussion in verse 27 of chapter 51 that says, assemble kingdoms against her, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. So we don't know exactly where Mini is, but Ararat, of course, is the famous mountain upon which Noah's ark landed. And that's usually identified as being somewhere in Asia Minor or contemporary Turkey. So that would mean that Ashkenaz, if it's somehow located near Ararat because of its proximity in that particular verse, it would be located somewhere as shown in this particular map here. Now, many other biblical scholars have opined different places in the Caucasus region, further north, and so on, but we really don't know exactly where the biblical land of Ashkenaz actually exists. However, what we can say is what Jews later defined as the land of Ashkenaz, not necessarily connecting it to those specific peoples. Ashkenaz refers specifically to the central German region of the Rhineland in particular. This is the region where we will see, beginning really in the 9th century, although there's some much earlier evidence of Jews living in that region, we're going to see the rise of a unique Jewish civilization that would derive very heavily from Italian origins, and before that from Middle Eastern origins. And then they would grow to a significant size of some 500,000. Then later in the 14th century, the population would largely move to the east as a result of both pressures driving them out of Germany and France as well. So a number of expulsions, a rising anti-Semitism associated with the blood libel and host desecration, and then riots after the Black Death of 1347-49. And they will essentially move to the east where there is a vacuum, an economic vacuum drawing them in, because their skills with finance and commerce in particular are very much valued by the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and they will find significant homes there where they will flourish. Later, when you get to the modern period, they will eventually make their way not only to the land of Israel, of course, in the late 19th and 20th century, but also to Western Europe and to the Americas. That is really what Ashkenaz is. Ashkenaz refers to a people. It's a sub-ethnic group of Jews, and they end up in the Middle Ages ultimately becoming the dominant population of Jews worldwide. But it would be a mistake to think of Ashkenaz as a specific place or locale. Ashkenaz really is a way of living. It is an imagined country to which millions of Jews have belonged over the centuries. And it's going to be my privilege over the course of several videos and then to a live audience in Budapest later this year, God willing, to discuss the birth of this unique and fascinating community and to tell their story. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited to share with you today the results of a study that I recently read that is absolutely fascinating, talking about the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. I'm just beginning my research now to prepare for the cruising season with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. Looking forward to visiting the Netherlands and Belgium.
Let's be clear. The Jews who are called Ashkenazi Jews have nothing to do with Genesis. It has nothing to do with Genesis 2:10 verses 2 and 3. Ashkenaz is a name in the Bible. The medieval rabbis are the ones that call these Jews Ashkenazi Jews. And Apostle Curtis Lewis, whatever your name is, that has nothing to do with Ashkenazi Jews today. They made up that, it's a made up name attached to a people from Germany and different areas which stem from Italy, France, and the Middle East. I'm lying. Come and prove that I'm lying. Come on the panel. It has nothing to do with Genesis 10. He just said it. And he's an Ashkenazi Jew. You believe what the Bible says, but how do you identify it? Where did the people today get the name Ashkenazi from? Let's talk about this. And another comment I got to respond to is this comment by this gentleman right here. Why are you doing a show that also shows that they are not allowed to take DNA in the land of Israel? That is not true. That is absolutely not true. Another lie. You're allowed to take DNA in Israel at any time, but it just has to be sanctioned by the state of Israel. It can't just be random tests like people taking tests like 23andMe. I'm going to do a mail-in test. They want it to be definitely, what do you call it? Monitored. That's all it is. The only difference is it's monitored DNA tests. You're allowed to take DNA tests in Israel. All right. Now he's going to talk about the DNA. So if you want to argue with me, I'm going to time you all out. I'm not arguing with the chat. Come on the panel and change your mind. Stop teaching false information because of your hatred and prejudice towards people who are quote unquote European or white or light skinned. Your mindset is faulty. You're not being logical. You're saying the Jews weren't white. Okay, fine. I agree with you. They were not European people. Nobody is saying Jews were Europeans, but they did mix with Europeans. Just to be careful. But anyway, being light-skinned don't discard you from being an Israelite or even being a Jew. Learn something and stop being idiotic.
Belgium, and then a little later going to the Rhone River again to the south of France. So let's start with this new study, which is absolutely fascinating. Talks about the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. So first of all, let's understand what are the regions we're speaking about. If you look at this map here, you see basically the settlement of Ashkenazi Jews begins in this northern central part of Europe, primarily Germany, the Rhineland, and these locations were where we begin to see Jews showing up from the 6th through the 11th century, especially around the 9th century, start getting much more concrete historical data. Then, of course, they'll spread towards the east in particular, eventually into the great heartland where they'll expand in Poland and Ukraine and eventually making their way.
Apostle Curtis Lewis, before Gideon, peace and love to you, bro. Apostle Curtis Lewis, go ahead, my brother. What's up?
Now you're speaking to me?
Yes, sir. I'm speaking to you, sir.
Shalom. All praises to the Most High in the name of Yahshua.
Not you, Gideon. I'm talking to the other brother. I'll get to you in a second. The brother by the name of Apostle Curtis Lewis. Or Lou, or I don't know how you pronounce your name, but I can't hear you. For some reason, I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you at all. I don't know if you need to come on and come back in. But Gideon, you could go ahead and speak, my brother.
Yeah, as I was saying, definitely want to give all praises to the Most High in the name of Yahshua. I definitely do want to have this conversation, but I do want this to be known and understood. I mean, I always seek the opportunity to speak to my enemies. I really think you a tether. I think you a coon, but we can still have this conversation. So, you know, if you want to proceed, we can, but we're not going to be under no type of fake auspices or anything. Like, you know, you definitely ain't for the people. So in my opinion, But we definitely go have this conversation with information, because I know at some point or another you're gonna start throwing slanders and slurs. So let's just let that be understood with all the peace, my brother, and all that stuff.
Gideon, why would you come on here and call me a coon and then say that it's all bruh? Listen, first of all, bro, this is my show. If you're gonna disrespect me, why would I keep you on the show? You calling me a coon and a tether because we disagree. Bro, you're supposed to be operating at a higher level. Fuck your belief. Fuck you faking you an Israelite, nigga. Get off my damn show. Don't ever come back. I don't need your energy anytime. Get the hell out of here. Damn crazy man. I'm a coon and a tether because now I'm a tether because you wanna be on this FBA bullshit because you make a fool of yourself on here. Get out of here with that nonsense. And you're supposed to be a man of God. You ain't on no, you don't worship no Most High and come at me like that. Get out of here. You don't need to be on my show. You came on my show and said that you was like, wow, I might not be an Israelite. You might not be an Israelite. And you faking it. That means you've been faking it the whole time and you got exposed. Craziness. Apostle Curtis Lewis, my apologies for all the craziness. But go ahead, let me see if your mic works, brother. Gideon, why are you even coming back on my stage? You can't come back on my stage, man. Get out of here, bro. You're a waste of time. Go ahead, Apostle Curtis. Let me see if I hear you, my brother. You're talking, but I can't hear you. I don't know what's going on with your system. Damn. I don't know, man. And I hate to be the one to defend Ashkenazi Jews. I speak to the enemy all the time. I'm not your enemy, Gideon, and I've never been your enemy. I've mocked you. I've laughed at you for making a fool of yourself, but I've never disrespected you. You got to learn. You got to learn. I'm wrong. How am I wrong? He just called me a coon and a tether. How am I wrong? You see, Gideon has always been a waste of time. A tether and a coon. Not that I'm offended because Gideon doesn't pay any of my bills. So I really not offended. I'm just saying, why would you come on the show and say that, or I pretend to be your friend and peace and love? Peace and love. I greeted you with peace and love. I don't have no anger against you, bro. I speak to my enemies all the time. How am I your enemy? For telling the people the truth that you're faking to be an Israelite? Come on, man. Yo, what's up, Sabio?
What up, Garfield? Can you hear me good, bro?
Loud and clear.
Man, that's what's up, man. You know, just sitting back listening, you know, watching these Warner Brew liars go around YouTube making fools of themselves. It gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse, bro. Like, I don't know what they're doing. At this point, Donald Trump is an Israelite too.
Facts. Let me stop this for a second. Let me hear what Breezing got to say. Go ahead, Breezing.
Man, what's up, Garfield? How you doing today, brother?
I'm perfectly fine, brother.
You
never came on here and called me no coon or no tether. Not one
time.
Man,
I ain't called you none of that, but I can feel that way, but I ain't never called you that. You know what I'm saying? But the point of what I'm saying is the brother said that's how he felt. He didn't just try to like call you that. He just said just to put it out there at the beginning. This is how you feel. Ain't no.
I'm his enemy. Why is he on my channel? If I'm his enemy, why are you here?
Because this is the platform that you put out. You said it's an open challenge. That's why you're here. You said it's an open challenge. I'm just saying.
What, disrespecting me for what though? For what
I mean, I'm just saying I'm just saying you put a challenge out there. So every challenger. I'm just being real. I'm just being real.
You know what? I'm gonna take what you're saying. I'm gonna remove the ban. Gideon, you could come back. It's not even personal. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel, bro. That's how you know,
because one thing I do respect, man, just a conversation being had. We might not all agree. It's an ugly conversation. We don't know your motive. You don't know our motive, but the conversation being had, man. It's young brothers out here hearing us, you know, coming up, trying to figure it out in life. So, you know, what we're doing is necessary, man, because there's a lot of people that need to hear something better than they're hearing every day in sin. So I respect the conversation being had, even though we don't have to agree. We don't have to
Let me
agree.
ask you.
I got hold on 1 second, beloved. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hey Ben, you want to say something real quick?
Hey, peace, Garfield. No,
Peace.
I'm just sitting back, listening in, man. I'm enjoying the show.
All right, cool. All right, so I just went to Chat GPT and said, what's the origin of the Ashkenazi Jews? Right? This is a basic Chat GPT search. The origin of Ashkenazi Jews is well studied in history, linguistics, and genetics. The short answer, they primarily descend from ancient Jewish populations of the Near East, who migrated into Europe, especially the Rhineland, modern Germany and France, and later expanded into Eastern Europe. Here's the breakdown clearly and honestly. Ancient origins, the Levant, Israel. Ashkenazi Jews trace their core ancestry to ancient Israelites, Judeans in the Levant. After major events like the Babylonian exile, Roman destruction of Jerusalem, Jewish population spread throughout the Mediterranean world. Moving to Europe, Jews settled in Roman cities, Italy and Southern Europe. By the early Middle Ages, 800 to 1000 CE, Jewish communities were established in northern France, western Germany, Rhineland cities like Mainz, Worms, and Speyer. This region is where the term Ashkenaz, a biblical name later used for Germany, becomes associated with them. So now, when people say, Garfield, you're lying, I'm telling you, it was people like the medieval rabbis that called that area Ashkenaz. That's how they got the name Ashkenazi Jews. It wasn't because of the Bible saying, hey, they trace their roots to there. It's because the people who had the Bible, who were the rabbinical scholars at the time, they called that area Germany Ashkenaz. And that's why the people from that area is called the Ashkenazi Jews. It has nothing to do with Genesis 10 or 2 or whatever. And that's what I'm saying. I didn't make it up. It's just what the facts is. But if you know, when you see what happened is, when you fall into this Hebrew Israelite paradigm, and I'm going to loop everybody together, whether you're from the old school, where you're Old Testament only, or you're Old Testament and New Testament under one West mindset, you are taught that the Ashkenazi Jews are the fake Jews because they're light skinned. They moved to Europe. Some of them slept with European women. That's how the light skin became lighter and lighter. And then, of course, they started holding to that you're Jew based off the female. So they had to present different rules within so-called Judaism to make these women okay to have children. Just like when they started having children with African women, they had to create rules so that they could be converted, those African women they were having sex with. So people saying that Ashkenazi Jews is fake. Yes, genetically, you could see some stuff in their autosomal where you show European DNA, a lot of European DNA in some, and a lot of Levantine DNA in a bunch of them. And what you find is that if you look at the Y marker, they're either J1, J2, or R because they have a connection back to the Levantine region. So if you're going to base it off skin tone, then Khazar from ISUPK and Khazarian and all them light-skinned guys like Gorilla Hebrew, we should shun them the same way we shun Ashkenazis based off of skin tone. But these people they cluster in with the Levantine groups that are Jews today. They cluster with the Mizrahi Jews, the Syriac Jews, the Maghrebi Jews. They all are connected genetically. So even if you want to say they're fake, like, oh, they're not ethnic, you can't say that based off of genetics because their genetics goes back to the Levant. Let me finish reading this right here. So the formation of the Ashkenazi color. In the Rhineland, these Jewish communities developed Yiddish language, which is German-based, plus Hebrew, plus Slavic influence. There's no language that you have today as an African-American that's connected to Hebrew. There's no language. Yes, Yiddish is, you can call it Yiddish fake Hebrew or whatever you want to call it, but it's connected to the Hebrew language linguistically. How did that happen? They must have something connected to the Levant. We got to stop lying to ourselves because of these white folks running around who are saying they are Ashkenazi Jews. Yes, they're white looking. So what? They're mixed. Just like how African Americans 30% of us have the R markers, the males. Why? How did this happen? Because we mixed with white people who raped our women and had children. So we have the R marker. That's how we got it. That's how the indigenous people in the West got it after Columbus came to the Americas. You start seeing the R marker within the indigenous people because they're mixed with Europeans. If you look at Puerto Ricans and Cubans, they're heavily mixed with Europeans. That doesn't make the people, not the indigenous people no more. They're just now mixed. So these Ashkenazi Jews, they're not Jews because they're light-skinned. They're now mixed with German women and European women, but they still connected to the Levant. Now, let me read one more part. Migration to Eastern Europe. Due to persecution, crusade expulsions, economic opportunities, many moved east between the 1200s and 1600s into Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine. This is where most Ashkenazi Jews lived before modern time. Modern genetics consistently show, look what it says right here. Mixed ancestry. Middle Eastern, Levantine component, shared with other Jewish groups, like I just said. I didn't even read the article yet, and that's what I just said. Shared with other Jewish groups. European, they're mixed with Middle Eastern, European. Strong genetic continuity with other Jewish population. The Sephardic Jews, the Mizrahi Jews. This supports origin in the ancient Near East, some intermarriage, assimilation into Europe. Africans came over here. We assimilated with Europeans forcefully through sex. They mix also because when you're traveling and you're moving, it's usually the men that are the traders are working on trade routes, whether they're trading the blades, whether they're trading African bodies, whether they're trading gold. It's always the men that are traveling. So they sleep with women in those communities and have children. This is what happened when they went to Europe. They had sex. We have letters from the medieval book, the book that I talk about every week, Medieval Traders. That book documents letters of men even writing back to Babylon, to the main synagogues of Judaism, saying, I'm going to divorce my wife. 2 years, I'm going to divorce my wife. Because now they have developed a life in Europe. So whether they were dark skin, light skin, brown skin, blue skin, they mixed with Europeans. Now it says here, what about the Khazar theory? The claim Ashkenazi Jews descend mainly from the Khazars, a Turkic people who converted to Judaism. The reality, Khazars did convert, but genetic and historical evidence does not support them as the primary ancestors of Ashkenazi Jews. This is another thing that's taught in the Black Hebrew Israelite community. It is not true. The Khazars, show me somebody with genetic evidence of Khazars and connected to Ashkenazi. You will not find it. You have this geneticist that try to put this information out about the Khazars or Ashkenazi, but that geneticist never had any Khazar samples to go by. So it is foolishness. People have motives to make money. And then we read that in our community and say, oh, I got an expert. I got an expert right here. I got an expert. We got to stop lying to our people, man. We got to stop lying. That's your Rab. This is what I'm going to say to you. I'm going to say this to you right now. I'm going to time you out. Come on stage. You talk a lot of shit in the chat. All right. Now, as far as Jews can't take genetic testing, that is not true. Prove it. Come on the stage and prove it. Come and prove it. You guys hate Ashkenazi Jews because they are more European looking. That's it. But you looking European doesn't tell you what your genetic makeup is or where you're from. We got to grow up. We can't be in information age and pushing propaganda at the same time. So let me go back to this video and let's hear what the genetic history of the Ashkenazi Jews. Then you guys could chime in. Isaiah 43, you wanted to say something real quick, brother?
No, go ahead. I'm just listening, trying to set up.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Over to the Americas. But one of the enduring questions in Jewish history has been like, how exactly did the Ashkenazi Jews get there? And there are a few different models of migration. Here, have a look at this map, which takes advantage of new research available through DNA studies. And the model, which seems to be the most definitive, and in fact, the study that I'll look at with you today seems to confirm it, indicates that most Ashkenazi Jews, or at least a plurality of them, have their roots in the Middle East, of course, in the region of ancient Israel, with a strong admixture of Italian DNA, meaning that they migrated from the ancient site of Israel through the Italian peninsula before they made their way to the heartland of Ashkenaz in Northern Europe. There's also a significant admixture of Sephardic Jewry. You see them coming from the Iberian Peninsula after perhaps a trek across North Africa, and then moving into Provence, the south of France, and then up into the Ashkenazic heartland. But the main trend of migration, which has historically been accepted based on literary evidence, like the Kalonymus family settling there and so on, has always been through the Italian peninsula. And some partial DNA results have indicated that there's support for that. DNA research is definitely the cutting edge of historical work, looking at these original populations. And one of the studies that we looked at a little while ago was the discovery of the remains of 17 people who were sadly thrown down a well in Norwich, England. Radiocarbon dating of the remains suggested that they came from the 12th century, a period when there were great massacres of Jews connected to the Third Crusade. And in fact, when the DNA analysis was performed on these remains, it did confirm that these were Ashkenazic Jews, very well matched to contemporary Ashkenazi Jews. And as you can see from this image here, which comes from the Natural History Museum in England, they were able to actually reconstruct their faces. Amazing, based on the DNA evidence that they collected. They were also able to reconstruct some of their, complexion and eye color and things like that. They were also able to determine, for example, that one of the children had blue eyes and red hair, which was sort of a stereotypical way of depicting Jews in the 12th century as well. So it's just fascinating to see these kind of episodic bits of information. The problem, however, is that, in Jewish law, Jews are prohibited from simply digging up graves and then taking DNA samples. That's totally unacceptable. And in fact, in Israel, whenever there's some kind of construction going on and they find the remains of some ancient cemetery, they have to take all kinds of precautions. They can't immediately dive in and start, dissecting the remains of these ancient people who lived there. So there's always been a great difficulty in actually conducting this research. But I'm very grateful to my colleague, Dr. Ellie Dolgan, who is a science writer who shared with me this fascinating preprint study that's going to be appearing in a very prestigious journal soon. And it gave us the results of a new study that comes out of Erfurt, Germany. Let me show you that study and explain how it depicts in much greater detail the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. So first of all, it's dealing with this site in Germany, the city of Erfurt, which has a known, well-documented Jewish community living there. The title of the article is Genome-Wide Data from Medieval German Jews Show that the Ashkenazi Founder Event predated the 14th century. And there are over 20 authors from really prestigious institutions all over the world, led by S. Waldman, putting together this amazing piece of research. It's about 100 pages long in total. I was so fascinated to read it. Here's a photograph of the actual discovery itself. It's a cemetery just outside the city walls of ancient Erfurt or medieval Erfurt. You can see in the top picture, the city wall is just there on the right, and in the bottom you see actually the discovery of the remains. Now, once it was suggested that these were in fact Jews, the study actually went to some of the most premier authorities of Jewish law to ensure that the remains were treated with the proper respect. In fact, the research was conducted entirely on teeth that were detached from the skulls of the deceased, which constitutes a different category of remains, and it was much more lenient with regards to assessing the DNA in those teeth. Also fascinating, they looked at differences in the enamel and were able to identify, in fact, that some of the remains came from a slightly different location earlier. Absolutely fascinating research. But what I really want to focus on is this idea of the founder event and something called the genetic bottleneck, which together gives us a much clearer picture of how Jews came to Ashkenaz in the first place. Please have a look at this diagram, which I have painstakingly created for you, that illustrates.
If you notice, he said, how did the Jews end up in Ashkenaz? The name Ashkenaz, I'm gonna let me put it in chat GPT real quick, and I want everybody to see the answer. Let me take this off the screen, and I want y'all to look at this, right? That I'm not making this up. How did the place in Germany get to be called Ashkenaz? And let me say something. I'm not arguing with you. Don't come on my channel if you can't change your mind. And I could change my mind. If I'm wrong, I've admitted several times I'm wrong. If you can't change your mind on a stupid system that you believe in or something that you believe in, well, you don't need to be on my channel. That means you're in a cult. How did the place in Germany get to be called Ashkenaz? The key point is this: Germany was not originally called Ashkenaz. That name comes from the Bible, and Jewish communities later applied it to Germany. So Ashkenaz starts with the word Ashkenaz, appears in Genesis 10, 1 Chronicles 1:6, and Jeremiah 51:27. In those texts, Ashkenaz is a person, people, group descended from Japhet, associated by later scholars with regions north of Israel, often linked to Anatolia and the Scythians. So originally, it had nothing to do with Germany specifically. Now, what did I say earlier? Medieval Jewish reinterpretation by the early Middle Ages, around 9th to 10th, Jewish scholars in Europe began using biblical names to label regions. Sepharad, Spain. Ashkenaz, Germany. This is why we call them Sephardic Jews, because Spain and Portugal, Iberia Jews, the name was put on them. Kedar equal Arabia. It's just like in the Bible, in Africa, you see places called the Seth River. You see biblical names. These are outsiders giving names to regions with a biblical mindset and a twist. So when somebody argues and says, oh, I'm going by what the Bible says. The Bible never said Germany was Ashkenaz. It never said that. There's nowhere in the Bible you could say it says Ashkenaz is Germany or in Europe. You can't say that. As a matter of fact, Germany is not even in the Bible. Period. Two main reasons. Why did they do it? A cultural habit. Jews map biblical geography onto their current world. It helped interpret scripture in a familiar context. North of Israel logic, Germany was seen as a major land north of the Holy Land, so Ashkenaz got applied to it. You see, the earliest usage for Germany, by the 10th to 11th centuries, Jewish writers clearly used Eretz, Aratz, Ashkenaz as land of Ashkenaz, German lands. This shows up in where? Rabbinic literature. So the Jews that you say is following fake Judaism is the ones that did it. They preserved the Torah and preserved the language, but they're the fake ones. This is a craziness. Once Germany was called Ashkenaz, Jews living there became Ashkenazim or Ashkenazi Jews. Their customs became Minhag Ashkenaz, German Jewish tradition. Over time, the term expanded to include Jews who migrated east into Poland, Lithuania, etc., even though they were no longer in Germany. Important clarification, Germans themselves never called their land Ashkenaz. It's a Jewish internal naming system, not a political or ethnic one. So if you're telling me you're following the Bible does not say that Germany is Ashkenaz. Sephardic Jews doesn't mean Spain was originally called Sephardic by the Spaniards. So even with the Sephardic Jews, the names that we're using, it's basically Jews from Spain and Portugal. They call it, some Jews decided to call it Sepharad. That's it. These are Jewish people who you call fake Jews or rabbinical Jews or we call today Orthodox Jews are the ones that are doing it. Not your descendants. These are Jews, Orthodox Jews who are doing this, who don't believe in Jesus and don't believe Jesus is the Messiah. So we are using terms that Jews that you think is outside of what you are calling it, and then we're establishing, the One West doctrine, man, I'm telling you, it is done a piece of work on y'all. That's all I gotta say. Y'all are playing crazy at this point. Crazy. It's just crazy. It's just ridiculous. And you guys don't know what you're talking about. This guy in the chat, look at this guy in the chat. Isaac right here. Look at this guy right here. Look at this crazy guy. I'm gonna put his comments on the screen. Don't know what he's talking about. Don't have no idea. Look at this guy right here. This is when the people in the back, look at this guy. So Slow-Mo, an Ashkenazi historian and an Ashkenazi geneticist, concur they come from non-Levant people converts. Okay. What? Show me an Ashkenazi Jewish genetic studies that agree with them. Because the Ashkenazi Genesis you're talking about is the same one that Benaiah Israel and Dante Fortson uses to make the claim that the Ashkenazi come from Khazars. When you read his report don't have no evidence of any Khazar samples. So how are you going to compare Ashkenazi to Khazars, but you never read the article? So you just want to be emotional in the chat because, again, the hatred for light skin and the so-called white people. This is where the misinformation is coming from. The 13th tribe book. Oh, the Khazars are an invented people. They are fake. How they have Levantine DNA then? How is it African Americans don't have Levantine DNA? How comes Jamaicans don't have it? The Rastafarians, how comes they don't have it? All of y'all who's making the claim, you can't show no connection to the Levantine region. I'm not saying Jewish people are Jews or Israelites of the Bible, but they could make a claim because they have genetics that goes back to the Levantine region. And genetics alone don't make you a Jew or an Israelite, but it's a case where you could compile it with practicing Judaism, practicing the Torah, and doing and following the Torah, linguistic evidence. They're connected to the Hebrew language. Even though we say Yiddish is fake Hebrew and all that stuff, it has biblical Hebrew is repleted in the language. Although Yiddish is part German, part Hebrew, part whatever, it's still got Hebrew in it. What does your language? I'm Jamaican. I'm Garfield. I'm from Jamaica, right? Jamaicans speak a dialect of Twi. Twi is from the people of Akan, the Asante. So we are connected to them through linguistic evidence where we speak Patois, our Jamaican dialect. What is your African American dialect connected to? Because the Yoruba, it's connected to Yoruba, the Yoruba language. Some of the words, some of the pronunciations and different things that's in African American dialect is in Yoruba language. Now, if these people are connected to the Hebrew language, even though it's Yiddish, the Babylonian Jews got Judeo-Arabic that's connected to the Hebrew language. The Persian Jews got Judeo-Arabic that's connected to the Hebrew language. How is it African Americans don't have anything that's connected to the Hebrew language? That's something that my dialect can't go nowhere. It's here forever. No matter how long I've been in America, over 20, 30 years, it's still there. It can't go nowhere. You can't get away from that.
But you're still talking English though.
I'm talking English, but I have a Jamaican dialect.
But even the dialect you're talking about it's a British. It still comes from English people. You still talking English. You just got an accent.
I got an accent. I got a dialect.
You're not talking no foreign language. We can still understand you. I love Jamaican music. I can still understand what they're saying. You just talking fast. I just don't understand what you're saying. Yeah, I know. Yeah, like I say, you just talking fast. You still talking English. You still talking English. You just talking fast. You just talking fast.
Still got the dialect. Can't get away.
But you still talking English, fast
African
English.
Americans got Yoruba dialect within their language. But anyway, let me finish this genetic stuff.
Illustrates how I see the idea of a genetic bottleneck. You've got these curving lines and they move upwards in time. At the bottom of this bottleneck, you have Jews in ancient Israel. And at the top, you have modern Ashkenazi Jews. We're speaking specifically about Ashkenazi Jews because that's the results of the Erfurt research. So the Jews in ancient Israel, there's really no category of race within traditional Jewish thinking. There is a category of religion. There is a category of tribal affiliation. And you see in lots of literary sources that there are tons of people from outside the Jewish world coming into the Jewish genetic population base. So, for example, in the Bible, there's descriptions of the Moabite woman Ruth, who of course comes in and marries Boaz, and then later one of her offspring is well, actually her descendants is David, King David. You have Antipater, who was the father of King Herod. He was an Idumean. You have Helena of Adiabene, who converts to Judaism and joins the Jewish people and is actually buried in Jerusalem. You've got lots and lots of examples of people who come to the Jewish community later in life. Makes perfect sense. Then there is a significant historical displacement with the Roman Jewish wars, starting with the Great War from 66 to 74 of the Common Era. A massive number of Jews are displaced from ancient Israel and taken as slaves to Rome. That number is expanded with the Bar Kokhba rebellion 70 odd years later. And there's already an existing Jewish diaspora community living in the Italian peninsula. So that's when you have a significant population of Jews moving to that part of the world. So beginning in the 1st, 2nd century in particular, you have Jews who are also marrying South Italians and then later North Italians. And the genetic base of those Jews who are displaced to Italy is naturally expanded by their connections with other people. Of course, we're not getting here into the whole discussion of the various types of relationships. Certainly some of them involve conversion of one form or another. Some of them might involve forced relations, of course, rapes, but at any rate, you definitely have an admixture of DNA during the early part of late antiquity. Then you get to something which we call the founder event. And this is the period when a small number of Italian Jews migrate to the Ashkenazic heartland in central Germany, around the Rhineland. And that is genetically calculated to be about 45 generations ago, if you work with a number of about 25 years per generation. And the authors of the study suggest that that founder event dates to somewhere around the year 800. And that corresponds with a lot of the data that we have from other sources, including literary sources. And when you calculate that based on the Erfurt remains, it's very clear that the people who were buried in Erfurt, the 33 individuals discovered there, are the descendants of people who have this combination of Middle Eastern and Italian DNA, to be sure. Another fascinating thing is that the narrowing of this genetic bottleneck, because the people who are born from 800 in Ashkenaz till about 1350 are basically drawn from this very small sample of people. And in fact, the authors observed that modern Ashkenazi Jews, even after another 700 years, are also really closely linked to the genetic profile that they see among the Erfurt remains. So even though there's been a tremendous amount of change in the Jewish world over the last 100 years or so, Ashkenazi Jews still seem to have a very similar profile to this medieval image. I don't know what this would look like if we were to examine it again in 200 years from now or something, but this essentially describes a picture of how modern Ashkenazi Jews came to be. Have a look at this map here, and basically the picture we have is where the number 1 is. You have the Jews exiled from Israel in the context of the Roman Jewish wars. They settle in Italy, and there they mix with the local Italian population and eventually make their way up to the Ashkenazic heartland. And the actual percentages, now it's hard to calculate precisely because there's some time where you have a lot of Southern Italian influence and later the Northern Italian influence, but the authors of this study suggest that the Middle Eastern DNA of the Erfurt remains is somewhere between 15 and 45%, depending on the individual and how you measure the difference between Southern and Northern.
Now, 15 to 45% Middle Eastern DNA. How much do you have? Those who claim to be an Israelite, how much Middle Eastern DNA? Because you can have Middle Eastern DNA. One thing I'll agree with what Isaac Chris said in the chat. you can have Middle Eastern DNA and not be a Jew or an ancient Israelite. I agree 100%. But if you have Middle Eastern DNA autosominally, right, which is what this is, and you have, say, for example, you're practicing Judaism, you're following Torah, and you have a linguistic connection, those are three things that you have in common that what an ancient Jew or an ancient Israelite would have. You don't have the genetics, you don't practice the Torah, and you don't have a linguistic connection. Now, I'm sorry, you try to practice the Torah, so you have one out of three. So your chances of you actually being those people is messed up with the whole linguistic part and the whole what do you call it, genetic part. Let me show y'all something real quick on the screen just to make a point. Because you see, when people research something, right? Sometimes you research because you think you are the people. So because you believe in the Bible, you say, I am the people, I am the people. But one thing people don't realize, when you claim you're the people, right? There are certain things you have to bring forward as evidence. And I'm gonna let me show this. Let me show this right here. Linguistics is a part of the evidence. Archaeology is another part. History is another part. Anthropology is another part. And genetics is another part. So those 5 areas, how do you match up with the whole thing? Can you trace your history back to these people? And African Americans and Jamaicans, especially these stupid Rastas out here, the stupid ones, not the smart ones, the stupid ones. They feel they're the only Israelite in the world. They feel it's only them. That's what they say. Now look at what it says right here. Where is the Hebrew language preserved in the native languages? This is from my debate about the Native Americans being Israelite. Israelite presence before Columbus, right? Look at what it says right here. It says, Jose da Costa and other eminent scholars rejected the possibility of Native Americans being descendants of Hebrews. As Acosta sensibly asks, how can it be when the Jews have been so assiduous in preserving their language and ancient customs? Assiduous meaning they have loyally and consistently, they are great at preserving their language and ancient customs to the point that in every part of the world where they live today, they differ from the rest. Than that in the Indies alone, they have forgotten their ancestry, their law, their ceremonies, their Messiah, and finally all their Jewishness. Let me say it over again. Jose de Acosta and other eminent scholars rejected the possibility of Native Americans being descendants of Hebrews. As Acosta sensibly asks, how can it be when the Jews have been so assiduous in preserving their language and ancient customs to the point that in every part of the world where they live today, they differ from the rest? That in the Indies alone, they have forgotten their ancestry, their law, their ceremonies, their Messiah, and finally, all their Jewishness. Now, let me ask anybody this. How many Jews in Australia today? Anybody on the audience, on the panel want to ask? How many Jews went to Australia and New Zealand? Because remember, Isaiah 11 said you're supposed to go all over the world. You're going to be scattered. How many Jews live in Australia and New Zealand today? Anybody knows? Guess what? The Jews that are in Australia are the Ashkenazi Jews. I'm going to say that again. And guess when did they go there? In the 19th century. So where is Judah scattered? Who is these people then? If the Bible is true on 100%, who are the people scattered to Australia? Where are they at?
Converts.
So how is converts taken to Australia if Isaiah 11:11 is true?
Those are not real. They are not real Jews, like you just said.
All right. So where's
you
your?
just said that. You just said that. You just answered your own question.
No, I'm asking you, Breezing. So all right, let me ask you.
I'm just saying.
How do you determine if they're real or fake?
They don't fit none of the curses in the Bible. Genetically, they're not from those places, bro. Like even you talking about the Ashkenazi, all those places. Man, like I just was on here the other week. We just seen Tucker. Can I finish, bro? We just listened to you talk for like an hour. what I'm saying? I know this your show. I ain't trying to, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying we all are listening. But I'm just saying I thought we got to have a chance to talk too. But what I'm just saying, we just heard Tucker Carlson and what's his name, Huckabee, get on Netanyahu, bro. We know all these people they're not even from that place. His real name is Milikowski. Most of those people over there are Europeans.
How do you know this?
Because it's public record, bro. It's not hard to find none of this out. It's not hard to find none of this out, bro.
That's the question.
It's not this is public record.
Is Henry Abrahamson a real Jew? The guy that's on the screen. Is he a real Jew?
No, he is
Why is he not
his because his genetics would trace him back to Europe.
So all right, so
the Jews were listen, can I say the Jews are from Jew. It's always hold on. Gotta hear you talk forever.
Is this
go ahead.
Fake? The DNA of Hereford Ashkenazi Jews. Is this fake that's on the screen?
Yeah.
How you know it's fake?
Like I say, man, most of the knowledge like I say, you talking about the DNA. I look at it from when my people weren't even considered human beings. So what was they counting DNA in? They didn't even consider us human beings. So what was considered DNA?
All right.
That's why I said most of the stuff.
Thank you, bro. P-Ba. What's up, P-Ba? Before I get to you, Isaac, Chris, I'll get to you in a second. P-Ba, unmute your mic. P-Ba, unmute your mic. Let me see if I could unmute your mic for you. So unmute your mic, my brother. You're definitely not an Israelite because you don't know how to unmute your mic. You're definitely not an Israelite. And with them teeth, I wouldn't even laugh if I had them teeth. No, I'm just kidding. I'm the worst. Go ahead, brother.
Let me go. You ready?
Hold on, Isaac. Let me get my guy P-Bar real quick. Because you're going to be long-winded. P-Bar, you're holding up my show, bro.
I'll give my testimony real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
All right, I posted in the chat. I don't know how to post a link or anything. It's in the studio chat.
Mm-hmm.
So I trace. So someone tried to convince me that my ancestors were Aztecs and Mayans. Said that I was Israelite. So I started looking into it. I've always known my family was from Spain, and the more I looked into it, that's why it's kind of fun to just debunk this Hebrew Israelite 12 tribes chart, because my family originates from Spain, and I posted my surnames in the studio chat. If you can click a link, it's Correa and Gomez. So I'm speaking for the Latino Sephardic Jews that were shipped to Mexico, and we had to convert to Catholicism. I know a lot of Ashkenaz, they don't accept surnames and stuff like that. They've been able to preserve their history. Ashkenaz, they've kept the longest history for the Jews, so I give them that. But our Catholicism, we kind of had we've just been Catholics for a while. But if you click on my surname, Correa, I don't know if you're able to do that, Brother Garfield. It's in the studio chat.
Mm-hmm.
It basically says that it derives from the Sephardic Jews of Spain. So like last names like Sanchez, Gomez, Correa, Rodriguez, Lopez, Diaz, these are all Sephardic surnames that came from Spain. So as I looked into it, I was able to track that my last name comes from Castile, Spain, which has a long history of the whole Jewish conversos. So I'm not sure if you're clicking on it, Garfield, because I can't see anything.
I'm actually not clicking on it, but go ahead, though. Say what you got to say, bro. I'm hearing you out.
Okay. So yeah, it's pretty much I was able to trace it back. So none of what the Hebrew Israelites were telling me that I'm from like the Aztecs and Mayans, like none of that stuff is true. So I mean, I don't know. That's my testimony. I was able to trace my name back to Spain and come to find that every surname that's in my family, even Melendez, is part of my family. These names all trace back to the Sephardic Jews from Spain. So that's my testimony.
Isaac, Chris, you up?
Can you hear me?
Hear you loud.
So you would agree with me when I said that just being from the Middle East doesn't make you necessarily an Israelite, right?
I think it's a part of the whole thing. I gave you 5 different things: the archaeology, history, linguistics, genetics, and.
But you agree with me when just having middle of
that's my argument for the Lemba Jews not being Jews. They're more Arabs than they're Jews. That's my argument.
So okay, so you're saying off. So we'll take that off the board, and then so let's take half of their genetics off the board.
I'm not taking it off the board. You're taking it off the board.
Well, you're not letting me finish.
I thought you.
Wait a minute. Can I talk?
No, I thought you asked me a question.
You didn't interrupt nobody else.
No, I thought you said that so you would take them off the table. Then I said no, I'm not.
No, you didn't let me finish what I was saying. You cut me off mid sentence.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
So, but you said earlier that half of their DNA is from the Middle East, and the other half is European.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So we take the European off the table.
No, that's how because there's an admixture, bro. That's like me. I have European in my system.
Right.
Some people have R markers because of the slave master sleeping with the African woman that came over.
Right.
I mean,
but half of their genetics is not Middle Eastern.
In some studies, yes. Not in all.
And it's not a perfect 50-50. Sometimes it could be 60-40 or 40-60.
Facts.
So if we take that European off the table, and then you, as you said, their other half, just because you have Middle Eastern, because some people explain the Middle East in different ways. Like for instance, Iran is not the Middle East. You see what I'm saying? Afghanistan is not the Middle East. But it gets lumped into the Middle East. Am I correct?
Not necessarily, because remember, Iran has different markers. So Iran,
they have different markers, but it's not the Middle East.
Yeah, yes, I would agree. I would agree to that.
But it gets lumped into the Middle East.
Not necessarily, not in all cases.
In some cases, it gets lumped into the Middle East to people who don't know better.
Yeah, with DNA, there's a certain cluster that you're connected to as far as.
But in this instance, they're using Iran and even Pakistan and
who's
Afghanistan as the Middle East.
Who's using it?
So when they're saying half of their genetics comes from the Middle East.
What report was that from?
Well, first off, there's the geneticists who says they're Irano-Turco-Slavic. And also Southern European.
Is it Halleck you're talking about?
Correct.
All right. Halleck has been roundly disproved and dishonored in academia.
But they're not the Irano-Turco-Slavic.
Hold on. Let me ask you one question. I don't mean to interrupt you. Why would you
go ahead.
His research when it has been roundly
I don't want to stray too far off of what I was trying to,
The reason why you're doing it because it agrees with the garbage that you believe in. And this is why I don't like to talk to you.
But see, why you calling
because this is what I'm doing. If you're not willing to change your mind, don't come on my stage, bro. Because you
mad now.
No, I'm not getting mad at you. This is my
so can I land my plane, bro?
Go ahead, brother. Land your plane.
Can I land? Okay, so they're not they're not akin to Iranians?
No, they're not.
So what about the Iranian Jews?
Iranian Jews who are Persian, they are Persian Jews.
They're Persians, right?
No, they're not.
Is Persian Iran?
No, they're not Persians.
They're not Persian.
Isaac, I don't know if you listen to me to say I just want to disagree with Garfield, but listen to what I'm saying. we have archaeology, right? Whoever got the stuff on in the background, turn it off, please. Let's turn it off. I don't want to kick you down. Let's turn it off.
But were the Israelites were they ever were the Persians and the Israelites ever had a controversy?
Listen to me before anything. Hold on 1 second. When you talk about Iranian Jews and Babylonian Jews, these people have a history of being exiled out of Israel. If you look at their history. Now, when you look at them, they have a lot of things in common. They have linguistics because they speak Judeo-Arabic, which is repleted with biblical Hebrew. They had that for over 2,500 years. You have the Babylonian Jews who speak Judeo-Arabic. Their genetics, J1, J2, E1, B1b, they are connected to the Levant. The next thing is the linguistic, the language, and they are practicing the culture. Those three things. And they have the anthropological storyline.
Guess where the J comes from?
And the history.
The J comes from Persia.
The J doesn't come from Persia, bro.
Where does it come from?
It comes from the Levant.
Yo, it's Garfield here.
No, sir.
I want to bring out a source.
The J originates from Persia.
No, it doesn't, bro. It doesn't.
Something wrong with the audio. I don't hear anybody.
I can hear you. I can hear you, bro.
Jeremiah, hold on 1 second, Jeremiah. All right. Jeremiah, can you hear me?
Hold on.
Can you hear me? Yeah, you got to go out and come back in. Now,
Yeah, can anybody hear me?
Hold on a second. Yeah, we could hear you.
Okay,
Hello?
okay.
Hello?
I could hear you, brother.
I can hear both of y'all.
Okay. All right. Garfield?
Yes. Hold on a second. I got
Okay.
Okay. I can't cut him off. I can't cut him off.
Let me know when y'all want me to end this debate. I got peer review paper. Let me know when y'all want me to talk.
All right, cool. No problem. I got you. Who is that? Is that P-Ball or Jeff?
Yes.
This Trevor. Let me know when y'all want me to talk.
Yeah, I want to say something, man. I want to bring out a source.
Hold on 1 second. I want to show the brother something real quickly. The genetic history of the Middle East, right? This is the article right here, right? And I want you to look at the Arabian Peninsula, Egypt. We're gonna come all the way down. This is the article right here. Hold on 1 second. I think the article is in here. I gotta find it real quick. A 2000 study analyzed autosomal DNA and genome of.
Hey, go back up to that picture right there, right quick.
Hold on 1 second, my brother.
Yeah, do what you're doing, but come back to that picture. I'm gonna tell y'all something about that picture.
I ain't worried about that picture right now. I really had close affinities to Chalcolithic Northwest Anatolian individual from Comte. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the Persian Jews. Let me see here. Look at this right here. This is the comparative, this is the Iranian stuff, right? The mtDNA traces regions, the Caucasus, Anatolia, northern Mesopotamia. Among the most common mtDNA lines in the nation, namely U3B3, appears to be restricted to populations of Iran and the Caucasus. Now look at the Persian Jews' DNA. Let me go to the Persian Jews. Hold on there. Let me see. Hold on there. Let me do it this way. Let me come back here. Hold on, I got you right here. 1 second.
So their DNA is gonna look different because they're largely endogamous. They practice endogamy.
Exactly. So it wouldn't be.
So their signal just stands out different because there's a lot of incest.
No, because exactly. They come from the Levant, so that means it's a continuity of what their DNA is. So now, if their DNA, hold on, I just showed their DNA from the Iranian DNA and show that they come from the Caucasus and the Europe, right? Now look at the Persian DNA for the Persians. Look at what
we can't do incest according to the Torah.
The incest, well, that's different. If the people want to be endogamous, that's their business, bro.
That's Muslim stuff.
No, there's a lot of health implications behind that.
Yeah, of course. That's why they got all these homes for different developmental disabilities in America. Because
that's why God commanded us not to do that, because of there's health implications.
Well,
we didn't have a Torah.
I don't know if God demanded that.
How we didn't have a Torah? It says it in the Torah. Don't do this.
Hold on. Oh man, you guys are crazy right now, man. Hold on. Let me get this right here. Let me get the markers. I'm right on it right now. Hold on. 2,600 years.
So you asking us why we don't have a certain we don't practice incest?
That don't make no sense.
They
It
do
makes
make
plen-
sense.
it makes plenty of sense, bro. That's Muslim behavior.
No, if you
That's
didn't
what?
if you didn't
Muslims.
if you didn't have an endogenous culture, hold on. How that means you're not a Jew then. That means you're African.
No, because the Torah tells us not to do that.
The Torah, who is following the Torah at that time? What
That's
time
what I
period?
was about to say.
What Torah did
I'm
they have?
just telling you what the
What
Torah
Torah?
say. It say
Who had
don't
the Torah?
sleep
Who
with your
had the
close
Torah?
kin.
Who
Yeah,
had the
but in what form?
You know what I'm saying? And then so when we got shipped across in the other lands, we got separated from the women sometimes.
You made that up.
Sometimes men go one place and women go another place.
when did
And
that
we
happen?
just
When did that happen? When did
and
that
so
happen?
what happened is we gonna sleep with the people, you know what I'm saying, in a lot of cases where we was at.
You made that up, brother.
I made it up. That's your answer? That's not an answer, brother.
Where's
That's
that
not
at?
a rebuttal at all.
Where is that at? Where are you getting that from?
Let's use scholarship and use your words. Don't just come up with one-liners.
I'm just asking where is that?
Where's
And what
what
and
at?
what and what Torah did they
That's
have?
common. That's where common sense is at.
Yeah, but what Torah did they have, and like at what time period?
Everybody stop for 1 second. Let me read this source for him real quick. This is the Iranian Jew. This is my point. My point is that the Iranian Jews are not connected to Europe. They're not connected to
What's the population of the Iranian Jews?
Bro, don't ask a question while I'm answering what you're asking.
Okay.
This is what you do.
Can do
You bounce off a topic because you're not winning the topic.
Okay, well, I'm after you finish, I'm gonna cut you with the population of the Iranian Jews.
You're not here to learn. You think you know everything, and you always get beat up. Genetic
After
studies.
you land your plane, I'm gonna come in with the Iranian Jews population.
Yo, what's up, bro? What's really up? What's good? Genetic studies show that the mtDNA of Persian Jews descend from a small number of female ancestors. Another study studied 7 groups of Jewish populations with different geographic origin: the Ashkenazi, the Italian, the Greek, the Turkish, the Iranian, Iraqi, and Syrian, and showed that the individuals all shared a common Middle Eastern background, although they were also genetically distinguishable from each other. Right? Now, watch this now. An autosomal DNA study carried out in 2010 by Atzman examined the origin of the Iranian, the Iraqi, the Syrian, the Turkish, the Greek, the Sephardic, and Ashkenazi Jewish communities. The study compared these groups with 1,043 unrelated individuals from 52 worldwide populations. To further examine the relationship between Jewish communities and European populations, 2,400 European subjects were assigned and divided into 10 groups based on geographic region of their origin. This study confirmed previous findings of shared Middle Eastern origin of the above Jewish groups and found that the genetic connection between the Jewish populations became evident from the frequent identity by descent across these Jewish groups. 63% of all shared segments. Jewish populations shared more and longer segments with one another than with non-Jewish populations, highlighting the commonality of Jewish origin. Among peers of populations ordered by total sharing, 12 out of the top 20 were peers of Jewish populations, and none of the top 30 peered a Jewish population with a non-Jewish one. Atzman concludes that each Jewish group demonstrated Middle Eastern ancestry and variable admixture from host population, while the split between Middle Eastern and European Syrian Jews calculated by assimilation and comparison of length distributions of IBD segments occurring 100 to 150 generations ago, which was described as compatible with a historical divide that is reported to have occurred more than 2,500 years ago, as the Jewish community in Iraq and Iran were formed by Jews in the Babylonian and Persian empires during and after Babylonian exile. The main difference between Mizrahi, Ashkenazi, Sephardi Jews was the absence of Southern European components in the former. According to these results, European Syrian Jewish populations, including the Ashkenazi Jewish community, were formed later as a result of the expulsion and migration of Jews from the land of Israel during Roman rule. Concerning Ashkenazi Jews, this study found that the genetic dates are incompatible with theories that Ashkenazi Jews are, for the most part, the direct lineal descendants of converted Khazars or Slavs. Citing Behar at some stats states that evidence of founder females of Middle Eastern origin has been observed in all Jewish populations based on
Females
overlapping mitochondrial haplotypes with coalesced times 2,000 plus years. The closest people related to Jewish groups were the Palestinians, the Bedouins, Jews, the Greeks, and Italians. Regarding this relationship, the authors conclude that these observations are supported by the significant overlap of Y chromosome haplogroups between Israeli and Palestinian Arabs with Ashkenazi and non-Ashkenazi Jewish populations. I'm not going to read
No,
the rest.
don't skip over
Okay,
that.
hold on. Let me
Don't skip
put
over
all
that.
of this up in one sentence.
Read that next one.
Jacob, hold on. Jacob had 12 sons, and not
Wait
one
a
of them
minute,
was
brother.
named Israel.
Jacob didn't exist.
Let me
He
say
didn't
something.
exist,
Let
but
me
the
say
Jews
something, man.
exist.
Story.
Come on, bro.
Let me say something. Let me say something.
Knock it off.
It's a
Jacob's
story.
name was changed to
Read
Israel. How did Jacob not exist?
Yo, can I say something?
Storyline, bro. Can you prove Jacob existed? Hold on, I'm
He
gonna
is
get back
I say something real quick
my
before we get into
man.
that.
Hold on, Trevor. Hold on, Jeremiah.
All right.
Chris wanted to say something. You want me to pull the article down further? What happened? You want me to pull the
Why
article
are
down?
you skipping over that, brother?
Skipping over what? What am I skipping over?
Read that next paragraph, the first couple sentences, please.
In 2011, more Johnny detected 3 to 5% sub-Saharan African ancestry in all 8 of the diverse Jewish populations: Ashkenazi, Syrian, Iranian Jews, Iraqi Jews, Greek Jews, Turkish Jews, Italian Jews that they analyzed.
Iranian is Arab.
Hold on. Everybody shut up. Let me read. Look at this right here. The timing of this African admixture among all Jewish population was identical. The exact date was not determined.
Between 1600 and 3400.
Hold on. The exact date was not determined, but it was estimated to have taken place between 1600 and 3400 years ago.
Admixture.
So what happened when they came out of Egypt or when they were in the Levant?
Nobody older than black people. Where all this admixture come from?
When the Nubians was ruling over them and
Look
helping
at the time frame.
they were
Exactly.
mixed.
They was in the same army. They was in the
Who
same.
was ruling over the Jews in Egypt? What were the
I
Jews in
thought we
Egypt?
couldn't cross the Sahara.
No,
Let me say
let me ask
something,
you a
man.
question.
Before we
Who
even
ruled?
get into that,
Hold on. Who ruled over the Jews in
Wait
Egypt?
a minute.
we don't know, man. Listen, I don't understand.
Hold on, Jeremiah, hold on 1 second. Now let me say this carefully. The exact date was not determined, but it was estimated to have taken place between 1600 years ago, 4th century,
and 3400 years ago.
Let me ask a simple question.
In that time period.
So it could have been both.
Let me ask a simple question. So you saying that Ashkenazi, Iranian, and Sephardic Jews all were slaves in Egypt?
Hold on.
Boom.
Hold on a second.
Boom diggity. Cushy.
Say that again. What's the question?
Okay, so this is Ashkenazi Jews, Syrian Jews, Iranian Jews. You're saying that they were slaves in Egypt?
No, I'm not saying anybody who was a slave in Egypt. I'm just saying.
They have to be because hold on.
Trevor, I do not take the Bible literal 100%.
Oh my God.
Archaeology, anthropology, linguistics, and genetics.
Okay, well, nobody's older than black people if you believe in anthropology, bro.
Hold on a second, beloved. You can't prove Abraham existed. You can't prove Jacob existed. It's a story.
Mm-hmm.
You can't
black
prove
people, bro. The Jews are called nigger, so that's not a story.
No. Hold on, one thing at a time. You ask a question. Let me respond to the question.
Okay.
No, I don't believe Ashkenazi, Syrian, or anybody who is admixtured, who have a mixture, was slave in Egypt. But what I do know is that those people could claim to come from the Levant, whether they're Jews or Israelites or not. The point is they have a history that's connected to the Levant. You don't.
How so? When non-blacks are not indigenous to the continent of Africa.
Who is a non-black? Who is a non-black?
Anybody that isn't that anybody that hold on. Anybody
Iranians don't exist. You sound dumb as fuck.
Who said Iranians don't exist?
Was it you? Who said
no?
That? Oh,
black and white. Hold on. Black and white mixed makes an Arab. The hair follicle is Caucasian. It comes from Germany.
What are you talking about?
That's called genetics. That's what I'm talking about, bro.
Can I say something?
Trevor, genetics said that they have an origin in the Levant. That's what genetics said. What are you talking about?
Nobody is older than black people. There are only 3 hair follicles on
Who cares?
What you mean, who cares? That's the end of the argument, bro. That's the end of the argument.
Oh, your argument sounds so. Not even my brother Isaac. Where Isaac at? Not even him would say no bullshit like that.
He dumb, bro. Don't be humble. Let me read my peer review paper.
Humble. Stop being stupid on my panel.
Let me read my peer review paper, bro. We're doing too much talking.
Where are you from?
Chicago, the West Side. What?
Chicago, the West Side. So you come from Chicago. Where your family from? Where your family from? Israel?
Birmingham, Alabama.
So how you became a Hebrew? So you a convert then?
No, that's where the slave ships landed from West Africa.
I'm gonna ask you a question. Was your father?
Knock yourself out.
Was your father Hebrew?
Yes, all of my people are black. I know all of my family members.
Ask you that. Did they practice Hebrewism?
You don't have to practice. It's a bloodline.
Ask you a question. No, you're not blood, nigga. You come from. What's your DNA?
What's my DNA?
Yeah.
I'm not African. That's what it is. So I'm a Negro.
You say you come from the west coast of Africa. So if you come from the west coast of Africa, how do you differentiate that you're a Hamite or a Shemite? How do you?
Let me read the paper, bro. We're doing too much talking. Let me read the paper.
What paper are you reading?
I'm not a Negro only, by
That's
the way.
it. That's it. Just let me read the peer review source, and that'll be the end of the debate.
What's the peer review source? What's the peer review source? You put it in the
Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
You niggas ain't gonna come on here and try to trick niggas. Boy,
I don't have to trick nobody, bro. I'm not getting paid to talk to you. Anyway, can I read the paper?
Put it in the private chat. You ain't gonna read nothing on my chat.
Yeah, I know you don't want me to read it because that's gonna bust out all the bullshit y'all trying to talk.
Okay, then put it in the side chat so I can put it on the screen so we all.
It's as long as hell, bro. I don't know if I can put this big ass.
Brother, hear the article in the side chat. You're not gonna trick me.
Trick you? Why would I have to trick you, bro? Who are you?
Y'all niggas that believe this shit is full of shit. Y'all full of shit.
Bro, you hurt, bro. You hurt. Let me read the paper. Let me read the paper. Who and what is a Negro? Semitic origins of the word Niger. The termination GER was a generic term applied to all rivers.
Hold on. I thought you was gonna put an article in the chat about the genetics. Who cares about Niger and what Niger means? I could put Niger in the Blue Letter Bible right now. It's a surname. Simon Niger, Simon the Black. It's a surname. Understand the Latin culture that existed at the time. He was called Niger the Black, and he was the only one that was called Niger. Does that mean the other disciples weren't Niger? Shut the hell up. It's stupid. One West got y'all niggas tripping, man. Shit is crazy.
He's Negro only. That's not One West.
That's not One West. My bad. Now let me get my brother
for anthropological purposes. But here you are talking about genetics.
Can I get the genetic article, please?
Can I read it?
Can I get the genetic article in the chat so I could put it on?
How do I post it, bro? I got two phones sitting right here. Two phones.
All right, put it in the side chat. Where is he? You're breathing funny as hell, yo.
Y'all know everything funny until facts come out, man.
No. Listen, brother. Listen. I'm gonna have an attitude the whole day because I'm sick of the bullshit. All right. So all I have to do is let's put the article on the screen in the side chat. Because remember when the dude came on 3 weeks ago, the dude read an article and said Columbus said Arzareth, and he never said Arzareth at all any time in history. And he was reading, and I took his word for it. But when I said to show me the source, he couldn't show me the source, and he read it live on the ear that Columbus said Arzareth. I can't afford it. Somebody in the chat had to say, oh, Garfield, I thought you said source up or shut up. And if the person never said that, he would have slid and I have to say a source. So I'm not doing that no more. So it's not that I'm hurt or anything. We have to see the source that the people are reading because y'all niggas that claim this Israelite should be fake.
Yeah, my bad. I accidentally dropped from the show. Now, what was you saying?
Trevor from the south side. Relax for a second. P-Bar.
No, Trevor from the west side.
Yes.
P-Bar, what's up?
What's up?
I'm glad you turned your camera off, by the way. Hey,
so, Garfield, I want to say this one thing. That the Ashkenazi genome is more akin to the Scythian than anyone else.
Let me say something, man. Let me say something real quick, man. These guys, man, they keep talking about genetics. No, hold on.
How do I get this paper in the chat?
Hold on, my brother. You get the paper in the chat by putting it in the side chat where it said the private chat. In the side private chat, you just put the article. I click on it, and we could read it together. That's
okay. Understand this, brother. This is what I'm trying to get across to you. I have two phones. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. I have two phones. I'm talking to you on one phone. All of my research is on the other phone. So
put the research on the phone that you're on and put it in there. I don't believe you, and I don't trust you.
That's cool. I don't care if you don't believe me, bro. I could show you. But anyway, this is what I'm going to do. If I drop from this and come back on the other phone, would that work?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Take it out of time. We got almost 200 people in the building. Shout out to everybody that tuned in. Share the show, like the show. Share it with 10 of your friends because you're free. This is the only show on YouTube where you could talk about the Bible and have the freedom to talk. All right.
Nonsense, bro. You just read your whole item and won't let me read.
No, P-Bar.
No, yes, Garfield.
You're up, brother. It's on you right now.
Okay.
Everybody's funny as
All right.
So, question for you now, right?
Yeah.
Now, I seen the video that you played with the rabbi and stuff like that, right? Now, when we going back to Genesis, right? Genesis 10, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he named out all these nations from Jaffa. Now we're talking about Jaffa descent, right?
Yes.
Now we're going back to Ashkenazi, right?
Okay.
But when you go back into Genesis, these people from Jaffa are nations of people. So he broke it down. He said Ashkenazi somewhere maybe around Germany, and somewhere around it. You know, you have Gog, you have Magog. People say it's around Russia.
Who said that?
The Jewish guy. He said somewhere around that area.
He said somewhere around that area. What?
Right.
What
The
did
Ashkenazi. Because you also mentioned these names were mentioned back in the 9th centuries with the Jews saying that they're going back to biblical region. So the question is, right? If the Ashkenazi,
no.
Okay, correct me.
Let me go back.
Correct.
Let me go back. Let me put it on the screen so we all can look at it together.
Yes.
And I'm gonna tell you right now. So you got to listen carefully.
I'm listening.
But the guys who claim Israelites in the West, they have a hearing problem and understanding problem. Now let me show you why I say that.
Okay.
Let me pull this up some more. All right.
So can I ask you a question in the meantime while you pull that up?
No, I'm going to tell you. Look at what it says.
No, I want to ask you a question.
How did the place in Germany get to be called Ashkenaz? It should have been Ashkenaz.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
The point is this: Germany was not originally called Ashkenaz. That name comes from the Bible. Okay.
Bible. Right.
And Jewish communities later applied it to Germany.
Right.
Orthodox Jews.
Okay. Why do you
say anything else?
I'm gonna ask you a question. Why did they apply it?
Because that's what people did who Orthodox Jews did. They went to Africa, they called the river the Seth River. They used Genesis in West Africa. They called different areas. It's called reading the world through a biblical lens.
All right, so we go on it.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Go ahead, man.
Garfield, I'm with you with that. I'm not arguing with that. So it's the same way. It's the same way when we go back to Ethiopia and we say, okay, those are the Cushites.
All right, I'm on my other phone.
Right, Cushites. So, for example, Turkey. The original name.
Time out. Repeat what you said about Ethiopia. Because you know Ethiopia.
Before it was called Ethiopia,
it was known as Kush. I ain't gonna let it get.
Hold on, guys. Everybody stop. I'm talking to Pete because he's gonna be taught a lesson right now.
No, I'm willing to learn. That's one thing. I'm willing to learn. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Ethiopia today was not known as Kush.
Okay. Prior to Ethiopia.
Stop and listen. Ethiopia today was not known as Ethiopia as far as the Bible is concerned. The word Ethiopia was actually never in the Bible.
I know that. I'm with you with that.
Listen, bro. You keep interrupting. Listen and learn. The word Ethiopia was never used in the biblical text until the Septuagint. The Septuagint, when they translated it into Greek, that's when it became Ethiopia. But they're calling Cush is what was considered Nubia. Nubia, which is south of Egypt. If you go to Ezekiel 30, it explains, Ezekiel 29, I'm sorry. Majority of the references to Cush is talking about Nubia. It's not talking about modern day Ethiopia. Ethiopia is actually a Greek word, as the brother in the chat does put. So when we say Cush in the Bible, we're talking about south of Egypt, which is Nubia, or the Kushite Empire. That's what we're talking about. It wasn't Ethiopia. Izana is the one that used it as a demonym, the word Ethiopia. He used Cush, I should say, because the Greeks were the ones that called Nubia as a toponym Ethiopia. They called Nubia Ethiopia as a toponym, as a place name. And then when Izana conquered parts of the Kushite Empire, when he was in power, he took on the name Ethiopia for where Abyssinia was. All right? So that's why it has the name Cush. So Cush, when you read Cush in the Bible, not every time, but the majority of the times, it's called Ethiopia. But another
I
key,
understand that, Garfield.
Another
Garfield.
key is another, bruh.
I understand that.
Bruh.
I'm not arguing with that. I'm not sitting here
hold
arguing that. I'm trying to explain. I understand that.
Can I finish talking on my own show?
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Let me finish making my point.
All right, go on.
The point I'm making is, when you look at the table of nations, has anybody ever knows what the oikomen is? Does anybody know what the oikomen is? Does anybody? Anybody? Does anybody? Where Chris Isaac at? He's supposed to know this shit. Trevor Allen, do you know what the oikomen is? Breezing, do you know what the oikomen is? All right, so let me teach what the oikomen is. The oikomen is the 69 nations in the Greek world. In the Bible, you have how many nations? In Genesis? 70.
About 70. About 70, yeah.
This is where the writers of the Bible got the 70 nations from. It's the same exact thing as the oikomen. What happened is the Greek world was split up into three. You had Europe, you had Asia, and you had Libya. Libya was considered what we call the Hamite nations. Libya,
Hamitic, yeah.
Hamite nations. Libya, Egypt, Nubia, and they didn't call Canaan. Canaan is why it's not 70 and it's 69. So Europe, all the nations in Japhet would be in Europe.
Europe, exactly.
All the nations in the Shemite would be in Asia.
Asia.
Except for Canaan.
I agree with you on that.
All the nations that were Hamites was in Libya. All right. So the northern part of Africa was called Libya. Now the floor
and I'm with you, and Garfield, I'm with you with that. I am with you with that. There you go. Japhetic, European, Shemitic, Middle East, Hamitic, Africa region. I agree with you with that. So the question I'm asking you now, right? The Ashkenazis, they're sons of Japhet. Who would be these nations today?
Who would be what nations today? The nations that's in the table of the nations?
The Ashkenazi, yeah.
All right. The problem is that's a worldview from the Bible, which is pretty much the Greek world. So the Greek world is the entire world according to the biblical writer. So
what?
Wait, hold on there. Remember, we go back from Old Testament.
Listen to me carefully.
The New Testament was written.
Listen to me carefully.
Okay.
If I ask you when was the Bible written, you can't tell me. If you believe Moses wrote the first 5 books, well, we don't even need to have a conversation. You could just chill.
No. I'm not going to go by.
Man, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that, Garfield. You just qualifying.
Hold on. Go back to the question. Time out. You believe the Bible is giving you all the nations with Shem, Ham, and Japheth, you are already stupid. I can't do nothing.
No. We're not talking about. We're just talking about Ashkenazi.
Let me finish talking. Okay. Ashkenazi Jews is a name used by Jews in the medieval time for German Jews. It has who came from the Levant, from Roman times, and came up to the Levant, from the Levant, and went to Europe.
We're going before that. We're going back before that. We're going before that. We're not talking about the middle time.
Bro. Ashkenazi Jews, I don't know where they are in the Bible. That's a name that's used for people who are Europeans. The Ashkenazi Jews that today, they stem from the Levant, and the Levantine era would be Shem. So there are a mixture of Shem and there are a mixture of Japhet, if you want me to say it that way. If that makes sense.
Because that's the question I was asking. I was asking that if these table of nations, going back to Genesis, and we're going to use the Ashkenazi, who are there today? Because, for example, let me show you something. I'm going to let you go. For example, when the Greeks came and conquered the Persians and the Medes, which is modern day Iran today, right? It says the Javan.
Who conquered them? Greeks?
Yeah, the Persians, when the Greeks took over the Persians and the Medes. Yeah.
Ham is the father
so
of the dark
in
places,
Daniel, hold on. Let me just say something. Let me just make a point. There was Javan.
Hold on, P-Bar. Trevor, I'm going to bring you back up because you can't interrupt P-Bar while he's talking. You got to give him my respect. I'll put you down because you can't interrupt P-Bar.
Okay. So for example, when the Alexander, the Greeks, they came and conquered Persia and the Medes, which is modern day Iran today, right? Right, 4th century, right? When you go to Daniel's, right, it refers them to the Javanites. The Greeks wasn't called Greeks. They said the Javans has come to conquer them. That's
Okay.
Daniel's.
Okay.
So Javan, hold on it. Javan are descendants of Jaffa, all European.
Okay. What's your point?
Okay. So my point is Ashkenazi is also a son of Jaffa, European. So if you want to use that point, you want to use the point, well, they convert or whatever there is. The same thing with thing. If you want to go back, are we going back into the in the Old Testament when it says the Javans are coined to conquer the Persians and the Medes, and those are the Greeks, and those are sons of Jaffa, European. I mean, to be honest with you, I've traveled the whole world. Only continent I haven't been on is Antarctica. I've been to Jerusalem many times, Egypt, even Turkey. The original name. All right, let me share another point. I'm gonna share another point. Just like Turkey, what they call the Ottoman Turks, the Byzantine Empire. The original name for Turkey is called Hittite. Those are Hittites. Those are Hamitic people from the sons of Tyre and Sidon. Those are Hamitic, the original people, or what they call it.
You know, Hittites aren't in the Bible, are not the Hittites.
What?
You do know that, right?
Right.
What is this man talking about?
You do know the Hittites in the Bible is not the Hittites in real life. Hittite, you see,
yes, I agree. No, I agree with you. A lot of listen.
When you take the Bible storyline and how they map out the world, literally, you're going to run into problems historically.
Okay.
Ashkenazi, you can't say Ashkenazi is the same as in the Bible from the past because we don't know where Ashkenazi went. We have no idea.
But you're gonna understand it. Okay, let's say if we don't know where Ashkenazi went. Let's say if we don't know. Let's say if we don't know where Ashkenazi went. How are you going to use somebody from medieval times, from the 9th century, 7th century, saying that, okay, then we are the Ashkenazis then?
No, that name was put on them. They didn't decide.
By who?
That by the rabbis.
All right. So, okay. It's right. Let me show you something with the rabbis.
Let me ask you this.
I've spoken.
Who called the river in West Africa the Seth River? Who called it?
I'm gonna share this point. Let me share this point.
Who called it that? Who called it the Seth River? Who did that?
Garfield, I'm gonna get you. Let me share a point. We gotta be very.
I'm asking a simple question.
Okay.
Who called it the Seth River? The Seth River. Seth is from the Bible. Who called it the Seth River?
I don't know. Tell me.
So why are you
okay? But here's the point. But Garfield.
You're acting like you're stupid. That's why I'm cutting you off. If somebody Jewish called the river in West Africa Seth River, it can't be the real Seth River. It's just somebody using their biblical mindset to put a river's name based off the Bible on it. So with Germany, all they did was the Jews came from the Levant and mixed with the European woman, and they just say, hey, well, we're going to call these people at that place in Germany Ashkenaz. That's it. What is there to argue about? That's plain, bro. I'm not going to agree with you.
Okay.
I'm not going to agree with you.
Okay, Garfield. Okay, so Garfield. So when Garfield.
Hold on. In America, the Jews call here the fourth corner of the earth. They call the America the fourth corner, right? Because they're saying that this is the beginning of the Messianic age. So they was trying to get back into England to make money. So they tricked the whole world and called it the fourth corner of the earth. Was it the fourth corner of the earth? Where did they get that from?
Okay, so all right, then, so Garfield. So that means so Garfield in Daniel's when it said that the Javanites came and took over the Greeks. I mean, took over the Persians and the Medes. Then we can't just use that. That's not somebody just put that inside the Javan. It could be anybody.
No. The Bible actually.
Can you hear me?
Was sharing. Hold on, Johnny. I'm gonna get you in a second, Johnny. Oh, that's Trevor. Hold on.
Yeah. My bad. I didn't know if y'all can hear me or not. I'm gonna be quiet. My bad.
Yeah, mute up a second, brother.
My man.
P-ball. That's the Bible, and I don't disagree with the Bible. The Bible says Havan, because the Bible was correct.
All right, it's correct. All right then. All right. So hold on there. So those descendants, when you go back to Genesis 10, the sons of Jaffa are the Javanites, or Havanites, or what you want to call it, which are the Greeks. That's historical.
Okay.
All right then. So when we go, why is it when it comes to that, you agreed with that and said, okay, I understand that. But when it comes to the Ashkenazi, you don't want to agree with that. Those are also sons of Jaffa.
already said what I had to say. I can't.
And let me tell you something. Let me make one more point.
I'm talking. You want to talk the whole time. You see, when people come on my panel, they think they have this great knowledge and they don't know what they're talking about. And I just have to laugh sometimes. Bro, they call them Ashkenaz because they're coming from a biblical mindset. The rabbis call them Ashkenaz. It doesn't mean that they're Ashkenazi in Genesis 10. I can't explain that no further. That's why I kept asking you the Seth River in West Africa. Is it the River Seth? No. It's somebody who is a Jew or cartographer decided to call it that because he had somebody named Seth in his Bible, so he called it the Seth River. It's the same thing with Ashkenaz. I can't explain it no better, no clearer. All right? I'm going to move on to Johnny Weiser.
Garfield, one more point.
We get to you back in another time. I'm going to get to my brother Johnny Weiser, a real Jew. Let me talk to a real Jew. Go ahead, Johnny.
Hey, brothers. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, my brother.
Okay, so there's one quick point. I couldn't get on. I downloaded Google. Now I can get on. Jews during the 7th through 9th century moved from the Italian peninsula to the Rhineland, which was then called the land of Ashkenaz. So Jews moved to the land of Ashkenaz. They weren't Ashkenazis moving to Ashkenaz. They only became Ashkenazi after hundreds of years of split and language and what we call nusach or traditions. So people get stuck on colors. Jews don't care about what colors somebody is. So say I don't care what color ancient Jews were. They were my ancestors. I don't care what color they are. I don't care what color my kids are going to be. You know what I mean? That's neither here nor there. But the reason that you'll hear things like Sephardic Jews, Mizrahi Jews, Bukhari Jews, Ashkenazim, these terms is because the language changed after separation, and the traditions changed. Not the people, but the traditions. And yes, the people changed a little bit here and there, the way they dressed, the way they looked, because of interbreeding with the local populations. But the reason that they're separated is because they put this prayer before that prayer, or they say this prayer after dinner, or they say Chaim at different times at different prayers. That's what the differences are. They're not with the way they look or anything like that. I know I'm mishmashing a couple points into one, but back to the gentleman prior's point. Wjews moved from the Italian peninsula after hundreds of years of migration, and there were still Jews in Jerusalem until this time. They were fighting with the Persians against the Byzantine Romans at this time. But they moved from the Italian peninsula to the land of Ashkenaz. After years of living there and creating their own Yiddish and Nusach, they became the Ashkenazim. I'll mute up and probably get off because I have to go back to work. But is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine, my brother. I appreciate you. Let me say one point before we move forward. Chris Isaac had said something earlier about how many Jews were in Persia and Babylon. And I want to make this point for everybody, right? Especially those who hold to the 12 tribe chart. This is very important. When Benjamin Tadella was touring the world, he basically looked at these communities in these areas. And when he looked at these communities, he saw thousands of people living. This is in the 12th century, right? Near 1200. So he saw exiles everywhere, right? On the river Euphrates, he finds the synagogue of Ezekiel bearing an inscription of all those who accompanied the Judahites into exile, right? He said, and then when we look at when Judah was exiled according to the Bible and where they went, we know in 2 Kings 17:6, it says, on the Gozan River, another reference to 2 Kings. So he found those descendants and started to tell us how many numbers of them. He said he saw over 40,000 Jews and 10 yeshivas and 28 synagogues. This is what he's saying. He said he saw there are hundreds of thousands of Jews in the city of Tema and 50,000 Kibar, learned men and great warriors. There are 30,000 Israelites near Hamadan, a great city of Medes. Right? Not me making it up. All places the tribes were sent. All places the tribes were sent. So then you have something called the Resh Golata, which is the descendant of David within Orthodox Judaism. And every year, every term, every time the person dies, the descendant of that person is called the Resh Golata, who is a descendant, supposedly a descendant of David. Now, if you look at all these numbers, you see goals and amines is, don't you ever, why do you think you need to interrupt at this point? Why? But why?
It means the title means leader of the exiles. That's why.
Leader of the exiles. Okay, I got you. All right. So now when we look at the Resh Golata and all those things, right? All these things that's going on. The guy asked how many people descended. There was an operation that went back to Israel, modern day Israel, called Operation Ezra and Nehemiah. That's when the people in Babylon, the descendants of these people, were sent back to Israel. Are those people fake Jews? Because people say all the people in Israel, the majority of them is fake. So are those people who descend from those Babylonian Jews, are they fake? Are they fake Jews? I keep asking this question because if they were exiles there when Benjamin Tadella went there, and they descended and they went right through the whole system and went through all this, had the Resh Golata, and they were having their system of synagogues in Babylon, because that became the home after Jerusalem was destroyed in the 2nd century. They started building temples in northern Israel, then they moved it to Babylon. That's why Rudolph Windsor calls his book From Babylon to Timbuktu, because Babylon became the home of Judaism, home of the Torah. So what I want to know is, right here, I talk about this every week. These Jews, Iraqi's last Jews that were sent back. See, look at it right here. Look at what the article says. It says, over its 2,500 years of existence, the Iraqi Jewish community formed a homogeneous group and was able to maintain communal identity, culture, and tradition throughout the centuries. All despite multiple conquests and political upheaval, war, and plagues, they were distinguished from their Iraqi brethren. Remember when he said in Iran, how they're the same people? In Iraq, look at what they says. Iraqi brethren they're distinguished by their old Arabic dialect called Judeo-Arabic. What is Judeo-Arabic? Which is replete with biblical Hebrew, biblical references and words from Persian, Turkish, and Aramaic. They were set apart by their dress, their observation of what? Shabbat, holy days, and kashrut, their unique cuisine, and among many other things, a deep yearning for their spiritual Jerusalem and Zion. They purchased land and established yeshiva, religious houses of study in Jerusalem and Hebron. Their social and religious life was based upon Talmudic and biblical rites, and they led an independent communal life headed by the chief rabbi who oversaw the community's educational system, religious court, and tax imposed upon kosher meat. You know where else had the same thing? In Africa. The two communities in Senegal on the west coast of Africa, the Jewish communities who were converting to African religion and who were converting, proselytizing Africans at the same time. So we have the sources that talk about Jews moving around. So when people from the slave trade say they are Jews, where's your communal identity? Where are you practicing what you used to practice? Don't tell me you lost your identity, because if you lost your identity, how are you going to know who you are? Because these people are doing it over 2,500 years. They didn't lose it. So these people went back to Israel. So I want to know from everybody who's on the panel, are these people fake Jews? Because they don't look nothing like me and you. Are they fake Jews? That's the question for the panel.
Yes, they are fake Jews.
How are they fake?
How are they fake?
The Jews,
I'm talking about this. I'm talking about this. I'm not talking about nothing else. I'm talking about this.
Hello?
How are they fake Jews?
There are 12 tribes of Israel. It's not one call.
They are what?
12 tribes of Israel. There is not come one call. God had 6 races of people.
Prove it.
8
I can't hear you. I cannot hear you.
Hello?
I cannot hear you. You're chipping out. What are you saying?
You hear me now? Hello?
Go ahead. Speak.
Okay. There are 18 races of humanity. 12 belong to Israel.
Do me a favor, Trevor. Go out and come back. Go out. Trevor, go out and come back in. He's
okay.
Is it only me or is he chipping out?
No, he's chipping out.
All right. Anybody want to respond? Are those people fake Jews? And I'm going to show you something else. Look at this. This is the migrations and settlements of the Spanish Jews. If you look at the Jews when they left Spain, right? They went to France. They went to the Netherlands. They went to Germany. They went to Slovenia. They went to Austria. They went to Yugoslavia. They went to Istanbul, Turkey. They went to Athens. They went to Crete. They went to Cairo in Egypt. They went to Jerusalem. They went to northern Israel. They went to Sicilia. They went to Tunisia. They went to Algeria, Morocco. They went to the Caribbean. They went to Italy. They went to Rome, Naples. They went to Venice. They went to Austria. I said that already. Slovakia. This is where they went. So you're telling me, are you saying the Sephardic Jews are fake? Are they fake? Are they fake? I need to know. Are they also
all
fake?
of them are, bro.
The Sephardic Jews are fake?
Can anyone hear me?
Trevor, are the Sephardic Jews fake?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Okay, yes, all of those are fake. There is no such thing as a Sephardic Jew. Jacob, aka Israel, a black man, had 12 children, and not one of them was called Sephardic, Mizrahi, Iranian, Babylonian, none of that. There are 12 tribes of Israel, not come one. Being a Jew is a race of people, not a religion. And the scriptures say that. Every scripture in hold on, my brother. Every scripture in Deuteronomy applies to the American Negro.
Trevor, you can't answer questions. I could tell you failed. You flunked out of high school.
I finished high school in 3 years.
I'm gonna tell you why. I asked you. I said, are these people fake?
Yes.
They're fake
because blacks are not indigenous to the continent of Africa.
Trevor, are we gonna have a conversation or you just want to talk?
We having a conversation, brother.
All right. Now, how do you prove that the Babylonian Jews who have been there for over 2,500 years?
Babylonian Jews. How do I prove that?
How do you know that they're fake?
Who are the first people on earth?
Why? Does that matter?
Yes, it matters. If you didn't exist.
Okay.
Okay. Who's older than black people, bro?
Oh man.
Yeah, exactly.
How long black people been here?
335,000 years longer than you. White people are only 28,000 years old.
Okay, so you know how long people been here. All right. So if they're here for 28,000 years, how many years is that? That 20,000 years is a lot of years. So you don't think
we bred, bro, Mr. Garfield, we bred everyone. I mean, this isn't a back and forth conversation.
That's fine, but I'm trying to figure out how do you prove somebody is not who they say they are?
If nobody is Garfield, if nobody is older than black people, is you cool? I mean, it's that easy, bro. It's not that hard of a conversation. But let me land my plane right quick. Okay, for starters, black people come in two ethnicities, Shemite and Hamite. I am a Negro. I am not African. So if I don't come from Ham, who do I come from? I only have three choices: Shem, Ham, and Japheth. So of those three, where do I come from if I am not African?
How do you determine if you're African or not? How do you determine that coming off the slave ship?
None of my people are from Africa.
I'm asking a simple question.
I just answered that simple question.
How do you determine? So nobody who was African was on slave ships?
Yeah, there were people that were some randoms that were on slave ships, but according to prophecy, fit all of the persons in Deuteronomy.
Nigga, prophecy is a belief, man.
Huh?
Prophecy is based off a belief. You don't know if the Bible is real or not.
You don't know if I don't know if it's real or not, but you're debating the Bible.
You have no idea because I've studied it for years and I know the history.
You studied it for years, but do you know genetics?
Yes, I do.
So you shouldn't be having this argument since blue eyes and light skin come from white black people, bro.
Blue eye. What does that, bro? You sound, bro. You know what? Ignorance gets no play today. You're just straight dumb. That's just dumb. Breezing, let me get you a chance to speak your mind. So you believe Sephardic Jews are fake too? I know you don't.
I do, because Sephardic is not a bloodline. Sephardic is not a bloodline. You can look that up. That's
There's
just
no
a
such
little
thing as
area.
a bloodline.
Just a
No
You know what
such
I'm
thing.
saying? It is a such thing as a
No,
bloodline.
That's
it's not,
fine.
bro.
Yes, it
That's
is, bro. Yes, it is.
no.
But
How
why
do
do
you
we have
how do
why
you
do we have Germans today? Why do we
bloodline?
have Chinese today?
Bloodline.
Why do we
That's
have
not.
Europeans today? You know
Bloodline
what I'm
That's
is
saying?
made
A
up.
bloodline. That's a
bloodline is
bloodline, bro.
fine. All right, but how do you
Come on, bro.
how do you prove your bloodline? How do you
You know
prove
what I'm saying? I put it to you like this. And I just think a lot of y'all be disingenuous, bro. We were slaves. All history been tore up by our captives. And y'all sitting here wanting us to prove something from silence that y'all know. And I know that y'all know that we can't prove. Why? Because all history has been controlled. And like I said, when people first came over here, we didn't see movies. You can hold on to your tradition that you had in Africa. That beat that out of you.
But they
We
got to
know
deal with
that.
this.
And man, listen, bro, whatever you talking about, man, I'm not even talking
You,
to you. I'm
you
not
plead
talking
a
to you.
special.
Now,
You
anyway,
special.
like I said, that was my point of what I'm saying. I just think sometimes y'all be ingenuous, want us to answer questions. And like I said, we take the Bible, oh, that's myths, but we see people every day fighting over what the Bible is talking about. We see
You
people
make
over
the
there,
claim.
you know what I'm saying? We see people every day fighting over what the Bible is talking about. We saw, come on, man, but y'all want us to say, oh, that's fake.
But y'all make the claim.
I
That's
could
the
see
point.
Titus. I could see the triumph of Titus coming back from Jerusalem in 7 AD, carrying all the temple artifacts. They got a triumph in Italy. So
what?
that right there is fake. That's from a myth. I just think, man, most of y'all dudes, like I said, I love the conversation, but I think most of y'all dudes are plants, and y'all sit out here to just discourage people that's waking up. Because we're not niggas. We're not niggas. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is it possible that you are wrong?
Is it possible that you're wrong? Can I ask
No,
that?
I didn't ask
No,
you
no,
that.
no, 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 no. Can I? No,
I
no, no.
asked you a plain
I
and
don't care
simple
what
question.
you asked me. I asked you, could you be
Oh, okay.
wrong?
All right. You could sit this out the rest of the day. You see, the
People are
reason why you can't
334,000 years older than non-blacks. It's not a back and forth conversation. We bred y'all.
yo, let me ask you a question, right? I'm gonna ask you one question. I
Your
brought
hair
you
is Asian, Garfield. You out of there, bro.
crazy as you sound.
Yeah, I know.
What is your DNA? Have you taken your DNA?
I'm a nigga. My daddy black. His daddy black. His daddy black. Everybody black.
Let me finish playing. Cedric, you want to say something real quick before I go back to this video?
What's going on, Garfield? You know, I wasn't around for a bit. I'd be in the chat. I said, let me jump up here and support my brother because I'm seeing, wow, the intellectual deficit that you're dealing with. There is no way you are going to surmount that. Like, I hear these two brothers speaking, and the level of ignorance. I'm here sitting 350,000. So now that y'all all understand human evolution, right? Which you deny based on your biblical narrative. Now you push humans back to 350,000 years. That is completely opposite to your biblical narrative. Then you want to use a 16th, 15th, 16th century concept and retrospectively place that on the system which you do not agree with. So you don't believe in evolution, yet you acknowledge 350,000 years of Homo sapiens sapien, and then you plant a European construct on humans over 350,000 years, and it's the same Esau that you're arguing against. You see the irrationality and the illogical approach to reasoning. And then the other one with the whole biblical narrative settles himself in Jerusalem and do not understand basic geography, right? So the level of ignorance that is on display, I sometimes I don't know how you can manage it. But I see in that if we want to teach and help people grow in the community, this is what we have to contend with, right? So that we can actually make it visible, like paint a picture of how their reasoning works. So you accept evolution, deny genetics, holding on to biblical narrative, which are simply made up. You have exposed these stories over and over again for what they are, context and everything, and it's simply Now, the last book, brother, here saying we demotivating people who are waking up. Waking up to what exactly? To a complete and utter ridiculous notion.
Right.
I'm a play there.
Yeah, let me finish this video right here. Hey, Johnny, I want to say you're a real Jew, and I appreciate you for coming on. And they're going to hate me for saying this, but at least I met a Jew in my lifetime.
Brother.
And we are connected because I do have a little Ashkenazi, 4%. I do want to claim sometimes.
Brother, and on my mother's side, her father's last name is Reed. So there you go.
Oh!
Yeah, I'm 20% English. Sorry for interrupting you. I just thought it was an important point.
No problem.
Okay.
I didn't know it was you anyway, but
I know, but I got loud back though. I'm sorry. All right, I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna have to do shit. Thank you, brothers, everybody. Bye.
So now let me finish playing this. Thank you, by the way. Let me finish playing this.
One more thing. Henry Abrams is not a rabbi. I know it's silly, but like for years I've been trying to get that point across. Just because he's wearing a kippah, he's not a rabbi.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate
it. Have a look at this map here, and basically the picture we have is where the number 1 is. You have the Jews exiled from Israel in the context of the Roman-Jewish Wars. They settle in Italy, and there they mix with the local Italian population and eventually make their way up to the Ashkenazic heartland. And the actual percentages, now it's hard to calculate precisely because there's some time where you have a lot of Southern Italian influence and later the Northern Italian influence. But the authors of this study suggest that the Middle Eastern DNA of the Erfurt remains is somewhere between 15 and 45%, depending on the individual and how you measure the difference between Southern and Northern Italian influence. And that Italian influence is somewhere between 45 and up to 70% of their DNA. So that's basically confirming the literary picture we have of Ashkenazi Jews being essentially the descendants of Middle Eastern Jews making their way through the Italian peninsula. I find that fascinating just on its own because it helps solidify our picture of how the Ashkenazi Jews came to be. But of course, there's a lot of other implications. As for example, the Norwich study was able to identify specific illnesses that affect Ashkenazim, like, for example, breast cancer and cystic fibrosis and things like that. And that may have implications for later cures. It also, puts to rest some of the more bizarre theories, for example, of a Khazarian influence on Ashkenazi Jewry, which is not supported by any of this research. And it's also especially relevant in today's social moment because there's so many people who are, fairly vociferously arguing that Ashkenazi Jews are not actually Jewish. Some other population is Jewish, which is kind of bizarre. I mean, historically speaking, Jews have been accused of being communists. They've been accused of being capitalists. We're at a moment now where Jews are accused of being not actually Jews. That's something new. At any rate, I'm fascinated by this study, and I'm really hoping that if you want to learn more of this, please join me on our Kosher Riverboat cruise to the Netherlands, where we'll be really focusing on the history of Ashkenazi Jewry in particular. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I'm looking forward to speaking with you again.
They are going to the Jordan, the river city in Amsterdam, where the Jewish population is centered.
Hold on 1 second. Somebody just put something in the yeah, this right here. Let me respond to this right here. It's illegal to do a DNA test there. I wonder why. Now, where did you get this from? Soul Rap. Where did you get this from? Did you get it from a source? Did you get it from an article? Let me just ask ChatGPT. Is it illegal to do DNA tests in Israel?
Without government consent.
Short answer, no. DNA
without
test
government consent.
is not illegal in Israel, but it is heavily regulated, which is where the confusion comes from. What the law actually says, Israel has a law called the Genetic Information Law. It means DNA testing is legal, but it must be done under strict rules. Usually
strict rules.
Have you ever been on a live stream before, bro?
So what?
Have you ever been on a live stream before?
Plenty of times.
All right. Then you have no excuse for being crazy. All right. DNA test is legal, but it must be done under strict rules, usually through a licensed medical labs, a doctor's referral, or a court order. So the reality is it's regulated but not banned. What is restricted? Here's where people get confused. Home DNA kits, they are generally not freely sold or used inside Israel. Testing must go through approved medical channels. Paternity tests cannot just be done privately, must be approved by a family court, must be done in an authorized lab. Ancestry testing also falls under regulation mainly due to privacy concerns, legal implications, family status, religion, inheritance. Why Israel regulates DNA testing so strictly? This is important. It protects your privacy, prevent family legal issues, avoid misuse in immigration claims, religious status. They're legal and ethical concerns, not a ban. Okay.
Can I add for a second, Gafi?
Yeah, go ahead.
I know because of my laboratory setting, there are strict protocols when you want to do family testing or determining paternity, right? So there's a protocol, and that protocol makes those DNA findings legal in court. So anybody could do a swab test in their mouth and send it off to one of those agencies that when they report back, they say for entertainment purposes only, because that system, right, it needs you need witnesses. So that's why the lab techs are there to sign off. The vial is sealed in front of all participants so that no tampering can take place. So what Israel is doing is all they're saying, for legal purposes, these are the procedures. So you can't come with any random DNA test and put it in and make it submissible in court. For legal purposes, there are strict procedures, and you do that via a laboratory. Laboratory takes the samples, and they may send them off to specialized DNA labs that are registered and are certified, right? And that makes the process legal, right? So don't say it is illegal to do a DNA test anywhere in the world, because that same system applies within the Dutch kingdom, right? Because I fall within those rules.
Cedric, I did a DNA test with my last daughter. The courts didn't accept it because it's not a legal paternity test.
Yeah, that's a system all over, bro.
So when people say it's not, don't let the word legal make you feel like an idiot. Is that it won't be accepted in court.
Yes, because for the court, there's a strict procedure that is necessary. There's a paper trail, right? You come to the lab with the court order paper. Let me explain the procedure briefly. There's one technician that is extracting the sample from each individual. They call out their name. They make sure that the person matches up with the documentation. All parties are there, right? Those who are being accused or have to prove paternity, etc. So parents of the baby is there, and you go through that procedure, right? You have these very legalized evidence containers that you seal off. You write it, it's coded. One technician that takes a sample, once he's finished, one of the two other witness technicians must sign off on it. It's enveloped with everybody there, and with whatever special delivery service, it is then sent off. Right? That process of documentation is a requirement. A chain of evidence is requirement in legal procedures, right? So when you want to use DNA to solidify a position, you have to go through that DNA process. You can't take a home swab kit and you and your daughter and whatever. No, that don't work. Where's the chain of evidence? Where's the witnesses, etc.? There's a procedure involved. So don't twist that. And that procedure is international. Everywhere in the world, the same procedure applies.
All right, facts. Again, today's an open challenge to all Jew Israelite claimants, whether you're Ashkenazi, IUIC, ISUPK, show and prove you're an Israelite. This is for everybody, whether you're white, black, brown, red, yellow, whoever you want to pick. The brother asked a question. The brother with the fake information about the DNA, he said, Why did they desecrate? There goes this AR. Why did they desecrate Black African Hebrew grave and don't accept the African Igbo? Because the Igbos are not Jews. They are converts. That's all it is. It's simple. Because they saw they circumcised, they automatically felt they were Jews. It's just like the people in Wida. In Wida, the people stopped eating pork because the pork ate one of the snakes. So the king gave a let me put this article on it. This is why I don't know if people know this. The reason why people thought Wida was Judah of the Bible is because of certain things that they did in the community. Right? For one, they didn't circumcise. This guy, yo, is just the worst guy to have on the channel, bro. He don't mute his mic. He make all the noise, and then they're gonna say, "God, you disrespecting them," and they acting like idiots. This is just a simple YouTube channel, bro. And you're gonna have your mic open and make all this noise and don't kill it. You see, you feel like you're better than us because of your stupid beliefs. You know, I don't even need you on my channel. You don't need to come on here, bro. Get off our channel, man. I don't need you on my channel. I'm good. I'll pass. You could have that. Yeah, with Wida, I don't think people know this, but Wida has a thing where the king gave notice that all the pigs should be killed. And because of that, and the pigs being absent in the community, they say, oh, they don't eat pork. But the same source talks about how expensive it was to buy pork. So the people were still eating pork, but it was not as broadly known as it used to be. Let me actually pull the source up so people can actually read the source. I don't think I'm making it up. Then they circumcise. When they circumcise, you're gonna feel like the person is a Jew, because for some reason people think when they say circumcision is only Jews circumcised. I didn't even know that. But that's just how they felt. But with Wida, it's kind of, it's kind of difficult to understand. Then they had a god called Dangbi, and of course, everywhere they see the word Dan, like my brother Cedric was saying earlier, they see the word Dan, and as soon as they see the word Dan, it must be the tribe of Dan, so they're Israelites. So those three things are the reasons why they think that the people in Wida were Jews. Just for the record.
It goes hand in hand with how early historians were behaving. We have that problem right now in the whole science debate. Early historians, they were anachronistic in their work, right? So they would look at cultures that they don't identify, and they try to identify aspects of the culture they are familiar with, and they use terminologies to create that symmetry. So first they are looking from a biblical perspective. In those days, they're looking to confirm the Bible, and from the science part, they are anachronistic in the use of terms, creating a confusion. Right now, people think ancients practice science because they say ancient science, and they're using the word to demonstrate their knowledge, right? Ancient knowledge. What they're saying is they had a system of collecting their knowledge, which quote unquote scientific, right? And they had knowledge. But if you understand what science is in its modern context, what science is modern, then you can see the anachronisms taking place there. So this is what we're dealing with in a community. It's like you do literary comparison. You read the literature, you understand comparative history, comparative mythology, right? And this is where the confusion is. It's the nomenclature and the fact that people are using confirmation bias when they're engaging. They're looking for trigger words. Oh, see, right, gotcha moments. And then they fail at scholarship.
I say it all the time, Fed. I say that all the time in these conversations. It's the anachronistic way that the historians were writing and trying to convey the things that they were accustomed to the audience that they were writing to. And now we are euphemistically taking our thought processes onto them, trying to decipher and uncover what we think is hidden knowledge or hidden code in their things to mix and misplacing people and misplacing concepts in times and areas where they don't belong. It's crazy at this point. It's crazy at this point.
Hey, let me just break this down real quick. Shout out to my brother Law. I ain't say peace to my brother all day, and I know he came in and said peace to everybody. Peace to everybody.
Peace, brother.
Whether we agree or disagree, I want to say peace to black people. If you're a good person, man, I wish you the best. But if you're an idiot, I wish you the worst. I ain't got time for foolishness right now. All right. So here we are. Reggie, chill out, Reggie. I don't know what you want. Chill out, chill out, chill out, chill out, chill out. All right. So with Widar Judah, what I had the source the whole time in my presentation. I didn't even realize it till I was having an argument on Clubhouse the other day. All right. So the main source for Widar, the social history of a West African slave import, is Robin Law's book. If you want it, you can always email me, askbrothergarfield@gmail.com. So the name Widar is an anglicized form of ex-Wada. The people who are the local people call it ex-Wada, but the people who are the Europeans that came in call it different names. Whether it's Wida, Oida, Judah, Fida, they call it different names. It's the same name from ex-Wada. It's just that the X is silent. All right. All right. Let me move to the next point. All right. Let me see. How many slaves? So these are the slaves that were exported from the Bight of Benin or the Wida port. So as you see, before 1727, the local Wida people sold many to Brazil, which is the Portuguese, to the English, to the French, to the Dutch, to the Spanish and American. So you see the totals at the side annually are for every 10 years, they tell you how many people were gone. But if you look at the bottom of the screen, you'll see 1.8 million. 1.8 million, almost 2 million people left that region to go to mainly Brazil, because Brazil was almost 1 million of them went to Brazil. All right. All right. Now, Judah or Wida, the people, right? It's very important to notice. The population itself, if you look at the numbers, the population wouldn't suffice of Wida itself, wouldn't be enough to have even 1 million people or even 200,000 from between 1772 to 1890. So we know the population of Judah couldn't have been the population that went on the slave ships because the people themselves weren't enough. All right. As you can see, European trading posts in Savi, of course, which is in Wida. They look well organized. They were a well organized state. All right. Now, this book, Essays in the Economic History of the Atlantic Slave Trade, and chapter 4 by Patrick Manning, tells us the categories of the people that went. What I am saying is, Garfield is saying that the people of Wida / Judah / Fida / ex-Wada weren't on the slave ships. They were the middlemen to the Europeans originally from 1650 to 1727. So these people were selling African people, African slaves. Now, when you said the Judah was the real Judah of the Bible, they didn't get on slave ships. So you can't say, hey, they went on slave ships and da-da-da-da. Now, what Patrick Manning does, he breaks down the ethnicities of who went on the slave trade. So he breaks down the ethnic origin of the slaves, which is heavily documented. And what he proves that the people and where they come from, the ethnicities, he points them out. All right? All right. So now, this guy talks about Wida country and town, archaeological perspective on the rise and collapse of an African Atlantic kingdom. And he goes into when the Dahomey kingdom marched on to invade Wida. On March 9, 1727, advanced troops from the kingdom of Dahomey met little direct military resistance as they crossed the body of water. While they were coming, the king of Wida heard the drums, the war drums, because they attacked Alada, which is between Dahomey and Wida. So when they heard them coming, they ran off. The king and thousands of them ran off. During these attacks, tens of thousands of Wadans or Widans were displaced, thousands killed and thousands more removed to Abomi or designated for later sale across the Atlantic. Now watch this now. Dahomey sacrificed approximately 4,000 wider prisoners to commemorate the victory. The Dahomey campaign of conquest brought to a close the centrality of Savi as an international trading venue, a regional administrative center, a focal point for Huaydan religious life, and the place of final appeal in Huaydan judicial matters. So definitely, he killed off 4,000 to celebrate their campaign. So this is Dahomey up top. If you look at the map, Dahomey is at top, Alada is in between, and then Wida is right here, and then you have the port. So Wida was in control of the port city that was selling slaves. Alada used to pay Wida. Alada used to charge Dahomey money. It's like a drug dealer. You have the connect, and you have the middleman. So Wida is the connect, because they're the ones who connected to the Europeans. Alada is the middleman. He's taxing Dahomey. So Dahomey got fed up and said, yo, I'm taking over Alada. And while I'm taking over Alada, I'm going to take over Wida. So that's what happened in 1727. So Wida as a kingdom didn't exist after 1727. So anyway, Wida in 1727, King Abaja, or whatever his name is, he made a rule that nobody in the Dahomey kingdom can be sold. You can't be sold. Again, so Dahomey control Alada and he control Wida. So that means the people in Wida could not be sold. All right, just to let you know. So if those who said Judah was slaves, you wasn't a slave because they said they ain't gonna sell you. You're part of the kingdom. Let me get to
You just discovered the lost tribe, Garfield. You need to stop helping them.
In the late 17th century, relations between Alada and Wida were further complicated by their growing commercial rivalry. The original transfer of the French trading lodge from Afra in Alada to Glehu in Wida in 1671 was done with the encouragement of the king of Alada, because Afra was then in rebellion against him, and he said to have diverted his own supplies of slaves for sale through Wida. The dispute between Alada and Afra may have continued through the 1670s. So anyway, see, in 1777, Agaja sent forces to invade the northern provinces of Wida, including Gome, the village of Aplagan, All right, so here we go now. Let's break this down. The Pythons, pigs, and political process in the Huayda Kingdom, Benin, West Africa, 1650 to 1727. So from recent archaeological excavation, we know that the Huaydan Palace complex at Savi coalesced as a densely settled urban community center in the early 17th century. So now this is again a map of Dahomey, Alada, and Wida. All right, hold on one second. Let me find this pig's argument. During the Huaydan era, Bosman in 1721, page 349, noted, look at this, 140,000 gods within the Huaydan or Wida pantheon, with the first and most prominent represented by Dangbi. The second tier including sacred trees and the third sea. Reported Huaydans created new gods on a daily basis and moved gods who were deemed ineffectual out of the pantheon. However, Pythons are universally recorded as the senior or tutelary deity. 140,000 gods. All right, hold on there. Pantheon. Bosman reported in 1721 an event in which English traders killed a python soon after landing on Wida Beach, 9 kilometers south of Savi, and in response, the English party was killed by infuriated Huedans. The English trading lodge and all the goods and items therein were immediately burned. In 1697, look at this now, family. After a European-owned hog killed and ate a python, the Huedan king, or the Whydah king, issued a royal decree that all of the pigs in the kingdom be killed. Thousands of Huedans reportedly executed the order by using clubs and swords to kill swine with mob-like fury. Bosman arrived after the incident and reported that pork was dear. When he says dear, by the way, it means it's expensive throughout the Hueda kingdom due to the shortage. It was apparently even hazardous to disturb or dislocate a royal python, reflected in the case of a European who removed a python from his house with a stick and was nearly killed by a group of devotees. Given the fact that physical harm would be visited on European traders and their goods if they disturbed pythons, it is not surprising that English trader John Smith was corrected and chided by a senior official of the English Trading Lodge after the following event. All right, let me say something about this map. This map, Negro land, where it says the kingdom of Whydah on it. Let me find one that says Whydah. Okay. Where it says the kingdom, KM of Judah or Whydah, there was no kingdom of Whydah or Judah at 17 when this map was made. It was 20 years before. So this is anachronistic. So now let me say it again. For those who say Whydah is Judah, remember, because they saw them kill the pork, kill the pigs, and it was dear, it was expensive to buy pigs or hogs or swine in Whydah, people thought because they didn't see a lot of pig bones that the people did not eat pork, or they had a rule not to eat pork. That's one. Two, they were a circumcised culture, not circumcised on the 8th day. They had circumcision, a form of incision on the private part. It wasn't like circumcision of the Jews. But because they did circumcision, people who went there said, oh, they like the Jews. So they didn't eat pork like the Jews. They circumcised like the Jews, and they had a god named Danby, a snake god, who's called Danby. So when they heard the name Dan, they thought it wasn't the biblical. So that's why scholars who went there, or researchers or anthropologists who are curious, thought they were Jews. It's not like they were actually Jews at all. All right, just to make it clear to everybody. As a matter of fact, let me show this right here. A lot of people in the Hebrew Israelite community like to use this book. I put the book was being photoshopped, but it's not photoshopped. It was altered. See, what they did is they made a meme out of this picture right here, Louisiana State University, and they put at the bottom, total Hebrews imported. The book does not say that. This is what the book says on the right. It says Judah, Whydah. Judah is also Whydah. Okay? 1749. See, the totals is the same. It don't say total Hebrews imported. Somebody did that. Somebody put that and made a meme or copied this and altered it to make it say that. It doesn't say that. See? It's the book that they're quoting here. They said, read this book. Go to page 67 and 69. It said 6 ships came from Judah. That all in Judah, at Judah with all the nations of Europe. Da, 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 da. Come on, man. Why do we need to do that? To fake it. We don't need to fake it, man. We don't need to fake it to make it. We don't need to put
You know what it is? As I continue to listen to them, it's the reversing of the Hermetic hypothesis. It's the embracing of it, but it's the reversing of it. So the Hermetic hypothesis has to represent us to an extent, but they're not actually talking about us. So the curses apply to the so-called Negroes, as Khazarian and some of these Warner liars like to say. But the only way we can get out of it is to embrace it. So it's a weird conundrum. The Hermetic hypothesis has to be real, though. It's weird, Garfield. It's stupid at this. Like you say, it's ridiculous at this time, bro. Because like Cedric said, they want to embrace the geography, the evolution part, but they don't want to accept the genetic part. It's like,
Hey, look at
so
this
they
picture.
want to play in these worlds, but not accept everything.
Look at these Jews being led away by Sennacherib in 701 BC. Look at these women. Look at these nice black women. Look at them. That's you, black woman. This is how you used to look in the past.
Yeah, man.
African American woman. That's you right there. Right there. Look at that with the beard and the nose and the alkaline nose and all that stuff. That's y'all. Now, the brother asked a question. The brother said, Garfield, how different can circumcision be? Why don't you ask the woman in these African cultures whose clitoris has been chopped off?
Facts.
Female circumcision, when they had thousands of references that could give you primary sources, how they're documented in Brazil, how the women there were, they call it FGM, female genital
Mutilation.
removal or whatever, mutilation.
Yeah, mutilation. Yeah.
What do you talk about that? When they say circumcision, they circumcise the woman too. The Igbo circumcise the woman. They chop that little part that y'all like to be touched. They said, nah, you ain't gonna have no satisfaction in this culture, nigga. Boom! Chop that little piece of meat off. You don't need that extra meat. Yep. Why don't y'all talk about that?
Mm-hmm.
Circumcision, they do an incision. In Native American culture, they do incisions. It's called a rites of passage in African culture, not no damn circumcised away in 8 days. The reason why the Igbos is because the Igbos do circumcise in the 8 days. But guess what? The navel string is more important in their process than anything else. And they also circumcise in teenage years, not only after the 8th day. So that's why they think that they're Jews. But they eat pork. They don't know Torah. They never did. Y'all can't tell Garfield nothing about no Igbo, because that's what I am. As far as genetically, I'm more Igbo than I can. When we say uno in a Jamaica, when a Jamaican will listen, when we say uno, that's an Igbo word. It means you. Uno go down on the road now. Now the guy said we speak in English. Uno is not an English word. That's an Igbo word. Uno, that's not English. Uno mari, uno somad, or uno somad. So the English and the dialect is together. Of course, we speak in the English words and we write in Latin script. So, we write Latin script. Does that make us Latin? We Romans now? Oh, man. But this is, so African-American woman, this is how you looked in the past, just for the record. Because that's a woman being led by Assyrians into captivity. Just for the record.
Garfield, we only Romans when we use the numerals, not the letters, okay?
Now, anybody want to come on and challenge what I'm saying? I'm right here. Uno mari and go. Right, Mongo? Do I celebrate Christmas? Hell yeah, I celebrate Christmas. I celebrate Passover. I celebrate Jehovah's Witness days. I celebrate the Mormon day. I'm a celebrator. I celebrate every shit.
That's what I'm saying.
Especially if it makes me off. If I'm working and I'm off from a job, hell yeah, I celebrate all them shits.
Bro, we cultural Christians. We here in the West.
Absolutely,
I'm not going to work on Good Friday like everybody else. I'm a good Christian boy. I'm staying my butt home. I might eat chicken. I might eat chicken though, but I'm taking the day off, bro.
We are all culturally Christian.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So why live in a society and not be part of the culture? Like, you don't have to embrace whatever philosophy is behind that moment. You can create your own thing, but why not celebrate Christmas? Why have your kids grow up and be outside of the society they live in? That's torture.
You read this book, Cedric? Ola Uda Equiano? Have you read this book?
Parts of it. I didn't read the whole book.
Did you see the debate with me and Reggie? When me and Reggie did this?
Yeah.
Right, look at what it says here, because Reggie claimed he read the book, and I said, Reggie, you know he was a slave master. He helped his boy. And Sarnetta said at the end of the debate, Garfield, you got to show this before you leave, man. We don't believe you, man. So I said, if y'all read the book, y'all would have known that he said the author embarks on a board ship bound for Cadiz, is near being shipwrecked, goes to Malaga, remarkably fine cathedral there. The author disputes with popish priests, picking up 11 miserable men at sea, returning to England. engages again with Dr. Irving to accompany him to Jamaica and the Mosquito Shore, meets with an Indian prince on board. The author attempts to instruct him in the truth of the gospel. Frustrated by the bad example of some in the ship, they arrive on the Mosquito Shore with some slaves they purchased at Jamaica and begin to cultivate a plantation. Some account of the manners and customs of the Mosquito Indians, successful device of the authors to quell a riot among them, curious entertainment given by them to Dr. Irving and the author, who leaves the shore and goes for Jamaica, is barbarously treated by a man with whom he engaged for his passage, escapes and goes to the Mosquito Admiral, who treats him kindly. He gets another vessel and goes on board, instances of bad treatment, meets Dr. Irving, gets to England, is cheated by his captain, leaves the doctor and goes for England. Now, he does help his doctor friend to set up a slave plantation. That's what he did. And I was happy once more amongst friends, but once he did that whole thing and they actually catched him, he had a mind for a new adventure and cultivating a plantation at Jamaica and the Mosquito Shore. Asked me to go with him and said that he would trust me with his estate in preference to anyone. By the advice, therefore, of my friends, I accepted of the offer, knowing that the harvest was fully ripe in those parts, and hoped to be the instrument under God of bringing some poor sinner to my well-beloved master. Jesus Christ. Before I embarked, I found with the doctor 4 Mosquito Indians who were chiefs in their own country and were brought here by some English traders for some selfish ends. One of them was the Mosquito's king's son, a youth of about 18 years old. Oh, man. Ola Uda Equiano, who dressed up as a white man and went to court to represent his friend.
His well-beloved master.
I love Equiano. I love Equiano. What's up?
Maybe go back over some weight. Get your pants on.
Which book? The Life and Times of Equiano is life story. Who that talking? Is that King J talking? Then he said he was an Igbo, and then he took it out of his book. His book got 9 editions. King J is crazy right now. Michael, you got to mute up, bro. Now, he has 9 editions to his book. And after the first edition, and by the way, too, he says, a stressing narrative of the life of Ola Uda Equiano, Gustavo Vassa, the African. He didn't say, I'm a Hebrew, I'm a Jew, I'm an Israelite. He said, I'm an African. Then he took it out of his book, Cedric, that he was an Igbo. He took it out. He said, of the most remote and fertile of which I was born in the year 1745, situated in a charmed fruit vale named Esaka. At that point, he said he used to have the part that said, I was an Igbo man. I was an Igbo man. I was born in the year 1745. He took it out. Then you look at the first, another edition, he took it out. Took it out.
I wonder why.
I wonder why, exactly. Took it out. So I keep showing all the different editions, and he took it out. I was born in the year 1745. Took it out. Then
is that maybe in that time acknowledging that for himself carries a particular stigma?
No. I think I truly believe, and when I spoke to the scholar that wrote the book about him, that brought the arguments that he's not from Africa, he didn't know about that. The Truth Historian is the one that told me about that. He said he wasn't aware. During the interview, I said, well, were you aware that he removed Igbo out of the 2nd edition to the 9th edition? Why would you do that if you're an Igbo? Why would you do that? That don't make any sense.
So he was wrong?
No, it's not that he's wrong for doing it, but if you're
is it a correction? Maybe he was not Igbo?
No, I think he learned about the Igbo culture from the brothers in Africa. In England. I'm sorry, in England. Because remember, even in the narrative, he's talking about his father having scarification. And I'm like, oh. And then because Sarnetta had asked, so Garfield, how he know that his father was? I said, what was his father's name? What was his mother's name? What was his sister's name? Nobody knows. That's how I caught Yara. Yara was lying on Brother Bereen. When I said, what was his sister's name? This is how I get these niggas acting like they read books and I know they ain't read them.
Yara always lying.
Yara said, I know his sister's name. I got it right here. I'm like, yeah, all right. I'll wait for it. I said, Yara, let me stop you. he never mentions his sister name, which is weird. If you're telling your life story and you remember all this stuff about you being connected, you doing stuff that Jews do and all that stuff, why would you make up a narrative? And this is what he did that was kind of puzzling, why I couldn't trust him. Although he's one of the he's top 5 greatest black slaves ever. And that's not, I gotta say that. It's not like I'm hating on him. I'm just saying he did this con in my mind for us to be free. Because they needed a slave, a person who actually experienced a slave trade to testify. Because the guy, I'm gonna read the source in a minute. But look at what he did right here, Cedric. He took a source, quoted the source, lied on the source, thinking that people wouldn't read the source. Look at what he did. Dr. John Gill, did he disagree with Equiano? Look what he did. Here I cannot forbear suggesting what has long struck me very forcibly, namely the strong analogy which, even by this sketch, imperfect as it is, appears to prevail in the manners and customs of my countrymen and those of the Jews. Before they reached the land of promise, and particularly the patriarchs, while they were yet in that pastoral state which is described in Genesis, an analogy which alone would induce me to think that one people has sprung from the other. The Ebos sprung from the Jews, or the Jews sprung from the Ebos. Because I don't know if y'all know, the main guy that teach the Ebos are Jews, are connected to them. He's saying that the Jews come from the Ebos. Remy Yona. I don't know if people even know that. At this point, Equiano weaves into his discussion the biblical commentaries of John Gill, John Brown, and Arthur Bedford. He cites these writers in order to present as their confirmation of his casual impression what is actually a well-scripted, thoughtfully orchestrated argument designed to persuade the reader that the Igbo are derived from biblical, specifically Jewish ancestors. In his autobiography, in other words, these commentators seem to confirm what has long struck him as more than coincidental similarities between the Igbo and the Jews. Equiano gestures toward Dr. Gill's commentary on Genesis to note how Gill ably deduces the pedigree of the Africans from the descendants of Abraham. John Clark's Truths of the Christian Religion and Arthur Bedford's Scripture Chronology, he informs the reader, both corroborate Gill's findings. Now watch this now, family. A careful study of Equiano's sources, however, reveals that, hold on, let me make this smaller, reveals that none of these commentaries actually claim that Africans are descendants of ancient Jews. The claim is Equiano's exclusively, but because Equiano anticipates that his readers will likely reject any interpretive creativity on his part, he attributes to biblical commentators who are familiar to his English readers the claim that the Igbo nation is of Jewish origin. It is true that English biblical commentary commonly identified Africans as descendants of biblical characters, but not the ones whom Equiano suggests. Equiano claims that the descendants of the biblical Hebrew patriarchs eventually made their way to Africa, West Africa, producing the Igbo nation, a people whose religion bore, in his estimation, clear evidence of Jewish origins. Hold on a second. Hold on one second. Equiano anticipates objections from his readers on the very grounds that ancient Jews, as popular conceived in the colonial era, were not dark-skinned, and that Africans therefore could not possibly have descended from them. Moreover, the reigning scientific disposition toward pigmentation represented dark skin as an aberration from normative human phenotypic expression. White skin, in other words, was normal, so it was only dark skin that required an explanation. But Equiano has done his homework and employs subtle, let me make this bigger for everybody listening and watching. But Equiano has done his homework and employs subtle ironic maneuvers to explain this enigma of white-skinned ancestors producing dark-skinned peoples in Africa. He announces that this difference of color between the Igbo Africans, and the modern Jews is a problem beyond his abilities to explain, and for which he feigns not to bear a solution for his readers. Despite this self-abnegating posture, however, explain it he does. Equiano cites 2 instances of European Spaniards and Portuguese settling in torrid equatorial lands and over a few generations becoming as dark-skinned as the peoples indigenous to those regions. the latter producing perfect Negroes. It is clear from the context of his discussion of the Portuguese, however, that these perfect Negroes resulted from intermarriage between white settlers and native Africans, not the torrid climate. So you see, ladies and gentlemen, he's basically saying that the original Jews were white-skinned and that they changed dark because they started living in Africa. I never said that. Equiano said that. Equiano said that. What did Equiano's sources actually claim about African origins, and how did Equiano incorporate them into his argument? Especially important to his scheme were the works of Gill, Brown, and Bedford. All three were early modern ministers who had written influential Bible study aids in some form. John Brown, for instance, had authored a widely popular Bible dictionary that infused theology into terse entries for arbitrarily selected terms from Christian scripture. Brown designed his dictionary for a common readership. All right, now watch this now. Let me get this right here. All right, I don't even want to go into all of that. Equiano's nativity, negative, birthright, indigenous, ethnic, universal, I whiten my face that they might not know me, race and identity, all the Equiano narrative. Do people know who are listening that he actually went to court dressed up as a white man? He put on a white face like how Drewski did. He actually did that and went to court in England to represent his friend.
So you mean that's a classic example of cherry picking sources to affirm your position, right? That's a classic error there. Not an error, because he did it on purpose. He tried to support his claim by cherry picking sources that were credible. Now, something we see often in the community. I could think of a couple of names off the head, but no, not going to say.
Oh man. Equiano said, I now not only felt myself quite easy with these new countrymen, but relished their society and manners. I no longer looked upon them as spirits. He's talking about the white men, but as men superior to us, and therefore I had the stronger desire to resemble them, to imbibe their spirit and imitate their manners. I therefore embraced every occasion of improvement, and every new thing that I observed, I treasured up in my memory. He's talking about white people. Yeah. He wanted to imitate them. He wanted to imbibe their spirit and imitate their manners. Yep. See, look at it right here. When he arrives in England in 1767 as a free man, his desire for self-confirmation is translated into a deep-seated determination not only to imitate his former white masters, but even resemble them in every way. So this is why he helped the doctor to start the slave plantation. That's what he did. That's what Equiano did, yo. Still love him though. Still love Equiano. That's my
you got to love him. And when we read without historical anachronisms, we can appreciate the complexity of the situation he's in. Again, subject to what he is experiencing, right? He is in a peculiar situation. So he's going to filter to the dominant culture, right? Because that's what's around him. And in that time, right, his disposition as an African doesn't do you no favors. Let's be honest.
Look at this here. The first and perhaps most striking of such revelatory moments occurs while Equiano is himself still a child, lodging in Guernsey with a white crewman whose daughter develops a close friendship with Equiano. The scene has the same disturbing connotations of racial self-discovery as Fanon's street encounter with the French child. This mate had a little daughter aged about 5 or 6 years, with whom I used to be much delighted. I had often observed that when her mother washed her face, it looked very rosy, but when she washed mine, it did not look so. I therefore tried oftentimes myself if I could not by washing make my face of the same color as my little playmate Mary. But it was all in vain, and I now began to be mortified at the difference in our complexion. This woman behaved to me with great kindness and attention, and taught me everything in the same manner as she did her own child, and indeed in every respect treated me as such. Without doubt, this is a moment in Equiano's consciousness that is loaded with symbolic meaning. Moreover, it represents an early triggering not only of his sense of being socially disqualified by his own blackness, but also of his desire for rehabilitation physically as a white person. The attempt, the attempt to wash away the darkness of his skin to make it as rosy as that of the little girl is thus conflated with his wish to be incorporated as one of the siblings in a white family. There's also an underlying erotic element to this key memory, as Equiano begins the paragraph in which it is told with the confession of an albeit ludicrous fantasy about another little white girl whom he says grew prodigiously fond of me. Despite there being children, Equiano nevertheless admits to an unexplained fear I should be betrothed to this young lady. In both contexts, there's an indication of deep-seated anxiety, both fear and longing, about the prospect of intimate familial integration into the white community. It represents a curious admission on Equiano's part of his conflicting emotion even as a child, which should alert us to some of the other psychological tensions embedded in the narrative. You know what's important about this? If he was young, how old was he at this point? Because why would they bring, I know they brought children over like 12, 13. They really didn't bring children like 5, 6 over on slave ships. You see, all these things that you got to think about when you think about the story and what he's telling us. Because Equiano returns, for instance, to the same image of actively changing the color of his skin as a form of facial and racial disguise in a later scene that once again involves a symbolic act of transgression. While trying to assist a very clever black man, John Ennis, who had been kidnapped by a white slave trader, Equiano enters his house together with an English police constable to serve a writ of habeas corpus on the kidnapper. To do this, Equiano disguises himself in the following almost theatrical manner. By being known to them, occasioned me to use the following deception. I whitened my face that they might not know me, and this had its desired effect. The whole stratagem subsequently fails, however, when the case is brought before a court where Equiano is deceived. He claimed by his own unfaithful attorney. The slave John Ennis is again kidnapped and eventually tortured to death. Equiano's resulting sense of guilt about what happened is couched in terms of a religious crisis, but he appears not only distraught by the terrible fate of the slave, it is also the realization of his own powerless status that brings him to the verge of suicide. Yeah, man, Equiano, y'all. Equiano.
Until somebody asked why they can't super chat.
Oh, you can't do super chat no more on my channel. For some reason, YouTube said they're not effing with me no more. YouTube said they're not effing with me no more. If you want to send a cash app, though, you could email me. I send in my cash app. Or send it to Mika or one of them, and they'll get it to me. Now, watch this now, right? People want to know why he would lie, right? If he did lie. All right. The revelation in 1995 that Equiano's baptismal and naval records contradict his own account of his birth and upbringing by saying that he was actually born in South Carolina raises the very strong possibility that nothing in Equiano's account of Africa was based on first-hand experience. Scholars and critics have increasingly come to recognize that the apparent uniqueness of his account does not guarantee its authenticity. We would probably never know the truth about Equiano's birth and upbringing. Nonetheless, whether or not Equiano's account is authentic, Afikbo's conclusion that it is the most reliable description of 18th century Igbo land we have may still be correct. We must keep in mind, however, that in many ways the notion of an 18th century Igbo land is an anachronism. As Chinua Achebe has observed, the consciousness of the Igbo identity that Equiano asserts is a quite recent phenomenon. Before the 1960s, the Igbo people did not see themselves as Igbo. They saw themselves as people from this village or that village. In fact, in some places, Igbo was a word of abuse. They were the other people down in the bush. During the much later colonial period, the peoples in Africa who were earlier called Igbo by others and who shared a common language increasingly came to identify themselves as Igbo. As Joseph Inokori reminds us, modern commentators may be retrojecting a post-18th century conception of Igbo identity into the earlier period. It should be noted that a pan-Igbo identity as we know it today did not exist during the Atlantic slave era. That's crazy. That's a very important point. Very important point. Yeah, some of the stories he told in his book, you know, he copied from other books. This Igbo scholar pointed it out. I pointed it out in the debate with me and Reggie. Yeah, so this guy Clarkson, an answer to Reverend Clarkson, letter dated 1788, hurried picture of West Indian tyranny and brutality, and this is drawn upon the authority of people whose names Mr. Clarkson ventures not to produce. I challenge, it was a challenge that produced Equiano. I challenge Mr. Clarkson to produce a single man of decent character, whoever gave him such an account. I do not mean a gentleman. I do not mean even a white man. I defy him to produce a Negro of character who would not turn pale in fabricating such assertions. I call upon Mr. Clarkson to produce any book he ever perused in which he found such stories. Gilbert Franklin, an apologist for the slave trade and slavery, responded to Clarkson in an answer to the Reverend Mr. Clarkson's essay. Why might Equiano have created an African nativity and disguised an American birth? Before 1789, the abundant evidence and many arguments against the transatlantic slave trade came from white voices alone. Both opponents and defenders of the trade recognized the rhetorical power in authentic African voice could wield in the struggle. In an essay on the slavery and commerce of human species, Equiano's future subscriber, Thomas Clarkson, acknowledged the desirability of hearing the victim's point of view. Clarkson dramatized the transatlantic slave trade by placing the trade in the clearest and most conspicuous point of view, employing the virtual reality of fiction to convey factual experience. He imagined himself interviewing a melancholy African. We shall, he wrote, throw a considerable part of our information on this head into the form of a narrative. We shall suppose ourselves in short on the continent of Africa, relate a scene which from its agreement with unquestionable facts might not unreasonably be presumed. Yeah, so the whole anti-slave movement needed Equiano to tell this story. And boy, did he tell a story. Equiano knew that to continue its increasing momentum, the anti-slave trade movement needed precisely the kind of account of Africa in the Middle Passage he could supply. An African, not an African-American voice, was what the abolitionist cause required. He gave a voice to the millions of people people forced to be taken from Africa and brought to the Americas as slaves. Equiano recognized a way to do very well financially by doing a great deal of good in supplying that much-needed voice. He may have forged a part of the personal identity and created an Igbo national identity avant la lettre to enable himself to become an effective spokesman for his fellow diaspora Africans. So that's why I said I appreciate him 100 times over, but he may have been not telling the entire truth. Shout out to my brother, man. Shout out to Gustavo Vassa, aka my boy. So this is his baptismal record. And for the record, even on the book, the author said the picture on the right is the wrong one. The one on the left is what Equiano put in his book. This is the baptismal record. You see his name on it. Gustavo Vassa, black man, born in Carolina, 12 years old. He actually was around 14 at this time, 1859, to be honest. He was about 14 years old, Gustavo Vassa. And then we have the muster roll, which is written in his book. On the muster list of the roll prior to that date, not surprisingly, no documented area of Vassa has been found. The names of Pascal and Vassa's young friend Richard Baker appear in the muster book. The muster and paid books, royalty, He's not identified as a servant of the captain. So this is in Gustavo Vassa's book. So if you want to know like exactly what ship he was on, the ship is actually documented in his book. I see no one has a real challenge about the Ashkenazi Jews and who is a real Jew and how to identify themselves. My man came on, Johnny Weiser came on, proved he was a Jew, you know. Nobody challenged him. Everybody they're just mad with the white man. For what reason, I don't know. I have no idea. The Ray Sauce. This is the documentation from the muster records, the Admiralty records, the primary. This is him documented, and this is when he was free also. When he was 28 years old, they said he said he was 28 years old, he was born in South Carolina. So when he says that, it's not people saying that, it's him saying that. And he's a free man at the time. And people might say, well, he was scared to say he was born in Africa. Well, there's 2 other people on the ship that said they're from Africa. See, this is actually in his book right here. He talk about being on the muster 1773, and that's the same muster right here. Muster book Racer 1773. He said it's in his book. So nobody's forcing Equiana to lie. He's the one that says that he's born. See, the 22-year-old Richard York, sometimes spelled York, was born in Guinea, and the 32-year-old Jonathan Syfax was born in Madagascar. So the 2 guys on the plane, on the ship, said they come from Africa. So it wasn't like he had to lie and say he's not from Africa. York was serving under Captain Steer Douglas on the Squirrel when Vassar sought Douglas's protection in 1776 to enable him to return to England from the Caribbean. In fact, York may well have vouched for Vassar to Douglas, the former owner of Julius Sobeys, friend and correspondent of Ignatius Sancho. If you look at his will, he's using the name Gustave Vassar. He's not using Equiana. Equiana was like a year before his book came out. And then his marriage certificate, he's still using Vassar. He married that white woman, Susan Cullen. Yara's like, she's not white. She's off-white. Yo, Gustavo Vassar, yo, my dude, yo. I love him, man. Love you to death, Gustavo Vassar. You had to lie, bro. If you did, you did, man. You helped me out. Now I'm in America because of you. And we free because of you, bro. So shout out to Gustavo Vassar, the Sons of Africa. Yep. Can I buy that book, Life and Times of Gustavo Vassar? Yeah. Yeah, we good. Anybody want to challenge what we've been talking about all day, man? Black people, stop lying to black people, yo. That's your problem. P-Bar, what's up? P-Bar, you still there?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm still here, man. I'm still here, man. I go on listen, you know. I go on listen.
What's on your mind? What's on your mind? So how do you think you are a bloodline Israelite?
Listen, let me explain my little story there. I used to go to the school back in the days, but I will agree with you. Nobody can prove that. It cannot be proven. So
I wouldn't say no. There's a guy that I interviewed named Ehav Ever. He came over here to America, but he didn't come as a slave. He's a descendant of Sephardic Jews. He lives in Israel now.
Right. I went out there a couple of times, but you know, the narratives that they come with the slave ships and the Deuteronomy 28:68, and you know, a lot of stuff is twisted. You understand? Nobody can put the lifeline on and say, yes, you know, I'm definitely the tribe of this. The 12 tribe stuff is a bunch of crap, which you already defeated them so many times with. It's a bunch of foolishness. Better they say, hey, we feel like we're the Israelites. But for you to start breaking down tribes and all this other crazy stuff, it's you know, I don't agree with that. You went over the parts that with the Jews and that traveled to Europe and stuff like that. Did you ever look into 2 Kings chapter 17 with the king of Assyria that put all these different nations in Jerusalem at the time?
Yeah.
Right. So when I speak to a lot of them, I said, hey, if this story is true and the king of Assyria put all these different nations in Jerusalem when the tribes were taken out, they stayed there for 700 years during the time of Christ. So if they converted to Judaism and learned the ways of the Jews, what do you think happens in 700 years?
Exactly. It's that simple.
Let me ask
plain and simple.
Yeah. I don't think, you know, well, personally, I don't think the Bible existed at the time. So I think the Bible is like a rewriting. It gives itself some history, but there's some history attached to it. Let me ask you this. You got your Bible in front of you?
Yes.
All right, go to 2 Kings 18 verses 12. Read verse 12, 13, and 14. I want to make a quick point to you.
Okay. Good, you can pull it up.
I want to see if you see where I'm going. Let's see if you
Go ahead, B. Go ahead. I listen to you a lot of times, you know. I just don't. It's my first time log on.
No. More you read it so that people could hear you as a believer reading it. I don't think I'm making it up.
No, go ahead. Put it on the screen. Put it on the screen.
All right. Let me put it.
Go for it.
Let me put it on the screen.
And I don't believe Esau is the white man either.
Only my brother Trevor. Only Trevor believe that shit. Trevor believe that shit like
You were exactly right, bro.
They know say Mount Seir, right? That's south of Jerusalem.
Yeah.
It's even more hotter.
It's near the equator. That shit is the equator. Closer to the equator. That shit is so dumb.
Close to the
All right, let's look at 2 Kings 13. I think it's right.
Can I read a verse?
Me and the brother having a conversation. Now you want to read a verse. That make any sense, bro?
Bro, you steady being condescending. I'm trying to like be civil here. Just let me know when I can talk.
But me and the brother is having a conversation. How you gonna come in now and say, "Can I read a verse?" You have no etiquette, bro. I'm not being condescending. But how would you?
You still debating? I thought you was having a conversation. I just muted my mic, right?
It's all good, bro. You're good to go, bro. It's all good, man. You're all right, man. All right, here we go. So this is what it says. 2 Kings 18 verses 13. Because they obeyed not the voice of the Lord their God, but transgressed his covenant, and all that Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded, and would not hear them, nor do them. Now in the 14th year of King Hezekiah, did Sennacherib, king of Assyria, come up against all the fenced cities of Judah and took them. What does that mean?
That I understand exactly. I understand. That means what was always taught over there, right? That they only took the northern part, but they took the southern because Judah is south of Israel, of Jerusalem. So they had to go past the northern kingdom to go into the south to get the southern kingdom. But Judah is the southern kingdom. So he did take both kingdoms.
Now when did these, let me ask both of y'all, P-Bar and Trevor, when did these people from Judah, where did they go and when did they come back?
As far as I know, and what I understand and know, that Judah never left.
So what did he do right here? What did Sennacherib do right here?
He conquered the cities that had them under control, but they never left. Judah never left.
All right, now watch this. Where are these pictures from? What is this picture about? You know, back in the days, the Israelites used to always post these pictures and say black people moving, and these are black people being taken. This picture right here with the Nubian heads, they say
the Nubian heads. Yes, I remember this. It's back in the ideas.
All right, so this is during Sennacherib's thing. So where is he taking them? He's taking them right here. He's taking the woman and the cattle.
Right.
So he says, the Bible says he took all of them from the cities that were fenced. So all the cities of Judah were fenced. So where did he take them? Because in their records, in the Assyria, this is where the Bible and history actually is correct. Both. This is history and it's correct. So this is the Assyrians taking the people from Judah, right? These same pictures. So now he took them to Nineveh, right? Areas and some of the same areas where the northern tribes were taken.
Right.
Right. So now, so we know he was taken. Now the issue is, when did they come back? Judah, because he took Judah. If you ever bought my book, Misconception and Misinformation by the Black Hebrew Israelites, I have a whole chapter called The Lost Tribes of Judah. Hezekiah, Sennacherib, and the Lost Tribes of Judah.
Right.
But this is what messes up the whole 12-tribe chart too, because if Judah was taken, you got to account for when they came back. And you can't,
when they came back. Right. That you're talking about under the Babylonian time.
No. Babylonian time is a different time.
That's after the Syrians. That's after the
Assyrians. Yep.
Right. That's after the Syrians. Right.
Where did they go? Right. And when did they come back? Because we know they left because the Bible said he took them. The Bible said. I ain't say it. Golf, you didn't make it up. So when did those tribes of Judah come back? That's
I mean, that's a good point. When did they come back?
Somebody said, "Who cares? The most I don't."
No, it's a good point. It's a good point because a lot of them they would they argue with the Samaritans and this and I said all those people that was in the northern parts were different nations. They were there. They stayed there for 700 years. They were never taken out.
Yeah, what's up?
They stayed there.
Nope.
And they converted. A lot of them converted.
Definitely not Persia. Yeah, what's up? Definitely
Right.
not Persia. Definitely not Persia. You see, what happened is, if we believe this is history, which I do, this is one story I could rock with the Bible believers and say it's history.
Right.
We know where they were taken, and in Persia, you're talking about the northern tribes.
The northern tribes, right.
The tribes were taken to Elam or whatever, right?
Elam and them places, right. And then the king of Assyria put all the different nations that he was controlling,
right,
in the northern parts.
But this right here, Sennacherib took them, and the proof is this, right? In history, he gave the Philistines permission to rule what's called Shephelah. So what happened is Judah shrunk. So if you look up Shephelah in history, right?
Right.
You'll see that the god Dagon is being worshipped, the god Asherah or Asher, and another god is being worshipped. The gods of the Philistines, whoever the Philistines worship, you see them being worshipped in that area. You find evidence of archaeology there. So that's when Judah shrunk and became small, because the Assyrians gave 3 different Philistine kings permission to rule that area.
To rule them.
So now, watch this now. So now, when did they come back? So if you notice in the Bible, you have stories of Dagon and Hosea, right? You have different stories. So you got to start thinking to yourself, why is it the Philistine stories come into play with David and all that stuff and all these different cultures and gods you hear that shouldn't be worshiping? Judah, because they took over what's called Shephelah, that entire region. Syria took it
which would be the southern part of Israel.
Now let me look up a map of Shephelah real quick. Shephelah. Shephelah map. Let me look up Shephelah map and I'm gonna put it on the screen. Shephelah Bible map. Hold on there. Shephelah.
Ham is the father of the dark races, but not the Negroes. Who do the Negroes descend from? That's my question.
Let me ask you a question. Do white and black people have sex?
That's racism, brother.
I'm asking you a question. Do white and black people have sex?
Hold on. You say what, brother?
Do white and black people have sex?
Yeah.
All right. So if white and black people have sex, how do you determine if somebody is black or white? They have sex.
The father.
The father, right? All right. So if the father is black and the daughter is white, I mean the daughter is black or white. The daughter is black, right? So if that daughter has sex with a white man, her child is what? White?
Wait a minute, say that last part again.
So if that child has sex with a white man, is that daughter now white?
Okay, now let me try to follow you what you're saying. You're saying if a black man has a
you have sex with a white woman.
Let me follow you.
No. Hold on. You have sex with a white woman and have a child. That child is still black.
Correct.
That child now, to the child is Garfield. No, not Garfield. To the child is Mika. Mika have sex with a white man and have a son. So that son now is white. Am I correct?
Correct.
All right. So how do you explain when the white man has sex with our children and we end up 30% of us having the marker of that European? So would that make the African American white because he has the R marker? Because he's coming from a white man.
Correct.
Hold on. Pause.
Okay.
Nobody, let me underline that. Nobody is older than black people, Garfield. We were already here. We weren't brought anyway.
dispute. I think you're making a faulty
No,
argument.
no, 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 no. That's the end of the debate, bro. Nobody is older than black people. It's
So
not
what
about
happened, so
fourth
what happened to white people?
What do you mean what happened to him?
No, ask this question. What would you consider Bob Marley?
White. His daddy white.
Right. All right. Correct. So his
Louis
point,
Farrakhan white.
Garfield is trying to say, right?
No,
This
we
is
don't
this is
consider
what
Bob Marley white.
Bob Marley white, bro. His daddy is white.
his father's
Brother,
white. All right, then.
brother,
So
he got a
what
white
Garfield is
daddy.
saying,
He got a white daddy, but he was raised in
That don't mean nothing.
a
You are
Jamaican.
your father
Dude, brother, stop, brother.
Bullshit.
Let other people talk, brother. You cut me off.
Okay.
Okay,
The
but
culture bro, hold on, brother.
Okay.
The culture that you're raised in do matter, brother.
Bro, you are who your father is. End of discussion.
Brother, nobody believes that but you. That's
what the book says.
That's a
Let's get
biblical
the Bible.
doctrine, brother.
Let's get the Bible.
No,
Brother,
but
brother.
let me just add to that.
Was Bob Marley a Jew?
But let me just say this, right?
Bob Marley is an Edomite.
Garfield, let me ask you this question, right?
What you talking about,
Garfield, I have
brother?
a question for
Bob
Garfield.
Marley was a black person, brother.
No, he
concerning
wasn't.
DNA.
His daddy is white as snow.
And was raised
Google Bob
in
Marley daddy.
black culture.
His
That
father's
don't mean
white. Bob
nothing.
Marley's father
Watch
was
this.
white.
Hold
That's
on.
why I said that.
All Bob Marley
gentlemen.
kids
Watch this.
are Bob
Look
Marley
up,
kids are
Bob
white
Marley is a
people.
white man. Cope.
So
Anyway,
all his kids
Louis
are white.
Farrakhan is also a white man. Louis Farrakhan, the minister of Islam, father is a Caucasian man. So
Y'all funny, brother.
Louis Farrakhan is white.
He's going by Bible.
Let me Garfield.
You.
Yeah, I know you've been dealing with the DNA and stuff like that.
Crazy.
So if the man carries the X and Y, do we determine if it's going to be a boy or girl, right?
What?
He's saying basically, do the man determine the
If
sex?
a man determines, yes.
Basically, the woman carries the child. She don't have
She
nothing.
carries the child, but the man determines whether it's going to be a boy or a girl, not the woman.
No. When the fifth month, when the gene expression, what determines if it's going to be male or female is the testosterone at the fifth month. If there's no
From
testosterone,
the man or the woman?
it's the uterus, it's in the woman's womb.
Oh my God.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Garfield, you have anything to add on to that?
Nope.
Okay. The man determines whether it's going to be a boy or girl.
Yeah, the father
determines. Yes, the father.
How does the father determine the gene expression in the womb? Tell me.
If the father that's what whole biology is, bro.
That's biology is. That's
You're
why
not,
we said
you're not
would be a
saying,
white
you're not
man.
giving me an answer. How does the father determine the gene expression in the woman's womb?
The mother always contributes what's called the X chromosome, right? But the father contributes either the X or the Y, because the father. Remember, when a woman takes a DNA test, she can't show Y. So the key point is the egg has only X. The sperm can be X or Y.
Yeah, and that's determined in the fifth month in the woman's womb. So how does that's determined by testosterone?
The egg, no, but the X only has only X. The egg, the sperm can be X or Y. So what happened is,
you're suggesting.
Hold on. The X sperm plus the X egg would make it a girl. The Y sperm plus the X egg makes it a boy.
There we go.
It's the boy. It's the man that determines it. The man determines.
So Bob Marley would be a white man, plain and simple.
Yeah. In the sense, no, I wouldn't say that.
Come on, man. It is what.
Yeah. He picks up the color, right? He's gonna pick up the color. He's gonna pick up the color of the woman.
Those are social constructs.
Remember this. How many chromosomes?
Genetics aren't social constructs.
Hold on.
White and black are social constructs, bro.
Yeah. How many chromosomes does the man get from the woman? The baby gets from the woman. 23, right? Now, how much you get from the male? 23.
The same.
There's equal share. So you can't say yeah, X, Y, and Z, because it's a boy. Yes, he controls it. The man controls it. But you
right. What you're saying is that
hold on. 23 chromosomes come from the mother and 23 come from the father. So you
that's
get
fine.
Equal.
That's fine.
You get equal from the mother and the father.
Mm-hmm.
But the father determines the sex.
But I'm asking
Who?
you,
The
so
father determines the
Garfield,
sex. Right.
Garfield, you're not saying how. So you're suggesting that the father determines the sex. You're saying that the sex is predetermined before the father puts the sperm in the woman.
No. It can't be. It can't be.
Then how does the father determine the sex if it's not predetermined?
Because the
The
sperm
sperm
carries male and female.
the
It's that
fertilizer.
simple.
The sperm.
Right.
You don't
Sperm carries male and female, but what determines that?
The X carrying sperm or the Y carrying sperm.
So no, that's determined. No,
man has both. We have both. We could give it an X sperm or a Y sperm, and both of them is XX.
And once that is in the womb of the woman, is the express, right, determined upon the expression of the testosterone in the 5th month. If there's no testosterone interjected in the 5th month, you remain a female.
Were that the case, a female sperm from the
You
male?
remain a blank. You're a blank, huh?
It's that simple, bro.
You say what?
I was saying that if that is the case and there's no testosterone, therefore that sperm was a female sperm that made no testosterone develop at that point.
You will remain with no testosterone. You remain what you already was, but that would be the female. So that goes back into showing that the XX chromosome, the Y is simply a mutated X. We know this.
But at the end of the day, brother, the man determines the sex of the child.
That's impossible.
Race.
You're not even making sense. How could the man determine the sex of a child if science would suggest that the X comes before the Y?
Come on, bro.
Come on, bro. You're not making sense, brother. You're talking biblical nonsense.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. We good. Let's just say the sperm, the X sperm or the Y sperm determines the sex, and the sperm comes from the man. All right. So it depends on the man exactly, but it depends on which sperm comes out. But it's from the man.
It's from the man, of course.
If I plant an apple tree, it's still gonna be an apple tree.
Excuse me, guys. Excuse me. Let me talk about Shephala and get back to what I was talking about. All right. 3 different kings or mayors or whatever was assigned by the Assyrians to this area called Shephala, which is a part of Judah. All right. Shephala is a lowland that must have been given by inhabitants living in the higher elevations of Judah. These rolling hills form an effective barrier separating Judah from the Philistine plain. 4 valleys, wadis cut through the Shephala, giving access to cities of Judah, the Ajalon, the Sorek, the Elah, and the way to Hebron. So what happened is when the Assyrians left 701 BC, they controlled this area.
Mm-hmm.
They gave it to them. So now the issue is, by the time you get to the Persian period, those people still control those areas. They never gave it back to Judah. When Judah got it back is during the Maccabean time period.
The Maccabean time period. Correct.
But the people were taken. The bottom line is the people were taken. They said, Assyria said they took 200,000. I think that's a embellishment.
Right, exaggerated.
They basically said they basically took a lot of people. That's the bottom line. So now my thing is now, when did those people come back?
So they're at this point, they're not. Ezra hasn't came back yet. Garfield.
You're talking about different. You're talking about the Babylonian when they took people from the Babylonian period. That's different.
The Holocaust.
But wait, we're in the same time period though. Is this 700? This is 700 BC.
700 BC and Ezra is 500 BC, around the 5th century.
But the Assyrian disbursement is when? When, Garfield?
Say that again?
When is the Assyrian disbursement?
It's like the 7th century.
7th century.
732. 732.
That's for the northern tribes. We're not talking about the northern tribe. We're talking about the southern tribes.
Oh, we're in the south. But we're in the south. How could we be in the south? Okay, but I thought the disbursement of Judah happens after the Assyrian disbursement.
Well, 701 BC. That's why I read 2 Kings.
No, 71 BC. That happened after. The northern was first.
Let me say this.
There is no southern disbursement until at least
we talking about the southern kingdom, right?
six something.
Well, you off, bro. You off.
No.
I guess you're not listening to the conversation.
I'm listening, but I was about to make a point.
Not you, Trevor. I'm talking about King J.
My bad.
Judah was taken by Assyria in 701 BC. People don't talk about it. They don't talk about it.
It doesn't be, it's not talk about.
When Hezekiah was putting the thing like a box. In the story, I mean, the Bible says that he killed, God killed off the Assyrian soldiers. You could believe that if you want, but Assyria said they took people, and the Bible says they took them.
So you're at a time in the Bible where you're talking about kind of like where Isaiah is prophesying at right now, because Isaiah prophesies it about with the war with this particular war with Israel. Well, basically, this is a time period where Israel and Assyria are actually on the same time, are on the same team against Judah. So it's a war against Judah against Israel and the Assyrians, and the prophecy of Isaiah is basically in regards to this: the saving Judah from Israel, or the northern. So when you're saying Assyrian, Garfield, I would probably throw in the northern kingdom as well, because you got to remember the northern kingdom.
You gotta listen. You gotta listen.
I'm listening.
I'm gonna slow down, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the scripture back up so you can see where this conversation is coming from. Because obviously you're not seeing where it's coming from, and you're saying stuff over and over that we're not talking about.
Okay, go back. Let me get on the same page with you.
We're literally talking about this right here. Hold on, let me put it on the screen real quick. Matter of fact, let me go to the Bible. Let's go to the Bible.
That's what I've been wanting to do all conversation. Just quote the scriptures and you're going to see who the people are. It's that easy.
Well, we got to go to the time period. I think we're like 700
BC. You don't need
BC.
all of that. Just read the scripture and it's going to tell you exactly who's talking about.
Only you can see that,
That's
bro.
the problem. Right, that's your problem.
Ain't nobody see what you see, because only you alone understand it.
Everybody in here can read English, right?
Nah, we can't, bro.
Yeah, but,
okay.
Yeah, but you read the text at face value, and that's your problem.
Look at this right here. Now it came to pass in the 3rd year of Hoshea, son of Elah, king of Israel, that Hezekiah, son of Ahaz, king of Judah, began to reign. 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name also was Abi, or Abi, the daughter of Zechariah, and he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, according to all that David his father did. He removed he trusted in that. And the Lord was with him, and he prospered whithersoever he went forth, and he rebelled against the king of Assyria and served him not. He smote the Philistines even unto Gaza and the borders thereof, from the tower of men to the fenced city. All right, he smote the Philistines even unto Gaza.
So I think you might have made a mistake, Garfield, because we are talking about the northern kingdom here. We're talking about Samaria was taken. Samaria is in the north, Garfield.
My brother, can you relax? Just relax.
Because Garfield, we're talking about, you asked me. No, wait, I'm reading it. Go ahead, brother.
Let me finish reading.
Smoke means to kill, by the way.
And it came to pass in the 4th year of King Hezekiah, which was the 7th year of Hoshea, son of Elah, king of Israel, that Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, came up against Samaria and besieged it. And at the end of the 3 years, they took it. Even in the 6th year of Hezekiah, that is in the 9th year of Hoshea, king of Israel, Samaria was taken. And the king of Assyria did carry away Israel unto Assyria and put them in Habar by the river of Gozan and in the city of the Medes, because they obeyed not the voice of the Lord their God, but transgressed his covenant and all that Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded, and would not hear them nor do them. Now,
Garfield, right there. This is the Assyrian disbursement.
Bro.
Yes, brother. This is called the Assyrian. Garfield, just listen.
Man, the book just
brother.
said they smoked the Philistines. That means kill.
Brother, Garfield, you're mistaken, brother.
Okay, I'm gonna kick you off, bro. You're not listening. You gotta listen.
Brother, I'm reading it with you.
That's the northern kingdom.
But you gotta let them finish, because 13 is important.
When you read 13, you see there's a different time period, different king. Relax, bro. Now in the 14th year of King Hezekiah, did Sennacherib take the northern kingdom? No, nigga. Listen. Did Sennacherib, king of Assyria, come up against all the fenced cities of Judah and took them? And Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent to the king of Assyria to Lachish, saying, I have offended, return from me that which thou puttest on me will I bear. And the king of Assyria appointed unto King Hezekiah, king of Judah, 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold. And Hezekiah gave him all the silver that was found in the house of the Lord and in the treasures of the king's house. And that time did Hezekiah cut off the gold from the door of the temple and so forth. So my point is, verse 13, when Hezekiah had the beef with Sennacherib, he said he came up against all the fenced cities and took them. in Assyria, in the Assyrian records, it says that he took 200,000 Judeans. All right, so that's what we're talking about, King J. Oh man, damn, bro. Damn, bro.
Brother, I'm following you, brother. I'm on the same page, brother.
So I have a question, Tim, right? Let me ask him this question then, right? So for the 700 years to when Christ came in, what happened? All those nations that the king of Assyria put in Jerusalem, and remember, they sent priests out there to teach them the word of the Lord. What happened to all those people that was there for 700 years?
You mean from when they went to Assyria? I'm gonna show you right now.
Yeah.
So they were called Sumerians, and they created something called the Sumerian Pentateuch. So actually,
No, that's not them. That's not them, KJ.
we're not talking about the Sumerians.
The people who authored the Sumerian Pentateuch is much later.
But Ben, you're acting as if they're not the same people. They didn't go nowhere. When they were put there in the land, they didn't leave. So that's why when Ezra comes back in order to teach them, right? They don't go nowhere after that, Ben. So I'm like, these are the same people. You're trying to tell me that now there was a different group of people that come in the land and create the Pentateuch?
A different group. You said the Samaritan Pentateuch was created by these people.
By these Sumerians.
No, it wasn't created by these people, because those Samaritans who authored the Pentateuch, they were influenced by post-Judaic theology. You can see it in
Correct.
the
Right. There you go. See, he understands what I'm saying. There you go. So it's passed on from generation
No,
to 700 years.
well, Ben, I would argue that they wasn't, because that was the whole purpose of Ezra coming back and saying that you guys were worshiping the wrong way.
Yeah, that's Bible. That's Bible.
Right, we understand that part.
No, that's not Bible. That's really biblical, because historical, because we could look at the Cyrus edicts of Cyrus, and that lets you really know that this actually something occurred in history, Ben.
But listen, the text says that he set them free. But in the Cyrus cylinder, it was a decree for generally all dispersed peoples. It wasn't specifically to Judah. So
it was. So when Ezra was
Judah, because there was deported Philistines that he allowed to return back to their land, and Edomites. So it was a general decree.
What was the purpose? Because we already know that Cyrus wasn't the one who actually wrote the decree. The whole point of them pulling up the decree was because there was some kind of confusion about, in general, did these particular Jews have the right to rebuild their temple?
But hold on a second. Let me just add something. That's why you see in the New Testament it says the Jews have no dealings with the Samaritans. So this is something that happened from 700 years.
That's anti-Samaritan propaganda.
Because the Samaritans didn't want the Jews to rebuild their temple.
The woman at the well was an Israelite.
Hold on a second, guys. Just to slow down a little bit, right? Brother Peeba asked a good question. He said, so for 700 years. So this is what we're gonna do. People that was deported into because you had two directions. You had some was bi-directional and some was basically not bi-directional. It was just one way. Like so right here you could see the maps. They went to Bit Omri, which is what Israel is. So some of them when they take in the people, you have deportations of Israel. You have Tiglath-Pileser, Shalmaneser, you have Sargon, right? So what happens is some of the directions, some of them is bi-directional, some of them is only one way. Like when they went to Persia, it was just one way. One time they went there. They went there one route. They didn't send people from Persia. But they said go back from Babylon back into Israel. All right. They deported people back. They also deported people from Arabia. Tiglath-Pileser people from Arabia into Israel. All right. So now you want to know what happened to the people that was in the land. Now, I think it was anti-Samarian propaganda where they would tell us, I do believe people came back, but there was something that was there that was Samarians differently, already there. And they just wanted propaganda against them. This is why they burnt their temple down, the Samarians. Because we do have ancient Samarian writings, not too but we do have we don't know. When you look at their writings, they deal with Mount Gerizim, You know, just like
right. Their temple was at Mount Gerizim, right?
Dead Sea Scrolls that is dealing with Mount
Yeah,
Gerizim.
but my point to the Israelites them is right. If these people, and it shows you in 2 Kings, you know, chapter 17, the different nations that the king of Assyria planted, they named the nations of these people that would stay there. They stayed there for all this time. They learned the ways. It says the Lord sent priests unto them to teach them the way of the Lord in his land. This went on for 700 years. When did that stop?
When Ezra came back and said y'all were doing it the wrong way.
Okay, but I'm saying, but the people stay, even if they was doing it the wrong way, they still stood in the land, because even when you go in the New Testament, it shows you right there, the Samaritans have no dealings with the Jews.
Right.
So this is something that's been going on for years. So whatever Jews that were left in the land, they know that the Samaritans were not the original people of the land.
Right.
We can't say that because we're reading from a Judaic perspective.
The Sumerian woman at the well
Okay.
of the Jew, bro.
So
Are thou not greater than our father Jacob?
It's just that the Samaritans. All right, so the Samaritans, we don't know because, again, there were people who were Samaritans there, Samaritans. They were there. And their DNA is the closest to the closest of the people that lived there at the time.
Correct. 700 years.
No, as
over
far
700 years from the time of Christ. I'm talking about from the time of Christ.
No. You see, you're saying that the Samaritans got there 700 years. I'm saying that the people. All right. So let me ask you this: do you think that a lot of people was taken out of Israel, as far as when the people were? Hold on a second. Somebody trying to get in here. Oh, King J. Okay. Hold on a second. Aaron Jackson. You ain't saying nothing yet. You want to say something, bro? We keep you out the loop all the time. What you wanted to say, bro? Aaron, I can't hear you. I don't know if something's wrong with your connection. You got to go out and come back in. This idiot in the audience gonna say, what you call it, had more influence.
Hey, can you hear me better now?
You sound crazy right now, but go ahead, continue. What's up?
Yeah, the Samaritans' genetics back up the Canaanite theory. They have more ancient genetics that supports their claim that the Israelites are Canaanites, and they have Natufian, they have the migrant Turkish ancestry, and the Persians in the mountain range that came down in the Chalcolithic period. So yes, they are descendants of the actual Israelites, and they match up better. They match up.
You gotta interrupt though.
They match up with the genetic information we have from the first temple period of Israelites that we have on genetic record, and they match the closest compared to everybody in the world. And when we compare Samaritan's genetics to everybody in the world, it will be the Palestinian Jews, it would be the Palestinian Christians, it would be the Lebanese Christians, it will be everybody else. African Americans do not match up with them very well. They do not. And so there'll be Jamaicans, that will be black people from Brazil.
Jamaicans. Talk about, give them a break, man. Give them a break. It hurts.
Yes, funny. Canaanites are African. They are sons of Ham. Genesis 10:2. Knock it off.
Let the bro finish, man. Nobody cares what you're saying right now.
That's not.
Yeah. Genesis is a mythos. Those characters
is a story when a black man telling the truth. I get it.
Yeah, it's a mythos. There is no evidence of a Ham, Shem, Japheth. There is no genetic
there's no evidence of African, Asian, or Caucasian hair follicle.
That's if you study. Do you know what the oikoumene is, Trevor? You heard me earlier. Oikoumene is?
Break it down. I'm listening.
Oikoumene is 69 nations that the Greeks wrote about. Europe.
69 nations.
Yeah.
And what are the Greeks, sir?
Shut the hell up and let me finish.
Bro, be cool. But go ahead.
No, because you don't have no etiquette when you're on a show. You're supposed to talk and then let the next person talk. You can't do that.
I'm listening, sir. Carry on. You still rambling like a female. Carry on.
Talk, right? You notice I don't care, right? Because my audience knows you're being crazy. So
yeah, I'm crazy. All right, carry on, sir. You still talking? Carry on. I'm trying to learn something.
What is the oikoumene? It's the 69 nations. What happened is whoever wrote the Bible about the 70 nations, they pretty much took it from the Greeks. And I'm saying that with my chest out. And the reason why I say that
Greeks.
is, the
I'm
reason
listening,
why
bro.
is because they have 69 nations, y'all got 70 nations. The only thing they mixed up is the Canaan is not included with Libya. Because remember, Canaan wouldn't be considered Africa. So Africa is Libya. And Asia is Asia. Asia is where Shem is. And Europe is where it is.
Asia, where Shem is. Bro, Israel, hold on, pause 2 seconds. Israel sits on the African tectonic plate. It's in
Oh my God, let's not go there. Hey,
Yeah,
Garfield, real
tectonic
quick.
plate.
No such thing as Africa.
That's
No
crazy.
such thing as Africa in the time of the Bible.
In the time of the come on.
No such thing.
go ahead.
No such thing as tectonic plates in 50 years ago, man.
So tectonic plates don't exist.
That's
this is
50
your new
years. The
argument.
science of it is known for the last 50 years. Ain't
Come
nobody-
on, bro. But finish telling me about these Greeks that you were talking about. I'm listening.
That's crazy. Anyway, y'all look up what's called the oikoumene, and you'll see the 69 nations.
The original Greeks are black, but keep talking. I'm listening.
Who cares?
Who cares?
Them, like, what are you talking about?
You're like in 2007, bro.
He's trying to get our points he had in his head from.
No, I just like correcting nonsense. We gonna avoid the fact that black people.
Trevor, you know what?
We're not talking about that.
Let's deal with Trevor nonsense. Can you prove Abraham existed?
I can't prove nobody existed, but I can prove.
Why the hell you on my channel?
Hold on. I can prove genetically that the black race is.
What test did you take? Did you take a test? Do you got a lab? You ain't got no lab, nigga.
I can prove anything I say with genetics in the Bible, bro. Let's read the scripture. I don't want to have a long conversation. Let's read.
All right, so prove Jacob existed. I'm gonna shut up. Everybody mute up. Prove Jacob existed.
I can't.
So shut the hell up. We don't
What
care.
you mean shut up? You can't prove nothing you're saying. Whatever do you mean, bro?
All right,
You're not older than black people, but you're gonna tell me about black people.
I got you. How do you know Jacob was black?
How do I know Jacob was black?
Yeah, how do you know?
He wasn't described, but Esau was. So having melanin is normal.
How do you know Jacob was black?
Jacob was not described. Having melanin is normal. Esau was described because he was not
melanin. You see, it's stupid. You sound stupid on my channel, bro. Every human being got melanin. So what are you talking about?
Every human has melanin. Watch this, Mr. Garfield. All non-blacks have pheomelanin. Pheomelanin as a UV protection. Pheomelanin only runs 6 layers deep out of 7 layers of skin. Pheomelanin is recessive. It only works for European and Asian environments. All non-blacks get 2nd to 3rd degree sunburn and sun blisters. Look up sun blisters. The sun does not do that to black people. All non-blacks get full body lights. Straight hair did not evolve on the continent of Africa.
Black people don't get burned by the sun?
Sun blisters, bro. Look it up.
I'm asking you a question. Black people don't get burned by the sun?
We do, but we don't wear sunscreen, and we do not get sun blisters. So therefore, we can work outside longer than non-blacks. That's why we were chosen to pick corn.
My boss is here.
And cotton.
Go ahead, Mika. What's up, Mika?
No, I'm here for Sean. So y'all can finish your conversation, and when Sean, hit the link, we can talk.
Sean is the only Jew I know. He's J1. He got J Walker. That nigga front. You know you're an Israelite, nigga.
How the hell is a white person an Israelite when nobody's older than black people? God forgot to add the white people.
All right, let me ask you a question, right? All right. Let's say you're
No, hold on. I got one question that's going to answer
this. You are right. Hold on. Let's say you are right.
Let's say black people are the oldest, but go ahead.
All right, let's say you're right.
Go ahead.
If I have a son, and that son has sex with a white woman, right? Now the child is still black according to you.
Correct.
If that child, that woman that he has, that daughter, has sex with a white man, that means their children are white. Am I correct? All right. So with the bloodline of African Americans having sex with white men having sex with African American women or African women. So you're saying that all those people, those children who have that marker down the line, paternally, they're all white.
What people are you talking about, sir?
The African slaves.
The African Americans, the people that live in America right now.
Yeah. All of them are raped by white men.
Garfield, you cannot rape 12 million people, bro. Is you cool?
I'm talking about African Americans.
That's what I'm talking about.
30%.
Can you rape 12 million people?
And there's no 12 million that came here, bro. What are you talking about?
12 million people were dispersed. Hold on.
Came to North America. I'm talking about
Bro,
North America.
He's talking about when the master was raping our women, brother.
Say what now?
He's talking about when the slave master was raping
that's
our
cool.
women.
That's cool. That's understood. But at the end of the day, we were already here. So you cannot rape 12 million people. So everybody that was here, calm down, bro. Everybody, yeah, I know it hurts. It hurts, Garfield. I know. You can't rape 12 million people. And black people had the most dominant DNA on earth. We erased your genes after being in the black gene pool for 4 generations. Your genes are erased. Non-blacks are foreign to us. We erase your genes.
Bro, I'm gonna ask you. 12 million people did not come to North America. We're talking about North America.
That's what I'm talking about. The transatlantic slave trade.
What 12 million people came to North America?
Throughout the transatlantic slave.
No, I'm not talking about throughout. I'm talking about North America. Maybe my Jamaican accent is in the way. I'm talking about North America. I'm asking you, how many people came off the slave ships to North America? That's what I'm asking. Let's start right there with that number.
400,000.
Approximately. Now, if that's the case, as you're saying, and this does throw me and P-Bar and the other dude off the whole King J, the whole conversation we was having. He just got to interrupt and bring a whole nother ball game. Now, if 400,000 people came here, I'm asking you, if 30% of them white men had children with black women, that's a lot of people carrying down that R marker, bro, from the European. So you're saying a third of African Americans are white people. That's what you're saying.
I'm R1B, by the way. Yeah, so.
No, you ain't.
No, I actually am.
No, you're not. You're not R1B.
You can show it.
How you know he's not R1B?
I'm telling you, he ain't R1B. This Sean Garfield.
Oh, okay.
You know how I know he ain't R1B? Because he would have already proved it.
No.
If he was R1B, he would have already proved it. Period.
He wrong again. Why don't we get him again on this other topic?
All right.
Shut the hell up.
Hold on a second.
Shut me up. Listen, anybody could Google
who
determined the sex of the baby. Anybody could Google
No,
tell you.
Mika, be quiet.
No, make me be quiet.
I already correct you in the chat. Stay in a woman's place. We talking Hebrew Israelite business. You know they don't respect women. You know they don't respect women.
Yeah, tell me that in my face. Google who the sex.
I'm not Google. That's your problem. You're on a search engine too much.
You're wrong.
You need to go. You need to take a biology class. You need to go back and get infertility. How you in a hospital and you don't know what's going on?
Just Google it.
Nah, you giving up. Okay, Mika. Real quick, Mika. We messing the build up. The dude just said he R1B and he ain't never showed it a day in his life. So Mika, hold on. This dude said that we was already here. He said 12.5 million, not even understanding that the proportion of 12.5 million did not come to the United States of America. They're in South America, Central America. They ain't directly in the United States of America. And the earlier people that were in the early inception of the Americas was coming from the Caribbeans. So that this whole story that people are sitting here trying to play games with is all a lie. It's fabricated mythos. He asked you to come prove if you're an Israelite. You can't use genetics to prove that you're an Israelite, because there's no substantive way to be able to do that through genetics. You're talking about something totally different. This is why culture is important. This is why studying anthropology is important, because now you need the scientific field outside of genetics to prove that you're an Israelite. Fuck the Bible. Excuse my French. Forget the Bible. Get out of the book. If you claim to be the people of the book, get out of the book and bring the evidence to support it. Because you're in America, where you are an amalgamation of many different West and Central Africans that ain't had nothing to do with the Levant area, ain't had nothing to do with Egypt, ain't had nothing to do with none of that stuff, and you trying to go play Mortal Kombat. It's 2026. Y'all are too grown for this.
Bro,
He
why do
already
you keep
wrote the
saying
book.
Levant when Israel is in Africa? Egypt is in Africa.
Listen.
Hold on.
Why do you keep doing that?
One second. Who said
Anybody
they
who got a
said they
belief
R1B?
system can believe they anything they want to be.
Hold on there, 1 second. Who said they R1B? Who's saying that?
It's a belief.
It was that.
It's a belief.
Who said he
You
was
believe-
R1B? Trevor said he was
It's
R1B.
cultural.
No, I didn't say that. No.
But
No,
nobody.
it was me. It was me, Garfield. It was me.
I'm a
Nobody
Negro.
could
And
be
shit
no
about me after.
ancient Israelite.
But I didn't do mine. My brother did his, and he said it was a Western European.
Oh man.
So yeah.
Well, you could.
So now you're a white person.
You could still be honest.
I could be my listen. My grandfather is white, so
Okay, so you're
That don't
what?
mean nothing,
Nice,
bro.
man.
So you're mulatto, bro. I ain't tripping on you being a mulatto. Okay,
no.
that's
Hold
part
on
of the
2 seconds,
slave
brother.
trade.
So your grandfather was a white man. So therefore, your father, that same man is your father's father. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
You know what?
Okay,
Let's
so
be.
therefore, you would be Caucasian then if that white man had a child by a black woman.
Yeah, that's Bible. But that's Bible stuff, man. I'm cool.
That's genetic, bro.
That's That's not that's
Let's
definitely
get the verse.
genetics. That's genetic
Let's go get the verse
ancestry.
where it says they proved their lineage
white
by
and
the
black
house
are
of their
not genetic
fathers.
terms. Listen, white and black are not genetic terms, so it's not genetic.
Hey,
The
P-Bar.
Jews are called nigger. Nigger means black. Negro means black.
I'm here.
Oh my
P-Bar,
God.
you there?
Yeah,
You
I'm
know
here.
what
I'm here.
The people that were stuck in the land for 700 years.
Yes.
I don't think I think some of them were, but not all of them. The majority, because how many people do you think was taken percentage wise?
All right. Just go to, since you have the scripture there, go to the 2 Kings chapter 17 verses, was it 23 and 24?
All right, yeah, this is confusing. I'm gonna put it up because there's a reason why I said
What's confusing about it? Black people come in 2 ethnicities. This is not hard.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna tell you why I said that. Right?
Yeah, 2 Kings 17.
17. I'll bring it up right
now. Yeah, read that. 23 and 24.
KJVR, don't matter.
No, read it. Y'all want you to read it, man. Put it on the screen.
Does it matter if it's KJV or not?
No, it don't matter. It's the same thing. I the same thing. Yeah.
Alex Wickfield, what's up? Alex, what's up? You want to say something before I get into the scripture?
Jews will never call nigger or Niger. So that's for the record.
Here we go. Verse
Acts 13, verse 1. Simeon and Barnabas were called nigger in Antioch. Come on,
no,
what the hell
Simeon was called Niger in the blue letter.
Niger. What does Niger mean? Go to the blue letter Bible and press the button and let the phone pronounce it for you. It says Neger. Neeger. Neger. That's what your phone will say.
That's his surname. He's called Simeon the Black. There's nothing wrong with that, bro.
Simeon the Black, which is a teacher, which is a Jew, correct?
Wrong.
No, hold on. Simeon is a Jew, correct?
My brother.
Simeon the Black doesn't mean Jew.
Watch this, Sean. Watch this. Okay, he's called the Black. Now let me ask you a question. Who else was called the Black? Because obviously,
how you doing, man? Can you guys hear me?
Hold on,
yeah, John the Black. John the Black.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Alex, hold on.
I hear you, bro. Watch this, Garfield. Paul was mistaken for an Egyptian. The Egyptians are black, right?
Yes.
Trevor.
Okay.
Who said the Egyptians was black?
Hold on 1 second, Sean. Hold
Trevor
on.
did it. They are Hamites.
Trevor, hold on 1 second. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah.
Scripture. Go ahead, brother. It's on you. What you want to say something real quick? Alex, it's on you, bro. I think you got a connection problem. It's probably a StreamYard. Well, let me get back to King J and my bro, Pa B, real quick.
Yeah.
P-Bar, you're not no Nuwapian though, right? With that,
huh?
You're not no Nuwapian, right?
No, man. I'm not depend them thing to be.
All right, cool. Cause it's a name P-Bar. If I ask.
No, man, I'm not depend them thing. Parliament names, you know.
All right, cool. All right. Until the Lord removed Israel out of his sight, as he had said by all his servants, the prophets. So was Israel carried away.
What's up, man? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you good now. Well, hold on 1 second. So Israel carried out of their own land to Assyria unto this day. And the king of Assyria brought men from Babylon and from Cutha and from Ava and from Hamath and from Sepharvaim and placed them in the cities of Samaria instead of the children of Israel. And they possessed Samaria. And
well, I mean, for starters, I mean, just to kind of, if it was Trevor that said that the Egyptians were black. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you right now. Go ahead, bro.
How can you find? Trevor said the Egyptians are black.
I think there's something wrong with StreamYard, yo. StreamYard bugging out.
Nah, this dude listening on YouTube and he talking to us.
Hey, P-Bar. So you're saying you take this literal, right?
Yes, I believe that happened during those times. Yes, now,
let me ask you this.
Garfield, no, Garfield, don't, no. You have to deal with what he just said. He said he believes. So why are you about to ask him a question when he told you that he believes? It means he does not know, right? Because he doesn't have the evidence for. So you got to stop.
Hold on, let me stop for a second.
Sean,
hold on. Don't pay Sean no mind. Don't get disheartened.
Nah, I'm not.
Sean is Sean. All right.
Yeah.
Now watch this. And we're gonna break this down. All right. So 800,000 able-bodied men. Right. Look at this right here. This is 2 Samuel 24. All right. So 2 Samuel 24 verses 9. It says, and Joab. Let me see if I got it right. And Joab gave up the sum of the number of the people unto the king. And there were in Israel 800,000 valiant men that drew the sword, and the men of Judah were 500,000 men. And you, as a Bible believer, you take that literal, right?
All right, hold on it. Are you trying to compare this to Kings, 2 Kings 17?
Yeah,
story.
We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, because I know it's a different timeline.
No, I got you. That's what
okay.
So Israel, 800,000 valiant men that drew the sword, and the men of Judah were 500,000 men, right? 800,000 men doesn't include elderly male and female, women and children. I could add another 800,000, making the population 1.6K.
I know they usually count men. They usually count the men.
They usually count the men.
Yes.
And not the elderly men and not the elderly female. Not
the female. They don't count the female, right?
The woman.
They don't count. Right.
All right. So now I say I would put it at one. I would add another 800,000 to suffice that. But in 2 Chronicles 13, the 800 men was versus 400,000. And I think God took the side of Judah, right? Killed off 500,000 out of the 800,000, right? 2 Chronicles 13, 15 to 17. He killed 500,000 in the war with Judah. I would say estimate at 1.1 million.
Garfield, I have a question while you're reading that.
The Assyrians took 40,000, which is less than 5% of the northern tribe population. 95% of the population remain in Israel. Now, if you read my book, Misconceptions and Misinformation, I actually go into the archaeology and the anthropology of the records of the damages that they've discovered, and they said, and I'm gonna show you the estimates that they say. I'm gonna show you right now. Hold on. Where is this at?
Why would God kill them people?
I'm not even worried about that right now. I'm not even worried about that right now. I just got to make a point about the population. So now, the archaeological surveys indicate that between 222,000 and 350,000 inhabitants were living in the northern kingdom at the time. Right? Therefore, the population of the northern kingdom of Israel would not have been decimated by the Neo-Assyrians if they only carried off approximately. Because the Assyrians is not going to lie. They would actually make their numbers higher than what it really is.
Right. That makes sense.
So the 40,000 surveys and excavations indicate that the population of Jerusalem suddenly increased from about 1,000 to 15,000 inhabitants, while the population of Judah grew from about 40,000 to around 120,000 during the last decades of the 8th century BC. Most archaeologists suspect that this sudden expansion had everything to do with the collapse of the northern kingdom of Israel and the sudden influx of numbers of refugees in the southern kingdom of Judah. The distribution of Israelites after the northern kingdom was exile. 100,000 remained in Samaria, 40,000 exiled, 80,000 fled to Judah. Those are the estimates, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they said if it's 350,000, then it would be 230,000 remaining in Samaria, 40,000 in exile, 80,000 fled to Judah. So those are the estimates that they have for as far as people leaving, and the records what the Assyrians said. Okay.
Right.
So where we at now? All right. So that's where we're at. So that means a lot of people remain in the land and was
land, right?
All right.
I agree with you that with the people remain in the land.
What's the next step?
So the next step I was asking, which is what I like to ask the Israelite people, if those people remained in the land, they followed the ways of the Jews.
Not necessarily.
Yet,
Not
necessarily, but we say a good amount of them. A good amount of them probably followed.
Following.
So was the priesthood removed? Because I think that's kind of what the problem was, that when they were dispersed, they were replaced with people, and the actual priesthood was removed. So they kind of was just kind of a little mix of this and that.
Say that again, King J. I didn't hear you.
I was asking about the priesthood. Was what actually was removed?
No. Those are the people that were put in the land.
No, the priesthood was removed. The Israelites' priesthood was removed because the Assyrians hate when the priesthood stays, so they don't pray to their God to get rid of them.
Right.
Yes, Assyrians normally do. They get rid of the priesthood. That's why they had to bring back a priest to teach the people how to
teach the people. Right. There you go.
Mr. Garfield, are the Egyptians Hamites or not?
The Egyptians, there's no such thing as Hamite, bro.
Oh my God.
If you want to say if they were Africans, we could have a conversation. I don't believe in
Are they black Africans? Are they Africans?
They're black Africans. They could be any skin tone, light to dark.
On,
I'm gonna address you with Egypt in a second. But let me just finish this conversation with these guys.
Okay.
We're gonna get to Acts. You're talking about Acts 21:30, right? All right, let's get to Acts 21:38. You guys, King J and Bobby, y'all finished?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just following the conversation. I'm good.
All right, cool. Bobby, you good?
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Acts.
I'm not good.
Let's go to Acts 21:38. Hold on, let me go to Acts 21 real quick. Because this is what he's talking about with what you call it, being called an Egyptian. So let's deal with what he's saying, because I don't want him to think that we're running from his conversation. Let me bring up a Wikipedia article real quick. And bring a witness to the witness stand. Hold on there.
Okay.
I'm trying to determine how is a Hamite has anything to do with the biological makeup of human beings.
Don't do that. Leave that alone. We don't get to this right now. This is important to this. I wanted to do that. His opinions, and I'm going to look at it right now. So he's talking about Acts 21 right here when he's an Egyptian. I think it's Acts 21:38. Art not Egyptian. So let's read from verse 31. Is that good? Is that good, sir?
Yeah, Garfield, go ahead. You can go to start at 30, bro. Me?
Trevor.
I mean 29. I'm right 29. 29. I'm right here.
From verse 30 is fine, brother. I'm going to read about the Egyptian. So you asked about the Egyptian and said that because he's called an Egyptian, that means he's black. So I need to look at what you're talking about, so we can look at the context. So can we look at it together? Yeah. Trevor, can you hear?
Yeah, my bad, bro. This shit tweaking. I'm sorry for cussing, but what you saying?
I'm going to start from verse 30, okay? So we can get context. Okay?
Episode.
And all the city was moved, and the people ran together, and they took Paul and drew him out of the temple, and forthwith the doors were shut. And as they went about to kill him, tidings came unto the chief captain of the band that all Jerusalem was in an uproar. who immediately took soldiers and centurions and ran down onto them. And when they saw the chief captain and the soldiers, they left beating of Paul. And the chief captain came near and took him and commanded him to be bound with 2 chains and demanded who he was and what he had done. And some cried one thing, some another. Among the multitude, when he could not know the certainty for the tumult, he commanded him to be carried into the castle. And when he came upon the stairs, so it was, and he was borne of the soldiers for the violence of the people. For the multitude of the people were crying away with him. And as Paul was to be led into the castle, he said unto the chief captain, May I speak unto thee? Who said, Canst thou speak Greek? And the dude, art not thou that Egyptian, which before these days made us out into the wilderness, 2,000 men that were murderers? Paul said, now, I'm going to ask you a question now. It says, art not thou that Egyptian, which before these days made us an uproar and led us out into the wilderness, 4,000 men that were murderers? He's asking, is he not that Egyptian? What does he mean by art not thou that Egyptian? What is he talking about?
He could be potentially talking about Moses, but at the end of the day, Moses is a black man. The ancient Egyptians, I'm answering.
Stop. I'm asking, when it says, art not thou that Egyptian?
At the end of the day, bro, I'm not about to split hairs with you. The Egyptians are black. So if the Greek...
How are the Egyptians black?
How are Egyptians black?
Yeah.
Ham is the father of the ancient... Pardon me.
What the fuck?
Pardon me, Garfield. Let me answer your... Go ahead.
Stop. Slow down. It says, art not thou that Egyptian,
oh my God,
which before these days made us an uproar and led us out into the wilderness, 4,000 men that were murderers.
Okay.
Now, for you, because you don't know nothing, this is why I don't want to.
Because I don't know nothing, bro. The ancient Egyptian artwork has 360 waves. Only black people can make 360 waves. Knock it off.
No. How did you come to that conclusion?
Bro, what? This is why.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Can I interject here?
Hold on, Alex. This is why Israelites don't like to talk to Garfield. You have to know history to know the Bible. You have to know what they're talking about. It said, art not thou the Egyptian that made us an uproar that brought 4,000 men? Did y'all know there's a real guy called the Egyptian who the Romans were looking for? Look at the article with the Wikipedia article. There's an Egyptian prophet, 1st century prophetic figure, always described as a sign prophet or a messianic prophet. He's said to have assembled a sizable gathering of followers atop the Mount of Olives, either in preparation of an assault of Jerusalem in order to establish him as the ruler of the people, or in the expectation that he would miraculously cause the walls of the city to fall. Allowing his followers to enter the city, this group was crushed by the Roman procurator of Judah, Antonius Felix, and the Egyptian fled. So they've been looking for this nigga. Right? So when they're looking for this Egyptian guy who was an Egyptian prophet, while many of his followers were killed and captured, with the remainder managing to flee and hide, the campaign was initially supported by Helena of Adiabene, but so repressed by Herod Agrippa. Now look at this now. Josephus writes about it. There was an Egyptian false prophet that did the Jews more mischief than the former. For he was a cheat and pretended to be a prophet also, and got together how many men? 30,000 men that were deluded by him. These he led around about the wilderness to the mount, which was called the Mount of Olives. He was ready to break into Jerusalem by force from that place. And if he could but once, the Roman garrison and the people he intended to rule them by the assistance of those guards that were to break into the city with him. But Felix prevented his attempt to meet with Roman soldiers, insomuch that when it came to battle. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that's who they're talking about in the Acts of Peter.
Yeah, that's why they think they're using
Hold on, bro. Who cares if it's Wikipedia? We could read Josephus ourselves. F Wikipedia. It's not the issue if it's Wikipedia, is what Wikipedia is saying, documented and proved. We do have Acts of the Apostles and we have Josephus writing. This is just a quick way to find and respond to it. Relax. It's not that serious. All right. But the Egyptians escaped out of the fight, but did not appear anymore. That's from Josephus' Antiquity C. This is where it's located, if you want to see the story. 20.6 okay. And Jewish War. Hold on 1 second. I'm not done. In Acts of the Apostles, the commander of the Roman garrison in Jerusalem confuses Paul with this Egyptian. After So the point is, it's not about skin tone. It has nothing to do with his skin. He's saying, are you this guy, this Egyptian that we're looking for? He didn't know who Paul was. It ain't got nothing to do with skin tone. That is the
Okay.
point.
Okay. Can I interject here for a second? So you just got done talking about the importance of understanding history in order to understand the Bible. And I think that we can all agree that when studying history, primary sources takes precedent. It's the most important sources you can pull from our primary sources. People who were there at the time, writing at the time, looking at the people. Can we all agree that that's probably the most reliable historical sources we have?
That's how we reconstruct that,
Okay.
history.
So Herodotus, one of the most reputable sources that we have in history, also named the father of history, when he visited Egypt.
He's not called the father of history. Herodotus was.
Herodotus, I just said Herodotus.
Said that.
I said Herodotus, okay? When he was visiting Egypt, staring at the people, he said they had dark skin.
When did he visit Egypt?
That's a good question. Let me find out, because I don't want to give you guys false information. But when
Bro,
he was
let me
standing
read
there,
66 quotes from eyewitnesses about the Egyptians. Hold on, please stop.
Let him finish.
He's using Herodotus. When did Herodotus go to Egypt and give a description of people in that region in that point of time? It's
that's an extremely important question. Yes.
Timeline is important here.
So it was roughly, I'm seeing here, you guys can fact check this, it was roughly in the 1440s BCE. So, and he was standing there in the 400. I'm sorry, 440. Okay, 440s. So he was standing there 400 years before Christ, and he's saying the people that were there are Black Africans, dark skin. He actually he used the word melanchros, which in Greek is the darkest shade you could possibly be. And he said they had woolly hair. That is a fact.
Right. Didn't he also say that about the Arabs?
He did say that. That's another thing.
Arabs are mixed race people, black and white mixed.
Right. No. Hold on, Pete.
But that's 400 years before Christ. 100 years after the death of Christ, Tacitus, which is one of the most respected, most well studied historians from Rome, he was a soldier in Rome, he said that a lot of people at his time speculated that the Israelites came from the Ethiopians. Why would he say that?
Hold on, now pause because you took it. I thought you was no Garfield. Garfield.
Stop 1 second. I gotta kill two birds with one stone. All right.
But when you throw the stone, don't throw it straight up in the air.
This is what we're gonna do, right? What we're going to do is we're gonna have a conversation that a lot of people don't want to have. All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull up the Tacitus, the primary. I'm gonna put Tacitus on the Jews in Google, and it's gonna show Live Us, which is the primary, and we're gonna look at it together. And I want to make
he equated them to six different populations. The Ethiopians being one of them. All six of them were dark-skinned populations.
Hold on. I'm gonna ask you to do something right now, right? Do you got your Google in front of you?
I do.
All right. Look at what I got on the screen. Can you see it on the screen?
Yes.
Would you agree that's livius.org?
Yep.
Would you agree this is the primary source? Tacitus on the Jews, Histories 5.2 to 5.2 to 5. Would you agree that? This source? Okay, all right. Would you agree that this right here it says, many assure us that the Jews are descended from those Ethiopians who were driven by fear and hatred to immigrate from their home country when Cephas was king. Would you agree it says that?
It does.
All right. Can you go in your phone and look up who Cephas was? Cephas was king, Ethiopian king Cephas. Can you look that up on your screen real quick and tell us what it says?
Yeah, I got you. Just give me one quick
second. I'm gonna stop. Everybody stop. Nobody says a word. I want the brother to read what it says about Cephas.
So what am I looking for in specific?
Ethiopian King Cepheus. I want you to tell me what time period is it. It also says there are some who say that a motley collection of landless Assyrians occupied a part of Egypt and then built cities of their own inhabiting the land of the Hebrews and the near parts of Syria. Others again find a famous ancestry for the Jews in Solomon who are mentioned with respect in the epics of Homer. This tribe is supposed to have founded Jerusalem and named it after it. But most authorities, however, agree on the following. The whole of Egypt was once plagued by a wasting disease. Who has the YouTube on that's making an echo here? Is that you, Peter?
It's P, bro. It's P. He
No,
got
that's
his
not
mic
me.
open.
That's not me. I'm not making
Bro,
that
your
noise.
mic open. It's feedbacking from you.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I don't see how this would help because it says here that Cepheus of Ethiopia was a king of a mythological king, yeah, of Greek mythology, not a real person.
Okay, so now
He asked you to read it though.
Okay, so
the reason why I asked you to read it, what time period? What time period was that king? What time period was it?
Okay, that's an odd question because he didn't exist, but I'll.
All right, stop right there. So if he's comparing a tradition to a mythological king, what is the context of him using Ethiopians in that sense?
Right.
Either way it goes, if he uses a context of a Greek,
No. You got to deal with that. You can't avoid it. You got to deal with it.
And I'm trying to deal with it, but you're talking over me. If a Greek king is, if a Greek man is speaking about a mythological Ethiopian king from Greek myth, yet he's talking about Ethiopian people. If you read what you just have right here, he's not talking about the king. He only mentions this mythological king in passing when he's talking about how they come from the Ethiopians, not from the king. They come from the Ethiopians.
He asked you to read it, bro. The audience don't know. So if you read it, everyone has context.
Stop. Everybody stop. The reason why I asked you to read it, right? Because technically, he said, many assure us that the Jews are descended from those Ethiopians who were driven by fear and hatred to immigrate from their home country when Cepheus was king. You just said Cepheus is a mythological character. So it's a story, because remember, the Ethiopians to the Greeks is a whole different storyline that's based out of India or whatever, or the Black Sea region, who are mythological characters. Just like at the bottom, it says the famous ancestry for the Jews in the Solomai, who are mentioned with respect in the epics of Homer. So that means there's different traditions he's hearing, but these are mythical stories. So and the Ethiopian, hold on, pause, and listen. Because every one of you niggas that deal with the Bible love to quote this fucked up source about Ethiopians, and he's talking about a mythical king in the context of the Ethiopian, because in the Ethiopian story in the Greeks, Cepheus is a mythical king. So in that case, it's Ethiopians, it's mythical. It's not real Ethiopians. So stop saying he's saying it's because they're black. That is your
And
point.
they do nothing about black. There was no description in that history that tells us what black was as defined, because it could mean death. It could mean a whole bunch of other things outside of the fact of phenotype.
None of that is true. None of that is
yes,
true.
it is.
Excuse me.
They had no historical connotations of what black was.
Alex, you gotta hear him out though. Hold on a second.
I am black and commonly.
Hold on. Hey, everybody gotta stop. Everybody gotta stop for a second. All right.
Garfield, you responded to what I said. And I should be able to respond to what you said. Even if the Ethiopians, as you say, were a mythological people to the Greeks, which they were not. Herodotus wrote about the Ethiopians at scale.
You're mixing it up again. You got to read the story as he asked you, so that everyone has clarity. Your methodology is flawed. You're not using logic. I refuse to sit here and let you dance over, man. No, because I refuse to allow you to use poor research methodology to try to determine a conclusion on something that you're guessing. You're guessing.
Land your plane so I can read these 66 eyewitness descriptions of the Egyptians. Go on and land your plane, man. We talking too much.
At the end of the day, just because he mentions a mythological king doesn't mean that they did not know who the Ethiopians were, and they did not know
you
what
read
they
the story? Like. You didn't. You danced over it because it was something that you were unfamiliar with, and then you tried to get away with it by pushing it to the side. That's why he asked you to read the story.
Al, just land your plane so I can go on and end the debate, bro. We're doing too much talking. This is not a complicated conversation. Just go on and land your plane, bro.
Ethiopians were, and when he's talking
You did not read the story. He asked you to read. I'm gonna keep repeating it. He asked you to read the story. When you drew out that it was a mythological story, you can't now put your spin on it, bro. We gotta go back. Yes, you are. That's what you're doing. Listen, man, I don't care about Israelites, Christians. I don't care about none of that. It's your methodology. It is flawed. Your methodology is flawed. Yeah, and what he's saying, it was a myth. Okay, so who was it? Who was it? Say it again.
Just let me handle it, bro. Y'all doing too much.
Say it again.
Using too much energy.
If you don't read the entire story, you can't draw a conclusion. You can't draw a conclusion. You don't know who he's talking about. No, you don't know how to. Where did he say this at? We didn't read it. We didn't read it. We didn't read it. We didn't read it. So where did he say? Where does he say this at? We didn't read it.
What are these? Are these many people that are assuring him? Are those people mythological?
Where did he say this at? We didn't read it. I'm trying to drill a point home that we must read. We must comprehend what we read before we even incite our own shit on top of it. No, I don't listen, bro. I don't care nothing about none of this. I'm talking about your methodology. The way you're disseminating shit off our live audience, and no one understands what the fuck it is you're talking about. You have no methodology at all. Don't worry about it if I went to school or not. I'm telling you right now that you're using poor methods. And how the hell can you draw a conclusion with poor methods?
He's saying
many real people. Read the story. Read the story. Read the beginning of it. Do us a favor and read it. Read it from the beginning. Read it from the beginning. Let's get the context.
Just read it to humor them, bro. Just read it just to further the conversation. Just read it.
Cephas of Ethiopia was a king of Ethiopia in Greek mythology, son of Belus, and brother of Danus, Egyptus. Let's see. He was husband of Cassiopeia and father of Andromeda. What the hell does any of that matter?
Because those are fictitious people in stories with Greeks, bro. Hold on, Alex.
When Tacitus says many assure us, are those many people he's talking?
Hold on. I'm gonna put you down for a second. Relax. You see, as human beings, right? We have what's called an ego, and we can't say, you know what? I didn't know that. I was wrong because this is being recorded. No, hold on, brother. Hold on. I pulled you down, so nobody's hearing it. I don't want you to interrupt me. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because you're using it because you want to say the Israelites are Jews, are black. Now, let me ask a question. Others, again, look at this part right here, just to make the point. Others, again, find a famous ancestry for the Jews in the Solamite who are mentioned with respect in the epics of Homer. Now, these are actually real people. How come you never claim this part? Because the Solamite comes from Turkey, from Anatolia. So, usually we don't think black people come from Anatolia. We have this tradition that, so why they don't repeat this one? Because Ethiopians is attached to blackness. That's why. The Ethiopians in the story with Cephas is a fictitious. It has nothing to do with color at the time. And if you watch scholars, who I deal with scholars every day, the scholars that I interviewed, the word melanchros could have several meanings. In fact, the word Ethiopians can actually mean red. You didn't even know that. You don't know that.
Ethiopia's in Homer's Odyssey.
Hold on, my brother. Hold on. The word Ethiopians can actually, I had a PhD scholar come on my channel and he broke down the whole melanchros thing. The thing with melanchros, right? And we're going to get into that shortly. I want to say, if he's repeating a tradition, right? So the tradition says this, all Tacitus is doing is reporting rumors and theories that's circulating in the Roman world. The Jews came from Crete. The Jews were expelled from Egypt. The Jews were Ethiopians. The Jews were a diseased population cast out. But the point is, if the Jews were Ethiopians who are mythical, that means it has nothing to do with color.
Excuse me,
you hold into that, and it's a tradition that's connected to a mythological character, it's null and void. There's no argument to make. You're arguing for the sake of arguing right now.
Okay. So If you believe that the Salami, you just said, okay, the Salami are real people, right? Did you know that even though they came from Anatolia, I can read here, right here. This is coming from Livius. This is the source. It says clearly, Tacitus. Let me see. The Salami in Homer are described as fierce warriors from Lycia in Asia Minor, modern southwest Turkey. The dark skin connection comes from their travels from Africa. The dark skin connection, the same passage as separating competing origin stories, not a description of the Salami specifically, but they are described in Homer as dark skin.
So dark skin, I mean, the word...
Actually, all six of the people, this is a fact, you can look it up yourself.
Hold on.
Let me get the flow, man. I got this.
Let me say one thing. You guys know that Paul was born in Turkey also, right?
Okay.
He was born in Turkey, in Tarsus. But Egypt, Libya, and Morocco, those places became Arabic places in the 6th and 7th century. That's when they became Arabic countries. So prior to that, they weren't Arabic countries. But go ahead.
All six, you can Google this for yourself. All six of the different people that Tacitus described as being the possible progenitors of the Israelites, all six of those populations were dark-skinned people. That's my point.
Yes, Syrians were dark-skinned too?
Absolutely. Okay, I can prove that.
What does dark skin mean? No. Go define what dark skin mean in that moment, in that history, in that time. Because once again, we still don't. No. We haven't defined the term, and we don't know what it means in that period. We're talking 14. We went from 1440 to 440 BCE, and then we're given all these descriptions with no historical context. We have no timeline. We're all over the place, and I'm trying to get y'all to see you can't Americanize the word black or dark on some shit that was in 1400 BCE. So please define it. Go find it.
I mean,
he didn't just say melanin. He also said woolly hair.
It's an anachronistic. Hold on, brother. It's an anachronistic fallacy. It's called colorism, and it doesn't apply. Like half of the population's geographical location calls for the people to be of color. So what's the point of you saying that these people had different levels of expressed melanin?
Not only did Herodotus say that they had dark skin and woolly hair, and then to be specific, he even compared them. He said dark skin like the Ethiopians, which means burnt face, the blackest you can be. So we know what he's talking about when he says dark skin, especially when he equates.
Herodotus said dark skin like the Ethiopians.
He said dark. He said they had dark skin and woolly hair, and he surmised that they.
Sudanese are darker than Ethiopians. The Sudanese are darker than the Ethiopians.
Yeah, they are. And the Sudanese
so that's my point. So we don't know what Herodotus is describing.
People who were considered Ethiopians.
They call people over here black, bro. There wasn't black.
The Sudanese, the Nubians, and the Ethiopians were all the same people at one point.
Alex, I'm gonna ask a question. He said they were dark skinned like the Ethiopians.
He said they had dark skin and woolly hair. This is a direct quote because I'm not going to say something he didn't say. He said they had dark skin and woolly hair akin to the Ethiopians.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. You said dark. Did he say they were dark skinned like the Ethiopians?
He said they had dark skin and woolly hair, and he surmised that they descended from the Ethiopians. That's what he said.
Where does he say they descend from the Ethiopians?
He didn't say they descended. He was guessing that they descended from the Ethiopians.
Where did he say that at?
I'm pulling it up.
Because what happened is, right, in the oldest dictionary, right, you have Henry and Robert Scott lexicon, 1843, right? They translated melancros as black skin, swarthy of sunburned persons. So when he says sunburned persons, who gets sunburned?
See what you're
I'm asking you. When you see what happened is
you're trying to say that because he describes them as sunburned.
Alex, don't talk.
Wow, that's disingenuous.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Now, when we say black skin, what happened is when people are making dictionaries, right? They are defining how they're looking at it from a context of where they're at. Now, when we read black skin today, we take it as us. And what Sean is trying to tell you, when somebody uses the term black or dark, it's like I'm studying for the King James's black debate, and I've learned so much about the context of black. I didn't even know gray meant pale skin in some Middle Scottish dictionaries.
Sure, I did, but yeah.
And I didn't know that they call black people in Ireland blue. I didn't even know that until I started studying this stuff 4 or 5 years ago. So I'm saying in context of swarthy or sunburned person, I don't know if I would call that same person black, like how I look at myself as being a black man today. I have to look at the context. This is why I'm looking at it. I have an article that could refute what you're saying, but I'm not going to use it. I'm just going to say I would look at it in context, not like how we look at it today. That's how I would look at it. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not agreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing or agreeing with you, but I would say we got to look at it better in context. Because when the guy who's a scholar, PhD, came on my channel and I interviewed him, he wrote down how Ethiopian can mean red in context.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'm not saying you're wrong or right with Melancros. Melancros is a big debate, and the whole thing about woolly hair is a big debate about it, because woolly can mean a lot of things. The woolly hair stuff could come off because we think black people have woolly hair, right? It's just like Revelation. We said that the hair like sheep got straight hair, straight hair. And if you look at a sheep's hair, it's straight. It's not woolly and curled. But that's another conversation for another time, for the Revelation.
It's actually curly hair, the Ulan Cross.
Yeah, all right, no problem.
In Homer's Odyssey, it don't say woolly. I don't know where you get that from.
Yeah, good point.
And then Homer's Odyssey, there's a story about Odysseus, about Athena turning him black skin, and that's exactly how they use the term, as like rugged tannish. Like it's not like how we think that they're using it. So
Philip A. Harland is the source. Herodotus does clearly describe, I'm reading literally what's written here. Herodotus does clearly describe Egyptians as dark skin and woolly hair, and groups them with Ethiopians in shared cultural practices, and notes Ethiopian kings ruled Egypt. But he was working through interpreters. So I'm going to read it all. He was working through interpreters visiting years after the Old Kingdom, for whatever that's worth. And his own qualifications in text are often stripped out when people quote him on both sides of the debate. That's what this says. He says they were most, along with the Colchians, by the way, who are on the Black Sea at this time. He grouped all of those people together. He said, not only are they all dark skinned, not only do they all have, and you can say that it means curly.
I know which quote you're using. That quote now that's now you got a problem now, because he's talking to the Persians. Hold on, and what happened is they're bragging. So he's bragging that, hey, you know what, the Egyptians is this and the Egyptians is that, but the Egyptians never went to culture and put no stele there. He made that.
Oh, no. He's saying based on appearance, all he was making was an observation based on appearance. These people probably come from the same root, and he could be completely wrong, but he was doing it based on appearance. That's my point.
And he said that the Egyptians had no remembrance of the Caucasians, although the Caucasians had. He's talking about an army, and an army that was possibly left in the Caucasus. But so you're making a connection that's really like not strong.
Okay, well, like I said, all 6 of the different people, including the Assyrians, which says right here, ancient sources and archaeological evidence describe Assyrians as having an average stature, but powerfully built, with a dark complexion, prominent nose, and thick bushy hair, eyebrows, and beard.
Hey, Alex, can we just look at the Assyrian prism? Because if we look at the Assyrian prism, we'll show the Assyrians, and we'll actually exactly. And we'll actually show
I can't believe this, bro. I can't believe this. You really believe Assyrians was black people, bro? You crazy.
I didn't say black. They are brown people, real brown people, just like the Elamites were.
Nah, these Assyrians is crazy, man. Nah,
brown doesn't mean black,
black, brother. What I'm saying is real brown, not the brown that they call today, like they try to call Mexicans brown in these.
So look, and he's showing it right here. He's showing the prism. Right, hold on, brother Alex. He's gonna show you. Now let's tell us: are these black people? In color. It don't matter. Look at the phenotype.
No, it does matter.
Alex, are people in Papua New Guinea black?
No, he's showing the picture. This is the exact people who he's talking about during the exact time period. Are you telling me these people are black?
I mean, I can't tell what color they are because it's not colored, but when I see the men's hair, it's all tightly curled. So I wouldn't say that they were black. I would say that they were Semitic, like a real Semitic.
Tightly curled here. Show me the tightly curl. Show me the Assyrians with tightly curled here. I would love to see that.
Well, go back to whatever the photo was 2 photos ago.
Where Jehu was in prostration. Go back. Yeah, go back to one more.
Is it one more after that?
There's one more. There's one more.
You got this one. You got this one. You got this one again. You got this one. Where's the tightly curled here at?
Just keep going. Right there. Can you stop?
Go back to that one with the wheel. Yeah, this one.
The guy next to the cow. He has nothing on his head. What does that look like?
He's not an Assyrian. He's either a Nubian or an Israelite.
Okay, and how do you know that?
Because he's been taken. The Assyrian is right here. He's the Assyrian.
Oh, so he's either a Nubian or Israelite. So
wait, hold on. Wait.
Okay.
You can see the fringes. Look for the fringes at the bottom too.
That's not distinctly Israelite though.
I mean, in this depiction, it would be.
There's actually, to my knowledge, there's actually only one.
These are Israelites. See these women right here? These are Israelites.
We just know.
And do you see how tightly curled his hair is?
That's not an Assyrian, brother. If
it's an Israelite, that proves my point even more.
I said he's either an Israelite or a Nubian.
Okay,
you don't know what he is.
None of these look black.
These are Israelites. See these women here?
Okay, so
these are Israelites. These are your black women. These are your African black women. See them right here?
Garfield, can you pull something up for me? Just to show everybody. So Elam was the direct son of Shem. And I know you guys try to say Shem, Ham, and Japheth, all of this is hoopla and all of that. But if that was hoopla, then why the heck do Jews call themselves the sons of Shem now? Number one. But number two, the whole world based their genealogy this way, all the way up until.
What are you talking about? Go look up the Oikomen. The Oikomen has the whole table of nations where they copied it from.
Cool. But in the scriptures, Elam was a direct son of Shem. He wasn't a great-great-grandson. He was a direct son of Shem, right? Can you pull up the Elamite Persian guard? The Elamite archers.
Those were Ethiopians.
They were Elamites.
I was at the British Museum. I got the primary where I was videotaping at the British Museum. Those are Ethiopian guards. Come on, man. Come on. You're not talking about rookie, bro. This is Garfield.
Bro, they are not Ethiopians. They are listed all throughout the histories, all throughout Persian history as Elamites. So why would you? Where do you?
Why did you say the whole world based their genealogy off of some shit?
Every single person on the planet.
No, we don't. Never
base their genealogy off, especially in the Middle East, in North Africa.
Well, who does that?
Base their genealogy off of Ham, Shem, and Japheth.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Because nobody knew who Ham. None of them was. Everybody knew until someone brought that into them. No one knew, bro. No one knew. You said everybody.
Wait a minute.
Listen.
If the world agrees you are a Canaanite or you are an Elamite,
who in the fuck knew what a Canaanite was, bro? Who knew before somebody came there and told them what it said Canaanite? No one knew. So there's people that predate all this shit you're saying.
Canaanites. The Elamites call themselves Elamites. Okay.
People predate the things that you're saying. So how would the whole world connecting themselves through genealogy to these fictitious?
If you acknowledge that this group of people are children of Elam, and then you are acknowledging that Elam, anybody who called them Elamites at that time, everybody acknowledged them as Elamites.
How?
Because
they didn't even know what genealogy was.
Simply by calling them Edomites, you're saying that they are sons of Shem.
No,
Elam,
I'm saying you're making it up.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, cool. Well, then why don't you go research it for yourself? Because I'm not.
No, I'm saying you're making it up. It is. I mean, you keep defaulting to your belief. That's what you're doing. You're in the middle of a smart. You're smart. You just said something. Listen, Alex.
They were known as Canaanites. That was the name people called.
Alex. When you put up that other source that was being fair, was being unbiased between the argument, that was the most unbiased you had been in the entire conversation. Now you're saying the whole world connects themselves to mythological people based on genealogy when they don't even know what the genealogy is. You just say it.
Understand what I'm saying? Maybe you should
No,
shut
no,
up
no,
and
no,
listen.
no. I don't need to shut up and listen. I'm not telling you to shut up and listen. What I'm simply telling you to do is to use better methodology. Challenge your own bias versus you coming out and keep on looking for things to support your bias, because that is all you're doing on the panel today. If you and other people is supporting your bias, supporting your bias, you're Googling shit just to argue with
Look at a real Shemite. That's a real Shemite right there.
Okay.
That's a real Shemite.
That's hilarious. All right, can you
That's
pull
a
up?
real Shemite. He's in the audience. Shout out to usual, man. Johnny Wise in the building. Real
Yeah.
Shemite.
All right.
That's what I'm talking
First
about.
of all, Garfield, you brought up a study earlier that said,
hey, but don't the pyramids and the Egyptians predate the Israelites, the Hamites, the Bible, and all that other nonsense by thousands of years?
Facts.
Come on, let's be real.
Okay, so the study you were talking about that said that the Sumerians are the closest to the ancient Israelites. This is the issue with these types of things, since we're going to talk about putting up bullshit, and no disrespect to you, but that study is from 2004, Shin et al. It says right here on the Weiland Online Library and on PubMed that the four Sumerian families clustered distinct Y chromosomes. Check this out. Oh, no. That's the study. Who cares? The question was, what was the reference? What was the reference population? So both in the Shin 2004 and the Offner 2013 studies.
Are you Alex Bennell on Facebook?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So why you ain't say that?
Oh, my bad, bro. Alex Bennell here. Hey.
Cool.
So both the Shin 2004 and the Offner 2013 studies used modern living Jewish populations as a proxy for Israelites. That is completely unreliable. They did not use ancient Israelite DNA. That whole test is a farce. None of that's circular reasoning. You can't test a modern population to see if that modern population comes from see if another modern population comes from an ancient population that you never included in the test.
Hold on. Which studies are you talking about? What studies are you talking about?
The Shin study from 2004, SHEN study from 2000. These are the only two studies that supposedly prove they have ancient Israelite DNA. They always use a modern Jewish population as a proxy for ancient Israelite because they will not match up to ancient Israelites. They have all the DNA right there. Show me one study where they use ancient DNA.
What ancient DNA study? What ancient DNA study would you accept?
Any ancient DNA study where they're actually using ancient Israelite DNA from ancient Israelite burial sites, not from a.
Would you agree that they had a study? When did the war start in Israel? The last Israel-Palestinian war. It was 2023 or 24 October, where they had the studies of the finds that they found in the northern time periods. That study, they found, I think, a J1, a T, and a G, right? There's another study of the of over 100 different samples that they have. Oh man, I can't believe it's so late. Hey, I'm still live, pops. I'm still live. Okay, when I'm done, I'll call you. All right, cool. There is a study. So you're saying that the Samaritan study. I know we're not supposed to be debating that. We're supposed to be debating that the what are we supposed to be debating?
My whole premise is that, and no disrespect to the Jewish people in the audience, but I'm just after the truth. My premise is that European Jews actually descend from a mix of a very tiny early population that went into Rome as slaves. Number one, let's clarify something. No Jews fled to Rome on purpose. They were taken there. All of the Jews that went to Rome after 70 AD was taken there as slaves.
80,000 of them. 80,000.
Yeah, 97,000 actually. Yeah. So, but that group of people, that was it. That was the only real Levantine.
And let me just add this. Let me add this. And they built the Colosseum. It took them 8 years. Titus and his son then brought them over there. 80,000.
That's beautiful.
All right, hold on a second.
My point is this.
Let Alex finish.
Yeah. So my point is this. That was the only real Levantine input. So after that, it was it is literally mathematically impossible that those 97,000 to well, actually about total when you think about all the waves that came in, about 285,000 to 500,000 Jews went into Rome during that time, right? After that, it's only either birth rate or conversion, that mass conversions that can account for the population being as high as it was in 1000 AD. And you can go and ask any AI, you can go and do the calculations yourself in Google. It is mathematically impossible that the population could have grown by any other means, at that rate, by any other means than conversion, period. So the vast majority of European DNA is actually European and not Levantine. That's my point.
So European DNA is European DNA. That ain't so. Who is arguing that European DNA is not European DNA?
European DNA is not Levantine DNA. It's not ancient.
So who is saying European DNA is Levantine? Who is saying that?
Well, that's what you'd have to be saying that all these millions of European Jews descend from ancient Israelites. It's mathematically impossible.
Okay, hold on. Do you agree? Right? Hold on. Let me get my This is actually my DNA expert that has all the up-to-date stuff.
Gotcha.
A biblical DNA. Let me ask you this: what he said earlier about the study. You said there's another study from 2020 that he's not familiar with, right?
2013.
Right. The 2022. The Southern East Garfield. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Hey, if you go back to the 2020 study, it talks about the Ashkenazi Jews and their autosomal admixture to the Canaanites and whatnot, to the Iron Age and Bronze Age.
Okay.
So you can use that one for that one, but you also have the Kerath Urim samples that you're familiar with, the two samples that they found. And when you look at their admixture, the closest people that genetically clusters with those two samples are the Samaritans, followed by the Palestinian Christians and the Lebanese Christians.
All right, can you tell me what that study is so I can see exactly?
Give me an email right now. I'm gonna send it to you right now because he had emailed it to me. So, a matter of fact, I got it from Israel. I got it from Israel Finkelstein himself. I'll send you what Israel Finkelstein sent it to me. Right. Yes, he did. He sent it to me. So I'll send that to you from Israel Finkelstein because he emailed it to me. Hold on.
You also got the chapter that was released. So if you don't got that one Garfield, I can send it to you. But it's free. I can send you the link in the back chat and you can put it up.
If you just tell me what the name of the study is, I can just pull it up. Like I can pull it up.
I'm gonna send it to you right now. I'm gonna send it to you right now. Send to me October 12th, 2023. What's your email?
Alexio.Benel. So
Alex what?
A-L. Let me put it in the chat. I'll just put it in the chat.
No. Say it to me because I'm typing it.
ALEXIEL .BENEL.
Dot what? At B-E-N?
B as in boy. Yeah, BENEL. Benel at gmail.com. While you send that to me, I'm gonna just mention this other study. See, because when I want to find, I'm gonna just to give my reasoning, right? Since my methodology is so fucked up. When I want to find the truth, I look. Okay, thank you. When I want to find the truth, I look for as most reliable information that I can possibly find. And because Israel is in charge of all of the ancient Israelite sites, or the vast majority of them, and the ones that they don't have access or that they don't have in Israel, they have treaties where they have control over those sites, even in places like Jordan. So they control the ancient DNA.
Now you don't trust it. So why we gonna have a conversation?
No. Just hear me out. You're saying, just hear me out. So instead, what I looked for was medical studies.
Nah, man, don't let him go. Don't let him go. He just said he just tried to change the narrative, bro. Nah, don't do that. You can't do that, Alex. You can't do that.
Israel Science
you can't do that.
Israel did this study. This is a medical
you mad about the data because it doesn't support your bias. You can't do that.
Stop talking, bro. This study is a study.
This is a medical. Why I'm gonna let you do that?
You can't do
okay,
that.
check this out. Okay, fine. I can't do that. But this is a medical study right here done on the Ashkenazi Israeli population.
Which you not.
They discovered the MC1R variant ales for malignant melanoma risk in Israel. Turns out what's really fucked up is that the MC1R variant.
Hold on, time out. How is it fucked up?
Oh, let me tell you. I mean, I was
You
literally.
express no. You're expressing your bias again because it doesn't support your position.
You don't even know
You
what my
continue
bias.
to do
You don't even
this.
know what I'm saying. You don't even know what I'm saying.
You don't even know what you're saying.
It's fucked up because I have to go get it cut out.
All right, so check this. So the MC1R variant turns out it's ancient. It's a very old ancient variant, and it had to be at a bottleneck or at a founding level for it to be across all Ashkenazi people.
Why
And
did
guess
it
where
have to
comes
be?
from? That's how genetics works. If it's across all the people, it's because they all. That's how, exactly how Jewish people try to prove that they have a common ancestor. This is how it works. And that variant is not only is it ancient, it comes from Eastern Europe. It does not come from the Levant. You don't find it there.
Where did people? Did people originate in the Levant? Did people originate in the Levant, or did people migrate to the Levant?
They have a variant.
I'm asking a question.
Nobody migrated to the Levant from Eastern Europe until 1948.
Okay, one more time. What is the founding? Who was there? Who was there, bro? What's the ancient DNA for the area?
Natufians.
Natufians.
Yes.
Based on what study?
I mean, pick one.
Do you? Wait. Let me ask something. Do you carry any? Do you carry any Natufian in you?
He made that up, brother.
Do you have any Natufian markers?
We're not about. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about European Jews.
Yeah. I'm a European Jew. I have Natufian markers. Do you?
Okay, this is the thing. You can sit there and say you're a European Jew and you have Natufian markers. Show me that.
Okay.
No. Don't show him anything. No, don't show him nothing. He ain't showed us shit. So why would you request information from you that he can't show?
Let's back up. Let me grant everything.
Showed that
No.
they have
Stop.
Ancient founding marker. It's a founding marker, and it comes from Europe, not from the Levant.
So how does Johnny have Natufian markers? How?
Johnny's gonna have to let me know how he has Natufian markers.
I mean, there's enough people. There's enough people on here that know that have seen my stuff, that know who I am, that know that I'm not lying. And you don't have to look at my DNA. You can look at any Natufian studies and see where they get those. How do they find the markers for what they're looking for in Natufians? They have to look at people that are alive today. So that's who they use. So let me ask you something. Stop. I want to back up.
If they have ancient DNA, that's the only way to know what Natufians were for real is to test Natufian DNA, not to test you.
Okay. Let me ask you a question.
There's admixture that goes on, so they can find that.
Can I ask one question?
Yes, sir. Please.
That don't make no sense.
I grant everything you said. But then why am I related to? Do I have cousins that have never been out of Baghdad? Do I have cousins from Yemen? Do you have hundreds of cousins in Israel? If these things aren't true, well, where do these people come from? The people in Yemen that are
cousins. I'm sorry. When you say cousins, what do you mean?
I mean 8th or 9th cousin.
Okay, and you're Jewish, right? And you guys commonly, it's known that for the most part you intermarry with each other, right?
There was
a see, here we go again. That has nothing to do with what he just said.
Stop. No, let's stop there. Yeah, stop. Yes, there was endogamy, but there was endogamy in Eastern Europe. There was endogamy in Yemen. There was endogamy in Persia. There was endogamy in later Iran. There was endogamy in Iraq. These places are desperate. They're not close to each other. We're still related. We're related. Wait, stop right there. We're related particular because of that endogamy, meaning the people that left were still related to each other when they left. So that if we only married into our cousins, then we stayed related rather than becoming desperate farther apart.
Sure.
And when you say the majority and the vast majority is European, some people have upwards of 70% Levantine that are Ashkenazi.
Yeah, but that was once again determined by testing proxies, not actual ancient DNA. So
this man don't know what he's talking about.
No, it's showing affinity with other populations in the area. That's what it's showing.
That's after
what?
2,000 years of the Romans.
No, you keep on. You're biased. Yo, Alex, you biased, bro. You biased, bro. You can't hear.
You just didn't get a workout moving that goalpost. That's all.
No. That's exactly how you guys determined. This is literally exactly
No,
how.
now you said you guys. Come on, you don't like it if you would say you people. Come on, man, you guys, you people. Come on, you Alex, you're being biased, and it is coming through the speakers.
I'm gonna
We
ask my
hear it.
question now. So
this is exactly how the Israeli government determined that they were a part of that area because they
Based
had
on what evidence,
broader-
Alex?
based on
What evidence?
haplogroup
What
J.
evidence?
Because they
No. I asked you what evidence. How
the
the
nation of
government
Israel
has to
has
deal with
nothing to do with
haplogroup
the
J.
Bible.
What do you mean?
Hey,
How did the government have anything? All of
can
the
I say
tests that they
something?
did when they first came from the 1920s all the way through the 1960s, the government of Israel spent
Hey, guess who got the J marker, Alex? Alex, guess who got the
the
J
government
marker?
of Israel spent billions of dollars trying to prove
Alex,
that
Alex,
they
wait, stop.
What's your DNA? Hold on, guys. Time out, Johnny. Time out. Alex, what's your DNA?
We're not talking about my DNA. We're talking about.
Why do you want to see his DNA and we can't see yours?
Because I'm not sitting here trying to claim that I'm an ancient Israelite.
Oh, because he's R1A. That's why.
What I'm claiming is
he doesn't want to say that he's R1A.
I'm definitely not. What I'm claiming.
What are you?
Is
R1A.
Okay. Thank you. What I'm claiming is that the majority of
R1A
European Jews are the descendants of.
You got a German grandpappy.
Mass conversions.
You got a German grandpappy.
Only European Jews and Jews that kind of go after that whole Talmudic thing. Only they even believe in conversion. Most African Jews, Yemeni Jews, none of them people believe in conversion because they don't descend from converts.
Stop.
They were converts.
Wait. Please.
converts.
You guys got to give me a chance. Let me cut
Some
now.
of the Yemenis
Please.
were converts.
Please, let me cut now.
After 70 AD, more people fled into Africa and the southern Arabia.
Stop, man. Stop. Everybody in Africa converted to that shit, man.
Stop. No, not the Yemenite. Not the Yemenite. Let's go. Whoa. The Nusach of the Yemenites come from the Rambam. They come from Sephardic Jews. That's the tradition they follow. They follow Sephardic tradition. Yeah, they allow converts.
You didn't know that, huh?
No, the Falasha are not converts.
Who said the Falasha?
They follow the Rambam.
Oh, the Falashas? That's a whole nother conversation.
The Falashas, that's a different story. Those are there's some stories there.
They are converts. Ultimately, they are converts.
The Limba. The Limba and the Rimba, are those converts?
Let me show you the Limba.
Converts.
They're not converts. They're not even converts.
Converts.
Stop. Those aren't even converts. Those are people that are making up, that have stories and myths.
Yeah, that's correct.
About a land they don't even know about.
You're correct. They are making up stuff. They are.
Their DNA. So their DNA is lying. They tested the highest
Hold on.
DNA.
No. You're talking about the
DNA. So you trust that DNA study, right?
Please, let me.
Well,
you guys got
a horrible researcher, bro.
No.
Bro, the Cohen model haplogroup.
If you guys
the Cohen model haplogroup shows up in tons of different populations, not just Jewish populations.
Mm-hmm. Except for they say themselves that they traveled south through the city of Sana'a into Africa.
Where?
After 70 AD.
No, where? Where do you say?
Right. But
they're in Mozambique. I'm sorry, they live in Zimbabwe.
Hold on, guys.
Yemenite Jews are J2. Yemenite Jews are majority J2 haplogroup.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on 1 second. I want him to look at the Lemba information and the argument, right? Because Tudor Parfit was mad with me when I brought this up, right? I had somebody from Zimbabwe on my show and I challenged him on that, and he's been mad at me ever since. Now, this is Ephraim Chikano, Madivenga, and Tudor Parfit, two scholars at Crossroads, reflections on the Remba origins. Remba is the same as the Lemba. All right?
Yeah,
now, look at this. I want you to look at this, right? Some Remba people inhabit the area around Great Zimbabwe where there is evidence of Muslim presence a few centuries ago. Some of these Remba people claim Arab ancestry in addition to similar circumcision patterns and similar Goma names. Madivenga's argument leans closely to that of W.D. Hammond Took. Hammond Took notes that this is from 1937, notes that like Muslims, the Remba circumcised their sons between 7 and 15 instead of at infancy, right? He maintains that the marriage and dietary laws are aligned to the Muslim practice. The names of the Remba tribal groupings are actually Arabic and generally used by Muslims. Sadiqi, Hassan, Hamisi, Haji, Bakiri, Sarifo, Saidi. For him, the Remba descended from Muslims, at least in part. These Remba skilled in mining and metal work were believed to be foreigners in Zoutpansberg. They are believed to be the source of the right among the Venda, South, and Thonga. Now watch this.
Okay.
Watch this. Hold on a second. Nowhere is Mandevenga clearer in his advancement Muslim Remba thesis than in the abstract to his PhD in 1986. Chapter 2 identifies and describes vestiges of Muslim influence among the Varemba people in the southern interior, among whom traces of Islamic culture have survived. It concludes that the Semitic cultural traits among the Varemba are indeed Islamic and not Jewish, as some writers have suggested, and that these influences had a Southeast African origin. It is also tentatively suggested that the Varemba may be distant descendants of the Muslims who got cut off from the coast by the Portuguese, not the coast.
Okay.
Watch this. Hold on. Last point. Tudor Parfit has gone to great lengths to prove that the Remba are of Jewish origin, while Ephraim Chicacano Madevenga has stood his ground that the said Jewish origin is fallacious.
Okay.
The loophole in the genetic proof, Parfit's seemingly greatest trump card, is that both Jews and Arabs, being cousins, share the same genetic configuration to the same levels found among the Remba. The said Kohanim model haplotype is shared by a number of tribes across that Middle East. Locally, Mandevenga is supported by Pathisa Naithi, who says, when a circumcised Moremba slaughters a beast, he faces east. During the process, the man who slaughters the beast utters the following words: Bismillahi takebara, which means I slaughter in the name of Allah, God is the greatest. Mm-hmm. This procedure is clearly Islamic, driven by the zeal to unearth this tradition among the Remba of Mposi. The current researcher found himself at a crossroad with local practice of the Lemba spiritual home. The tradition was strange even to the oldest surviving Remba. And a matter of fact, I got a video I could play for you guys where the people in the area are saying that they only learned about circumcision in the 1920s. So people argue about the Lemba from Tudor Parfit's position, but when you know the complete picture, they're definitely rooted in Islamic practice.
Okay. Well, actually, that's once again everything you just said was about the Remba, not the Limba practices. But and the Limba names are also not Muslim names.
What he talked about was the Cohen model haplogroup. Did you miss that part?
Right. So
it's very common in J1 and J2.
Yeah.
You can't say right and then disagree. You
okay,
what the fuck?
What I'm saying is
there's nothing else to say.
Kohanim. If it's Kohanim, that means it comes from Aaron, correct?
No, it doesn't. That's what we're saying, is that the Cohen model haplogroup is present in other populations besides Jewish populations. It's just a part of the J1 markers. There's also a 12 marker group that's carried within the J2. I carry that one. There's no history.
Hold on.
There's no priestly history in my family.
Hold on. You know the Lemba and the Remba are the same people, right?
They're adjacent, yeah.
But there's no reason to argue that, because that argument is that you're feeding
so
them
what
for
you're
no
saying,
reason.
What you're saying is that the Kohanim marker is not.
Stay with me. The Cohen modal haplogroup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Cohen modal. No. Say it with me. It has nothing to do with Kohanim.
You're not about to be condescending to me like that. I'm not.
But you're misunderstanding. It has nothing to do with Kohanim. It's not the plural of priests. It's the Cohen modal haplogroup. It's not about Kohanim. It's not a Kohanim marker.
But it does. It's something that's supposed to suggest.
No, it's not. It's something that they thought did. No, it's something that they thought they used to think was only present within priests, and they found out that it's not.
Yeah. Oh no. I can believe that too. I can definitely believe that.
You should. It's real.
Because
you understand? I carry a Cohen model haplogroup within me, but my family were never Cohens.
Yeah, in the 1920s, when I believe 1940s, when the Hebrew University was trying.
Wait, the 20s or the 40s?
It was the 1940s. I just corrected myself. Why the hell are you interrupting me?
What was going on in the 40s in the Hebrew University in the 40s? Wait. Make sure you have your facts straight. What was going on in the 40s at the Hebrew University?
There were medical studies going on
at Hebrew University in the 40s.
Let me see which university it was. Let me just pull it up so that you don't fucking interrupt me, because at the end of the day, what I'm about to say.
No, what he's trying to get you to do is not fuck it up. It's what he's trying to get you to do.
At the end of the day, there were medical studies going on that were trying to use the ancient DNA in Israel.
Where?
To use the ancient DNA.
Where was this study?
In the 1940s?
I'm going to pull it up in a second, but can I say what I'm saying?
No, we need to know where
it's not
it
going to
was.
leave the internet.
There's no DNA studies in the 40s that's going on with Jews, bro.
Absolutely, they were all the way through the 60s, all the way through
DNA
1967.
no. DNA studies in the 40s in the Hebrew University.
Stop it. Just Hebrew University in the 40s. Just Hebrew University in the 40s. Think about it.
Hold on.
What happened in 1947? What happened in 1948?
I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up.
No. Yeah, pull it up. Pull it up.
Hey, Dan. Biblical DNA, what are you showing?
So this is the PCA of those new 2 samples from Kiryat Yearim, the Israelite samples, and I'm showing which populations genetically cluster to these ancient Israelite samples from Kiryat Yearim. You clearly see it's the Samaritans. I don't know where he gets this concept that they have to use Ashkenaz or Jewish DNA to show that who these people cluster with, but you can clearly see it's the Samaritans cluster closest.
Sorry,
I
what
can
side
show
is
you
that?
also. I'm sorry.
What side is that?
This is via Duo. This is GitHub. This is the G25 coordinates that you can use to do PCA clustering with. I can also show you the autosomal and the distances of which populations distance closest to these 2 ancient Israelite samples. These are from the peer-reviewed Akbari 2026 that was just recently published. He worked on, I think it was like 10,000, 16 new samples, because there's a bunch of new studies, a lot of ancient DNA studies that's about to come out, are about to drop. And these 2 samples were from in that study, were sequenced in that study, and their genomes are publicly available right now. You can download these samples and use them on admixture tools, and you can find out what their admixture was and everything. It's publicly available. So that's the study right there, Akbari 2026. Garfield, you want me to show the admixture real quick?
Damn, Alex, it ain't looking good for you, bro.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
go
no,
ahead.
I mean that's what you think.
They didn't start
Not what I think,
human
bro.
genetics
Not what I think.
Okay,
into
so
Hebrew University till 1950. Before that, the only studies they did were on fruit flies and how organisms evolved to the salinity of their environment.
Exactly, and so that's why he kept asking you to make sure you got your facts straight, Alex. There it goes again. There you go again. We J markers over here, boy. We know what we talking about. It's our people.
Go ahead, Dan.
So as we can clearly see, the Samaritans, genetic distance closest to this ancient Israelite, and this is a male sample. We can go ahead and show the study too. I sent you the study, Garfield. You want to pull it up, or you want me to pull it up? It don't matter. So I can prove to him where these samples come from, what studies they're a part of. So he's not think we're just making we're just giving them a hard time. We're making any of this up. Because we make sure which populations come closest to these ancient samples.
Make sure he understands that those are genetic distances or generations.
And they're coming closest to it. Like you don't see
that's within one generation.
After anything like that.
Ashkenazim would be there within
Yo, Alex, you ain't even got
generations.
this, man. You ain't got this, bro. Just get this one out until you got some better information, bro. Shit it out.
How far down are Ashkenazim in that study?
See, quit asking questions. Quit asking questions and understand. Until you have better science, you ain't getting around it. At the end of the day, until you have better science, you ain't getting around it, bro. You can say all the fluff you want to say. I don't care nothing about that. Until that science ain't right, you just talking. And I don't even know why y'all trying to use science. You're gonna get beat up every time you try to use science.
And there's a reason that most Yemenite Jews now wear the Orthodox hats and stuff like that, because they follow the most complete Nusach, the most complete traditions, which was Sephardim way before there was any Tamanim. There are Tamanim traditions, don't get me wrong, but those traditions are coming from the 1400s in Spain, basically.
Y'all let Garfield trick y'all into an argument that he had better information than y'all had, and he did it again today. Is it at the end of the day, he got people that he talking to that other people ain't talking to, and he getting information that y'all ain't got, and he able to make the statements that he make because he has the evidence to back it up, and it's gonna beat y'all up every time. Y'all ain't no damn Jews. Leave the Jews alone, bro.
Garfield.
I don't think he was claiming he was a Jew, though. He's running from that. He doesn't want to claim that.
Well, they the brokest damn Jews I ever seen.
Yeah. Okay, so the Akbari 2026 used, it looks like, it says Ashkelon samples the specific early Iron Age Ashkelon population was actually distinct in its high genetic affinity to European-derived populations. That's one of the samples.
Yeah, because you're talking about the Philistines. You're talking about people that came from the Mycenaean Islands.
From the Aegean, right.
Garfield,
Right.
look at my screen,
But
bro.
the
Look at my
Ashkelon
screen,
samples
Garfield.
are not Israelites.
Look at my screen, Garfield.
They're Philistines,
Yeah, there we go.
right?
All
Those
right,
are the
so
sea people.
This is the study that Garfield sent you. This is from the extended the book itself. It's called the Iron 2 Burial Cave Ancient DNA. Right. So this is the chapter that discusses these two samples. We see that the authors are Ari Shosh and David Wright, the geneticist, right? This chapter supplies basic DNA information regarding two individuals from the Iron 2 Burial Cave at Khazarian, chapters 25, 26, 27. Genetically, these two individuals are one male, I-14, 9, 18, and one female, I-14, 9, 19. This data builds upon previously published materials, Shas et al. 2023. And that's the email that Brother Garfield sent you, that Israel Finkelstein sent to Brother Garfield, right? So we go down on this paper, we're going to see, you know, that the Y-DNA of these individuals. The male belonged to J2A1A, 1A, 2B, 2A, 1B1. You see what I'm saying? Like, and this is commonly found amongst the Samaritan family.
Throw in the towel, bro.
Say again?
Throw in the towel. Throw in the towel, bro. It's over. Alex, throw the towel in, bro. Garfield, put me on the screen, bro. I'm trying to help the brother out. I'm trying to help the brother out.
Samples,
Alex, Alan, you
came
gotta.
from-
And David Reich is the goat, bro. You gotta listen to his lab.
The samples came from Bronze Age Canaanites, from Iron Age Ashkelon samples.
It came
modern
from Iron Age
Palestinians.
too, bro. This is Iron Age too, man.
Right.
And
Bronze Age.
and
I just said Iron Age Ashkelon, but none of these people. None of these.
This is a dagger right here.
Right. Listen, and this is why Eric
Bronze Age
Klein's
Canaanites are
updated
not
his book.
Israelites.
Just
The
for that
people
reason.
of Ashkelon are not Israelites. Modern Palestinians are not Israelites. These are the samples. The samples came
Alex,
from modern
Alex,
Ashkelon
as your
and Bronze Age
as your
Canaanites.
trainer, Alex, as your trainer, I'm throwing in the damn towel. Stop it. Just stop. You ain't got better signs, bro. Just sit it out. Sit it out till you got better signs, bro. And maybe after you read that study, maybe after you read that study, you change your position.
Ancient Israelites.
Maybe after you read the study, you change your position. But for now, we throw in the damn towel.
European admixture. Like that's to be a proxy.
Alex, I threw in the towel, bro.
That
Stop.
sounds like sound science to y'all. Testing other people who have nothing to do with the people you're trying to test.
Alex, there's a body of knowledge regarding to the data that is discussed in that article that builds over other knowledge. That's what they're doing. Once you test populations and the genome is mapped out, bro, you ain't got to do all this other shit. You can sit there and hit at these base points and find out who those founding populations are and continue to work towards the answer to that. You can't. No, it's bro. Listen, Throw the towel in. You ain't got nothing. You ain't got nothing.
Whatever DNA test
There's no manipulating DNA. There's no manipulating DNA because science is going to catch it. No, science will catch it. Alex, Alex, science requires you to know, and science requires you to do, and science does. What does it do? What does it do? Science falsifies things. So what you trying to do ain't gonna happen. We gonna catch it. That's why I said there's retractions and all kind of other stuff. Just relax, Alex. You done busted a blood vessel, and I done threw in the damn towel. I done threw the towel in.
Okay, so
Stop.
that's like me trying to go and test somebody else's kid to see if they descend from my people. Of course, I can't fucking use a proxy for something when we don't know what the original is.
Alex, let me ask you a question. How do you determine who is an Israelite or not? Which sample should we use? Because we got samples we got over 100
Israelite burials, not from Ashkelon, not from Philistines, not from Canaan.
You're not allowed to dig up a Hebrew person who is in a cemetery.
I know, and you should probably go back to the early 1940s and 50s and 60s to see why that is.
All right, so Alex, let me ask you a question. If they find a body in the Iron Age time period within the confinements of Israel, would you consider that an Israelite sample?
If they find at an Israelite burial with Hebrew or Aramaic or Phoenician writing, or like if it is Israelite, I'm not fucking going into. You can go into Egypt and find burials that are not Egyptian. And why would I pick when I have access and I have control over all the burial sites? Why would I pick one that I know is not what I'm trying to test?
Hold on, no. What I want to know is, look, you see all these samples that he's showing. I want to know, right? I'm gonna ask you a question. How would you determine what would be satisfactory for you? Because here they have one right here, Israel KJIA. They have
that's location, but what is it? You know,
that's an Iron Age 2. That's an Iron Age 2 Israelite. That's the sample. It just proves that it's genetic continuity from the Middle Bronze Age to the Iron Age, Second Iron Age. Which people were living in that land? Stop playing games. Which people were living in the land during that time?
They have another one here, Israel Megiddo, MLBA. They have another one, Israel Megiddo, T1A. They have another one. That's Iran. That's not Israelite. But I'm just trying to figure out, because it seems like we're trying to fit something that's obvious into something that's not acceptable to you. I don't think anything is acceptable to you. Now, you have an issue with white people. It's obvious.
I don't have an issue with white people.
Yeah, because what happened is,
I thought Jewish people were white.
Alex, let me finish, bro. Relax. It's not that serious. What I'm saying to you is, nothing is going to be fine for you as far as DNA samples. Now, I think we have over 100 samples in the region from Bronze Age come all the way down to Iron Age 2. What happened is, I subscribe to the historical or the archaeological findings that Israel stems from Canaanites from the lower lands who went to the higher lands and became Israel, right? The proto-Israelites, and they became Israelites, eventually started separating themselves. I believe that wholeheartedly. I don't believe in an Exodus story. I believe people left Egypt, but even the story that they use for the Exodus tradition, the people actually, Egypt got the people and returned them back to the land. The story that they say may have influenced the story, which is just ironic. But at the end of the day, we know there's Israelites. Israelites are real people. They separated themselves. They ended up with a kingdom. We know it through the kingdom of Omri, it's called in the Assyrian records. And we know there was kings and so forth. Now, I'm not arguing that. I know there was also a Judah, because we have Ahaz as the first king documented. He's in the Bible as fighting with the Assyrians against the Syrian Ephraimite war with the northern kingdom. It's a real war that took place, so I have no doubt about that. I don't believe they were united. Israel and Judah was united. I think they weren't united. I think in the story they're united, but I don't think in real life they were. I have no problem with believing that. I don't have no problem with talking about that. The issue I have now is, you want these people to be who you want them to be. You don't want them to be light skinned like Johnny. You don't want them to have any form of European. You don't want them to have any form of European connection. That's not what it is. What it is. My thing is the truth is I wish my Rastafarian family was right. They said the only tribe of Judah or tribe of Israel is in Jamaica with the Rastafarians. That's what they believe, and they say they have oral traditions to back it up. I don't know if they're lying or not. I think they're lying, but I shouldn't say I don't know if they're lying. They are lying. But I wish that was true. But it's just not me. I can't lie. It's not me. I don't have the J marker. I have no connection to the Levant. I have E1, B1A. I am Western Central African. I can't be what I'm not. I could be a convert. I could go to a synagogue. I go to Johnny's synagogue, and he could say, "Yo, I'm gonna take you to the rabbi and do what you got to do and convert." I could convert, but that's it, and I'm good with that. But now, for me to say that because somebody has European DNA mixed in with Levantine DNA, they don't qualify because they have European DNA. Come on, man.
Nah, that's the smoke signal. G, you knew this. It's the smoke signal to confuse us up. Listen, bro, if the best evidence we have to talk about ancient populations and or peoples that existed during historical moments, and we're using that data, we got to go by the best cross-referenced data that we have. And then we don't sit here and have to play expert or try to diffuse a situation. We use it. We use the knowledge that has been passed down to us and to understand it. So therefore, we can have a clear conversation. It's when we get to denying the evidence that's in front of us that plays on our bias that becomes a problem. Alex literally just clipped himself because he didn't have the science, which goes to show at some point we all have limitations and we have to be able to adjust and adapt. Go with the science. Do not go with your feelings. It'll get you hung every time.
Mm-hmm. And did you guys know
that Rastafarians, Israelites? Shout out to them. Don't e-box me. Don't email me. No hate mail. But
yeah,
y'all fake like Alex right now. Both of y'all in the same box. Same box. Let these people live, man. Let them be who they are. It's good to be chosen. But come on, man. Let's stop
This
lying.
is the issue.
Go ahead,
This
Alex.
is the issue. The further you go back in history, all historical accounts, even in Europe, the early drawings of
based on what data, Alex?
Based on the fucking drawings in the catacombs.
What data? What data, Alex? What are we going back in history and we're referring to?
You go back in history.
Russian icons.
Who cares?
The further we go back.
Who cares what those drawings look like? Those drawings were of my ancestors, though. No matter what they look like.
So the further you go back in history, the more the story looks completely different from today. And the way I got
why is that, Alex? Why is that, Alex?
How can you say that? How can you say that?
Okay. So where's the study about the Natufians? Because why are we just
where your hair at, Alex? You ain't got woolly hair. Where your woolly hair at? You bald headed.
Are you serious?
Why the fuck is you in this conversation? You ain't got no hair.
Hey, Alex,
no.
why these Africans draw these people?
Because I'm bald. Because my head is bald, I can't be in this. This is your reasoning. You want to talk about my reasoning?
No, he's messing with you, Alex. He's trolling you. Alex, look at this. Look at the screen, right? Why did the Africans draw these people as the Portuguese Jews? Why did they draw them? Why did they make these what do you call it? The clay stuff. This is what they look like. Who are these people that they're drawing? I'm putting together. Who are these people that they're trading with?
Portuguese.
Who are these people? They're Jews?
They're Portuguese.
So they're not Jews?
Not all Portuguese people were Jews. There was a very minority.
So who are these people right here? These are not
Jews. Who them people, Alex?
Who are them
like
people?
Portuguese people to me.
Look at this.
Go back.
Portuguese ivory. Who are these people?
They look like
he don't know. He never seen it before. He never seen it before.
In Sierra Leone throughout the 60s and the 70s, and few of any of the carvings come from Nigeria. Why are they drawing the people to have them look like this? These are the Luso Africans. You say they're not Jews? Says who? Who says that?
I'm not sure who these people are.
Okay.
He ain't never seen it before, Garfield. I appreciate your honesty.
You've never seen before.
Yo, Alex. I said I appreciate your honesty. I didn't demean you. I said I appreciate your honesty.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, bro.
Is Biblical still on here? I can't see because I'm on the phone.
Yeah, I'm still on.
Okay. So with the European component of Ashkenazim is majority on the MT and through the
NCDNA haplogroup.
Those happen, but through the women in general, I didn't want to be so. And that's happening in Sicily, and kind of solidifying from older West Asian and Middle Eastern haplogroups that moved into the Roman Empire prior to the Jews coming through. They solidify pretty much the Ashkenazim are solidified in Sicily before they even moved through Italy into the Rhineland. And there's not that much. The conversion rate isn't as high as it sounds if you just say it that way. But those basically 4 women married into the Jewish population in the first centuries of CE, that became the Ashkenazim population. That's where the European component is coming from. It's coming from Sicily, and it's coming from a certain time period. Absolutely, there were converts throughout time, things like that. But I'm saying that when they're talking about the DNA and what make up an Ashkenazi, that's the DNA. It's Mediterranean and Levantine and Balkan DNA mixed, mostly. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Nah, that's about right. Let's go straight to the source though, because anybody knows me knows I don't just like talking. I always back up everything I'm saying. So I can show let me share this tab instead, Garfield. I can go straight to the article that I brought up earlier. Is the genomic history of the Bronze Age Southern Levant. Agranat Tamir, that's all 2020. I don't know if it's sharing already. Okay, let me see.
I got you.
How do I make this big? It seems small. Might have to download it to get it big, huh?
Is this the one with 100 samples from 2020, I think?
Yeah, there's a lot of, this is from, they covered like Middle Bronze Age, Middle Late Bronze Age, Late Bronze Age, Iron Age 1. And then those two samples from Tel Megiddo, and then the that one that How Music likes to bring up. I think it's Abel Malach, something like that. But here we go. Let me see. But yeah, for the mtDNA, yeah, because Ashkenazi Jews, they carry a lot of mtDNA H and K, if I'm not mistaken. So, but those
K and J,
those are known to be amongst Europeans also, just like how the T1As is found in different ancient populations. However, that mtDNA was found amongst that ancient Israelite sample. So they just shows you that different mtDNA lineages went to different locations.
it was the Ashkenazim are made mostly of K1 and mainly K1 A1 B1A. Another K, J1C7, and a particular N. Not very many H's or T's.
Okay. And this is the one you want to look at right here, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't read this study.
If memory serves me, like U7, but definitely in the ends were, I mean, N7, they were definitely like Middle Eastern derivative mtDNA. So there's been back and forth, but they were in Sicily prior to the Judeans going there. Blah blah blah.
But we can see that the Ashkenazi Jews, they still have a fraction of their autosomal, the profile is showing Middle Late Bronze Age Megiddo. So the claim that somehow they're mainly Europeans when they have a European component also is just, I mean, it's nonsense. They're like half and half. Now what I could say is the possibility is that there was a lot of Jews that settled in the southern Levant or the southern Europe during the time of the Greeks, the Hellenistic Jews and whatnot. So did these Jews intermingle with the population there? And now we're seeing, Jews that just mingled in with the Southern Europeans, and that's what's showing. That's a possibility.
It's a Mediterranean stew.
It always has been. Hayek doesn't think so. That's his theory. Like, he mixes it up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know it was brought up earlier and needed to be talked about. So even on a hike, half of his material that he publishes is like good academic quality. Is legit. Then when he was talking about like, the Ashkenazi Jews, where it came from, he mixed it in with some good parts of it because he tried to break down of where the name Ashkenaz comes from with the Scythians and whatnot. But then to sit there and say that Ashkenazi Jewish DNA, like if they're like European, which I don't think he really ever said that. That's not what his goal at all. Actually, I caught him on a live on YouTube, and he said that wasn't his goal. Like, he wasn't trying to say something like that. So, but yeah.
Hey, listen, man, I'm just still flabbergasted at the fact that the old boy don't think that people migrated into a region like everybody else wasn't migrating or crossing specific regions. Like, these people are not who he think they are. And we know who these people are, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to quit playing these games. You can't come up here and argue that you're an Israelite Your black ass Israelite.
When
And
did
you
I
don't even
say
know what
that,
it is.
man? When did I say that?
You arguing for him. That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not. What
Okay.
I'm saying has nothing to do
Okay.
with
All right.
African Americans or
man.
Jamaicans
Okay.
being
What are you,
Israelites or
Alex?
any of
Alex,
that.
are you a Christian? Are you a Christian?
Thank you, brother.
No.
You're welcome.
Dan, that was beautiful. That was beautiful, bro. You're killing it. You're killing it
And you
right
can
now.
see Garfield. You can use this too. I recommend clipping this. You putting this in your slide because it brings up like the Ethiopian Jews and whatnot, and you can see their admixture too.
I don't know.
No, don't tell Don. Quit cheating. Quit you. Don't give him no Dan. Don't give him Dan. Don't give him nothing, bro. We
major
knew this,
portfolio.
but
So we
don't
have
give him that.
PubMed. You guys are
The
talking about
Ethiopian
haplogroup
Jews,
K.
it's a weird story. It's like Johnny, they'll accept the Ethiopian storyline, but they won't accept nobody else's. Because even with the Yemenites, with the Himmerite tradition, they talk about converting from two priests that came there and all that stuff.
Yeah.
That tradition exists. And I'm like, do we believe that? Because that's telling us that they're converts.
Right.
That's not telling that they're bloodline. You know
But
what I'm
they,
saying? And some of
but,
the
And see, but
but
look
there's
at that.
nothing
Isn't that
wrong.
interesting though? Because like if they grew closely with other
They do.
Jewish groups, yeah. So then, but if they descended from two, if it was just two priests that came in, they all converted. Then how are they grouping closely with DNA?
Because there were J1 and J2 Arabs already there.
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Okay. So
But
what that
can we stop
means
real
I'm
quick?
J1, baby.
we have
I'm
haplogroup
J1.
J.
Alex,
I'm
We all
J1.
have haplogroup J in common.
Alex,
I'm J1.
said that.
But there's nothing wrong with a convert.
After 70 AD, the refugees did go to Arabia, so they already had
Yo,
communities.
Garfield, relax. Let Alex go, bro. Hit that big vein in the middle of his forehead is popping, bro. He got something on his mind. Let him get that
Don't
shit
let
off.
him get you, Alex. Don't let
Let
him
him
get
get
you.
that shit off.
Come on every week.
Immature, man. It's like just
It's
grow up a
just
little bit.
well, it's just that but then come with the sources, brother.
Okay, so I'm on. This is the government website, nih.gov.
Told you.
I
Told you
hope
what he
that
was
can
doing.
be- I hope that can be, because you guys just got done
So
talking about.
put it on your screen so I can share it, bro.
Go Intel.
Yeah,
Wait, hold
just
on,
share
let me-
screen. And we ain't
yeah.
no enemies, and we all don't have to be right about it.
I mean, there's only one asshole in here.
Oh yeah,
that I can see.
by the way, too, with the Herodotus thing, I just want to let you know that the final translation says, it says, hold on a second, let me tell you what it says. It says the translation is dark-skinned and curly-haired, not black-skinned and woolly-haired. It did say that originally in the earlier dictionaries.
Yeah, I never said black skin. I said dark skin the whole time.
I know. Changed from black skin to woolly, from black skin and woolly hair to actually dark skin and curly hair, like swarthy, like sunburned. So that's
why we gotta understand.
All right,
We gotta understand what they talking about, bro.
Can
We
you guys
just can't
Can you guys
put
can you
that
see
on
my
them.
screen?
Nah, Garfield ain't put it on yet. He being biased.
I got you right now. Make it bigger, my brother.
Yeah, come on, Garfield. Let him fight back. He been getting his ass kicked too long. 30 minutes.
Anybody argues with this though? This is what we were talking about a while ago. You just talked about this, Johnny.
So can you guys see that's
so we back to this.
Right?
We back to this.
Bro, the 4 women that it stemmed from with the Ashkenazi maternal lineages.
No, we're talking about haplogroup K, right?
But we're back to this. We just discussed it though.
He just discussed this. He just finished talking about
it. This is the thing, because you guys can,
goddamn Alex,
y'all can say one thing, but we have to look at what, just because one group of people says something doesn't mean that there are not dissenting views in science, and we have to look at all the information. What is the problem with that?
Hold up. Because all this stretching of and rearranging of history and science, just because you want to not accept something, what are we doing?
Oh shit, Sabio.
What are we doing in 2026, bro?
We're not on that. We're not on that. I wanted to
hold on, Sabio. We want him to read the source, Sabio. Let him read the source. Let's see if he get it.
Ashkenazi Jews remains highly controversial. Like Judaism, mitochondrial DNA is passed along the maternal line. Its variation in the Ashkenazim is highly distinctive, with 4 major and numerous minor founders. However, due to their rarity in the general population, these founders have been difficult to trace to a source. Here, we show that all 4 major founders, 40% of Ashkenazi mitochondrial variation, have ancestry in prehistoric Europe. prehistoric, not Iron Age. It goes back before that. How do they have ancestry in prehistoric Europe? Answer that.
Calm down, Alex. Don't bust your blood vessel, bro. Keep reading.
Sean, no,
is
let him finish. Let him
Because
finish.
they
That's what I said.
always
Let's read it.
Let him
Thus,
finish.
the great
Let him
majority of
finish. Let him finish.
Ashkenazi maternal lineages were not brought from the Levant, as commonly supposed, nor recruited in the Caucasus, as sometimes suggested, but assimilated within Europe. Okay, like this is prehistoric. That means
hold on, time out. Pause, Alex.
No. Let him be, yo. Let him finish.
No, we're done.
He just said Europe and then turned around and argued against the migration from Europe.
Hold on. What are you saying, Alex? Are you finished, brother? I just want to make sure you're
I'm
done.
saying that this is saying that mitochondrial DNA from all four major haplogroups that are tied to Ashkenazim originate in Europe. They originate in prehistoric Europe. That means that was already a part of their DNA before the Iron Age.
See what I mean, Garfield? He doesn't understand.
Hold on.
The Iron Age is history.
You know the prevailing
prehistoric.
theory. You know the prevailing theory is that all the roots of Ashkenazi on the mtDNA side traces back to 4 women. Now, those women are European women. Nobody is disputing that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Johnny just talked about with Dan, the biblical DNA. You weren't listening, bro. He's saying the same thing you're saying right now.
No, because he was Googling some shit to get himself back into the fight.
Hold on a second. For those who don't know, right? I always joke and say that.
So I can't look for information. Like, you got a problem with whatever the fuck I do. I'm looking for information.
No, he ain't got to curse, Alex. He ain't got to curse. Alex, would you agree that black men have sex with white women?
That happens, of course.
All right. So now, say that the Jews, the Israelites are originally black men like me and you, our skin tone, and we went to Europe, we are traders. And we found work in there. We said to our wives in Israel, we're going to send a letter and say, listen, we're going to get divorced. Because this book right here, I'm going to show you this book right here. I never showed it to you before. This book documents, hold on, let me free up my screen. This book right here, let me put myself on the screen real quick. Hold on. Let me take this off the screen real quick. Let me put this on the screen. Let me put this right here. Let me make myself big. This book right here, Letters to Medieval Traders, Jewish Traders, documents that. It documents men divorcing their wives through the mail. I'm not going to be home for another 2-3 years, so we might as well get a divorce. So what these men do who are trading, like the Radhanite Jews, the Bukharan Jews, Port Jews, all type of Jews, what happens is they are trading, and what they're doing, my brother, is they are divorcing their wives and they're now sleeping with women in the cultures that they're trading in. So if they're in West Africa, the Luso-African, because he wants to be involved with the slave trade and be the ultimate middleman, he started sleeping with the African king's daughters. So that became the Luso-African or the mulatto class. When they're in Europe, they're sleeping with white women, European women from ancient times before the Iron Age. So what happened is, me and you, Alex, we went there and we started screwing white women, bro. And over the years, that's what we did. So that's why the Ashkenazi developed as a community. That's why they found their DNA on the mtDNA side. They found a lot of white European women they stem from because they slept with white women. That's all it is. It's nothing major, bro. And that's what Johnny was saying before you read this article. That's all it is.
The
problem with that.
Oh, damn, that's a problem.
That the mtDNA, K actually originated in the Near East anyway, so I don't know what he's talking about. And like I said earlier, you can belong to
saying that it did not.
Yo, chill. You can belong to an mtDNA, right? But that mtDNA can be found in different populations. It didn't have to be just isolated to the Near East, to the Iron Age. It was also T1A was also found in different populations. I believe it was found in like give me a second. It was found in Poland and Hungary and whatnot, in Bulgaria. So I don't know where the concept you think that, you know, Ashkenazi Jews, they have to carry specific mtDNAs. Yes, we know that some converted and whatnot, but a lot of the mtDNAs they do carry N1B, which I saw you highlight, which you basically expose yourself. N1B.
Google this shit.
Yes, exactly. N1B definitely does come from the Near East. So that I can prove to you because there's I believe there's the pre-modern Neolithic B culture, I believe, carried an N1B. So just, I don't know, you're just killing yourself. I can give you some websites if you want to help you out. You don't have to do all of this.
A lot of the Near East mtDNA traveled with the agricultural expansion from the Middle East into Southern Europe.
So this study says, and I quote, "We show that the highly distinctive N1B subclad, making up another 9% of Ashkenazi lineages, was likely assimilated in Mediterranean Europe rather than the Near East, as previously proposed." Right
So
here on the government website.
You're cutting yourself, because that's what I'm saying. N1B traces back to the Natufians. You remember you were saying Natufians. You just refuted yourself, brother. I can give you the same idea. It's
Dan, stop, Dan. Stop, Dan. I got to call the dogs off. Stop. Stop, bro. He ain't, no. This is a teaching moment. So, Alex, do you not understand what it's saying? Because we've been saying this, and you were arguing against everything. You're arguing against them people migrating in, and then now you're showing all these other things that are going on. And the more we keep talking about it, the evidence is mounting against your position that you had took originally. This is a moment where we stop and we have to concede and say, all right, let me study this article. Let me try to understand it for what it's worth, for what I can understand it. And then let me ask questions where I don't know where it is. And then we can come back and then we can get those questions answered. And then everybody's on the same page with the information versus just fighting to fight.
Good job.
Hey, let me show this on the screen real quick, right? Because let me take Alex off what he has shown right here. I appreciate you putting up your source. At least you're not a liar like the other brother that came on a couple weeks ago, try to trick me. But let me show this real quick. You know, people always say, what do Jews look like or whatever, right? I think Jews come in different tones. I think they come as dark as myself or as Alex, and they come as light as my brother Johnny Wazer, right? So this is what I want y'all to look at, right? So remember the migrations and settlements of the Spanish Jews. I showed this earlier, where they went. They went to the Netherlands. They went to Hamburg. They went to Austria. They went to Slovakia. They went to Belgrade. They went to Thessaloniki in Greece. They went to Istanbul. They went to Smyrna. They went to Athens. They went to Crete. They went to Egypt. They went to Israel, they went to Lebanon, they went to Sicilia, they went to Tunis, Algeria, they went to Morocco, they went to the Caribbean, they went to Africa, some of them went to West Africa, some of the Portuguese.
Man, all of this is hold on. Ngozi fault. This is Ngozi fault, bro.
Hold on. 13th century illustration from the Libro de las Druidas depicting Jews playing chess. This is not fake. You could look it up yourself. There's a Jew and a Muslim playing chess in the 13th century, Al-Andalus, El Libro de los Druidas, commissioned by Alfonso X of Castile, 13th century Madrid in the 1200s. You have observing the Havdalah ritual, 14th century Spain. The Lisbon massacre started around 1506. The anti-Semitic riot killed as many as 4,000 new Christians. The name for Jews who had been forcibly converted to Christianity. Interior of the Portuguese synagogue in Amsterdam. Execution of Mariana de Cabral in Mexico City. Image of a cantor reading the Passover story from the 14th century Barcelona. Sarajevo Haggadah written in the 14th century Spain. Jews being expelled from a city in Europe. Illustration from the Sarajevo Haggadah.
14th. You said 14th century?
Yeah, 14th century. But let me say this though. This doesn't mean they all look the same. It don't mean that at all. It don't mean that at all. It means that Jews have different ways of looking and how they look and how they do things. Now, hold on a second. I have this right here. These quotes of white Jewish men took black women to create lancados. Jean Barbeau, speaking of the Jewish mulattoes in Sao Tome, the slaves came from the mainland Africa as well as Angola. Then we have the Lancados were often Jews and they're described as white. They're also called New Christians, A History of the Upper Guinea Coast by Walter Rodney, the great Walter Rodney, who they banned in Jamaica. Descendants of Jewish men and African women mulattoes now more swarthy still on the Senegambian coast after further mixing with black women. These mulattoes became a more swarthy race. Okay. Now, this is from Jake's whatever. So we have descriptions when they say they are dark, when they're white. And I caution everybody when I'm reading this, just because you see white or black doesn't mean they're literally white and black in the context of what we do today. Because remember, race is a modern day construct. Just wanted to point. All right.
Okay. So and this is, I know that, of course, whoever that guy is going to have an issue with me drilling down into the actual, what the DNA actually says about the Natufians in N1B. So I'm reading, once again, we're still PubMed. So N1B2 has until now been found exclusively in the Ashkenazim. And although it dates to only 2,300 years ago, guys, it diverged from other N1B lineages around 20,000 years ago. Behar tested 14 Near Eastern samples with the relevant marker and identified it as a parallel mutation, meaning no Near Eastern samples are actually known to belong to N1B2. None. Ashkenazis belong to N1B2. None of the Near Eastern samples belong to N1B2.
Brother, you cut yourself.
God
Understand?
damn.
That's a sister lineage. You're talking about sister lineages, and they're exclusive because of the endogamy.
Except for no Near Eastern samples are actually
Dan, say it
known to
again.
belong
Say
to
it again. Say the last
N1B2.
part again, Dan.
None.
Say the last part again, Dan.
This is saying N1B2 does not come from the Middle East.
Alex, hold on. Dan, say the last part again.
Those are sister lineages, and because the exclusivity comes from the endogamy.
Okay. But if you cannot, okay, so if these people, if a group of people come from the Levant and they move into Europe, why don't they have N1BA, which is what is found in the Levant, instead of N1B2?
Do you know what a sister lineage is?
Okay. Once again, if nobody,
I'm not kidding, bro. I'm not kidding. I'm literally asking.
A daughter lineage, and why it's exclusive, the endogamy, because the breeding population was artificially cut off, so that people that had those markers or that mutation kept breeding with other people with that mutation. So eventually you have a population where you only find that one mutation. That's what a founder is. When you were talking about, sort of. I'm not a scientist, but from my understanding.
Right. No. And I
So
get that.
N1B, hold on, Alex. So where did N1B come from?
N1B, N1BA, N1B is what the Natufians were. N1B2 is what Ashkenazim are.
So N1B2 is what? What would be considered? It would be considered a subclade, right?
Yeah, right.
So what is it a subclade from?
It says here that it originated in Europe.
So N1B2 developed later within populations connected to that same region, right? So N1B2 developed when? What year? What year did N1B2 develop? What are the estimates? What are the estimates?
2,300 years ago.
No,
2,300
try
years
again.
ago.
Yeah, try again. We're talking about Paleolithic, bro. N1B originated around the Paleolithic. But if you're saying that N1B originated in Europe,
N1B2,
and you're saying the tooth, no, N1B, it would have came from N1B, and it was in Europe too. And N1B originated in Europe, and the Tufians was carrying N1B as their mtDNA. What are you saying? Are you saying the Tufians had?
He don't know what he's saying, man. He made it clear. He looking for his argument in Google.
No, I'm looking for the answers to the questions that you guys are saying while you're talking.
I have a question
wrong with that?
to negotiate again. So that's just saying that
that's where you're fucking up at.
That mtDNA lineage has been around the Mediterranean for over 20,000 years.
And N1B originated in Africa. N1B2.
I'm asking that as a question. So that lineage, that mtDNA, was in the Mediterranean basin for at least 20,000 years. And I think everybody on the show knows it's not women that carry men around in found lineages, it's men that grab women, take them wherever they want. Found lineages. It's just that's something to think about. If you find N1B, say in Italy, and you find N1B in Egypt, well, there might be a reason for that.
Right, but okay, so N1B2, this is where the math kind of gets weird for me, because N1B2 originated 2,300 years ago. At that time, they would have been, we're talking
Why
about
would it have originated 2,300 years ago? What would be the reason for that population for that to
all I'm
happen?
telling you is what
No, 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 no,
NIH
no, 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 no. I'm asking a question because it's about comprehension at this point, and we keep going back
man,
and
I'm not
forth
doing that with
over
you.
the same point. So what we're asking for is to make sure that we have clarity and understanding the comprehensive part. So do you know why
N1B2,
that would happen?
I don't need to know why. All I need to know is that it
Oh my
did.
gosh. Well, what the hell are you arguing for if you don't know why it
Okay,
happened?
Alex,
There's a
can I ask
reason.
the question that Garfield asked in
N1B2
the beginning?
originated
Is
around
where did
2,300 years ago, but it
and
is
where did
not
it
to be found
originate from?
anywhere.
Where did it come from? Not. Don't say Europe. From where did it come from? It's a haplogroup, so it has to come from another haplogroup. So which haplogroup did it come from?
Obviously, it comes from N1B.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, it was 2,300 years ago, which means that would have placed them in the Levant at that time.
So
2,300 years ago.
2,300. If you're, I don't know that that's right, but 2,300 years ago, one woman had a mutation. Okay, and then she married her cousin, who also carried the mutation from his mother. So then their daughter had that mutation. So then blah, 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 that mutation, as they moved along the Balkans into the Rhineland or up through Italy into the Rhineland. But Garfield's original question was, where does N1B2 come from? And you said Europe, but maybe that's the where it was identified first, but where did it come from? It came from N1B or N1B1 or wherever. So it's a
Right.
daughter
Okay.
lineage of something.
If
Places
2,300 years ago.
So places don't matter so much as we're talking about familial connections, right?
Exactly. And if 2,300 years ago, N1B2.
Are you mad that the population is white?
No. I'm just
no. Just be straight, bro. Come on, man. We can black power this shit up. Just tell me. If you mad that the founding populations of these Jews are white people, just tell me, bro.
Why is it that when I start talking, you never can stop?
No, I'm trying to get to the root of the issue.
N1B2 originated 2,300 years ago. That would mean that would have placed them in the Levant at the time. Except for in the Levant, N1B2 doesn't exist. So how do I explain that to myself? If 2,300 years ago, the Ashkenazim had N1B2,
you have to understand.
But N1B2 doesn't exist where the Ashkenazim supposedly
You have to understand it. Why would it exist? What would create the two?
Somebody
what would be significant about it? What would make a population, bro?
People should have died in N1B2, but they didn't.
God, bro. Are you sure that this isn't anywhere else and where it developed or where it came from and they're calling it this? Well, pull up the phylogenetic tree, bro.
Yeah, I got it shared as Garfield.
Oh damn, Dan! You see?
Yeah,
look,
yeah.
I got frustrated. I just said, "Fuck it, let's just pull the tree up."
The Mito tree.
Not trying to kill my guest, man. Stop trying to kill my guest, man. I actually like Alex. I like his energy. I actually like him. You know, he's not an asshole.
Likewise.
He's not an asshole,
man. I just been sitting back.
Don't kill him. Just take time. I would say NYB they found it in Anatolia and I think in Turkey. N1B.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. I thought those were Turkish lineages from what my studies.
And
they're older than
M1B, Michael. N1B.
Let's do that real quick, Garfield. Let's show Alex something because he's not really understanding this. Let's show him the ancient samples that's found in Israel that has the N1B like he keeps talking about, right? It's gonna refute everything he's saying because I mean there's different mutations of N1B in Israel. So I don't know why he's complaining about N1B because we see the different samples as you can see on the screen. And I want to go to the very top one because you know this one was very important for him to understand this. What do we see right there? N1B I-1072, right?
That's not
right?
the same as N1B2.
We're gonna keep. Let's follow along now, shall we? We're gonna see the Ashkelon.
I love that part.
ASH033 Ashkelon. We see what? N. What does it say, Alex? N. Does it say N1B? No, it says N.
Yeah, and that's not Ashkelon. Those are not Israelite samples.
Yeah, no, it's dated. It's dated to the Bronze Age, and it's a continuity.
We got this. Look at that. Yehud I7003. We see this as intermediate Bronze Age, right? N1B1.
What is the Y? What is the Y?
N1B1 is not N1B2.
See, bro, he just asked you where did one come from? He just asked you where did that come from, and then you answered it. And so now we went to this to show you how this is distributed. And then you want to sit here and argue against it. It doesn't answer for all of these things that you keep having a problem with. That's why I'm saying, bro, slow down in the conversation and just learn first. And then that way you can be able to get to what it is that you ultimately trying to express. You're mad because they're white, bro. Just say it.
Hold on a second. By the way, that N1B2, is it a sample or is it an estimate?
That's the snip that they were able to find.
No. I'm talking about Alex one. Oh. The NB12. Is it a sample or is it an estimate?
N1B2 is what is most prominent in Ashkenazim across the population.
No. I didn't ask you that. I said the sample you said you gave a data 2,300 years ago. Is it a literal sample or is it a it's an estimation that that this is when it originated about 2,300 years ago.
Alex, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Did you just say that was the most prominent Ashkenazim? I thought that K1B1A1 was.
No, I said N1B2 is prominent across all Ashkenazim, about 30%, at about 30% rates. That's where it's testing. So I'm not saying that it's the most dominant haplogroup at all.
Oh, look at this, Garfield. Hey, this is a straight dagger in his throat right here. I3832 Hazar. That's late Bronze Age too. N1B1B. You done, bro. And I can show you up how exactly, like, these are just different. That's what I'm saying. The snips, don't worry about that. You know what I'm saying? Because I can show you the most ancient samples. You're talking about the N1B1B, right? And you can see that it dates to like the I think like 1,000 something years ago. Here we go. This is the one you keep talking about right here, right?
Nah, he's not talking about none of them. He don't have a sample.
He don't know, bro. He Googling.
He don't have a sample. Come on.
So
now.
if I'm using peer-reviewed sources, what does it matter if I'm on Google or not? Why do
you don't even know if it's peer-reviewed, bro? Because you're just Googling some shit into the conversation. You can't do that. That's a methodological flaw. I keep saying that, bro. Have you not paid attention to what I'm doing to you, bro? Every time that you try to get yourself into the conversation, no, I'm checking your methodology. I'm showing you how flawed it is. I'm showing that you can't do that in the middle of a discussion where evidence exists. You can't sit there and then try to look for a way to argue your point into something when you ain't really got a point. The evidence goes against everything that you stand for. So what I asked you at the bare root of it all, are you mad that the people were white?
The argument for Ashkenazi descent from Natufian or ancient Levantine population requires biological continuity between those ancient populations and modern Ashkenazim. But the Natufians were dark-skinned. They lacked the light pigmentation ales.
Where did it say that at in the article? Where it say that at in the article that you just read? Where it say that at?
That's where you want to go to.
Get that.
How many generations does it take for skin color to change?
Right. Let's just get straight to it, right? He's just trying to get to that point. That's why I keep saying black and white.
You're a white woman, and that has a lot to do with it.
Right.
Look at Drake. Look at Drake's pops.
His mama. Yeah, his dad and his mama.
Okay, come on, man. Stop playing, bro.
Yeah, but that doesn't happen across an entire population
Nah,
that is
bro.
intermarrying.
Nah, bro. No. Just relax. Just
A
relax,
dark-skinned
bro. Just
population does not
relax.
become white when they're intermarrying.
That's not
That
a
does not
dark skinned
happen.
population. Mulatto is not a dark skinned population.
The
Swarthy
Natufians
is
aren't
not
the Jews.
Swarthy is not that either. So
There
let's
are
stop
only
playing these
two
games.
ales for light skin, SLC 24A5 and SLC 45A2, and neither of them were found in the Natufians or the
Yeah,
Israelites.
because it didn't come until us hillbillies came down and took over after the Bronze Age
God damn.
collapse.
Bro, hold on. What did he just do right there? Why would he bring the white gene into this?
Oh man, that shit is crazy. That's some Yakub shit right there, man. Damn, man.
Yo, he just spent it, bro. Like for bro, we weren't born yesterday, bro. We weren't born yesterday. That's why I asked you if you just want to just go ahead and just call these people black. Just say that, bro, so we can understand where we at.
Here, no, this is
Alex.
this is the
Alex, are
problem.
the Natufians the Jews?
The Natufians are the progenitors. They were the people that were in the area first.
And their progenitors.
Are the Natufians the Jews?
What? Straight question.
Yo,
that's what Jewish
Dan, you heard that, Dan?
geneticists have been saying this whole time, that this was the founding population, and then through
Who
admixture
said
with
that?
other populations.
Who said that?
Oh
Who
my
said that?
gosh.
Only
the only reason we're talking about the
that
Natufians
said
is
that
because
was
we know this
That
already.
was Divine Prospect and the Hebrew Israelites. That's the only
Come on,
people.
man. And Divine dumb as fuck.
Nobody teaches that. Nobody.
Yeah, that's nonsense.
Except Divine Prospect years ago. I don't know if he still teaches that, and the Hebrew Israelite. Nobody else teaches that. And that Natufian is the original whatever.
Yeah, where'd you get that from?
I think I heard Zion say something about the Natufian, and Zion don't even deal with DNA like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All of this is Ngosi's fault, bro.
No, where'd you get that from, though? Be honest and have integrity. Lying is against the Bible if you believe in it. So where'd you get that?
I haven't lied once about
So where'd you get it? Where'd you get it
Been
from?
lying the whole time, bro.
You've been
lying this
I'm only
whole
telling you what
time.
geneticists are saying. How is that a lie?
Geneticists says that the founding population for the Jews
is Natufian.
Are you not familiar with this article right here? Hold on, let me put it in real quickly. Oh man.
Hey, we might want to clip this.
I have
Up.
a third or fourth question for you. On some of the bigger sites, like the more like cheesier, more generalized sites, it will pop up that I have Natufian connection. Is that even possible?
Yeah, Johnny and Dan killing this dude, bro. We ain't even got to argue with him.
Johnny's evil at this point. Johnny's just evil.
White power, bro. White power.
Man, I can't even Dave Chappelle that. Come on, bro. Don't do that to me.
Hey, yo, I ain't trying to troll you. I ain't trying to troll you, Alex, bro. But I'm just saying, bro. At this point, nah, your methodology flawed, bro. At this point, you have a colorism problem, bro. Is it?
Last week, the blue-eyed immigrants.
What I'm trying to figure out. What I'm trying to figure out. First of all,
hold on, Alex.
He said, remember this, Garfield.
And Gozi put me on, and Dan used to bring this up all the time, right? Now we have the blue-eyed immigrants transformed ancient Israel 6,500 years ago. But what's important about them coming from the Iran and Turkey region is that they have that light skin gene that he talked about. So there was light skin, and they had
the Zargos Mountains.
Yeah, and they were light skinned, and they were migrated, and they reformed the region because they found over 600 bodies. So there was a lot of people. This was the 4,500 to 3,800 years BC, not even years ago, BC. So they reformed the Levant. So why is it when light skinned people is there, it's a problem? It shouldn't be a problem, bro.
No. Of course. Let me ask you. You said this article says that these people had light skin and blue eyes.
Yes.
You're talking about ancient Western Eurasians, like the Elamites, like
migrated from the Turkey area and from the Iran area.
The Zargos
Mountains.
Iran Chalcolithic. That's where
this area was heavily diverse, man. Like
blue eyes and fair skin. The scientists found that these individuals shared genetic features with people from the north, and those similar genes were absent in farmers who lived in the southern Levant earlier. For example, the allele that is responsible for blue eyes was associated with 49% of the remains, suggesting that blue eyes had become common in people living in Upper Galilee. Another allele hinting that may have been widespread in the local population as well, the study authors wrote. Both are traits that are controlled by complex interactions between multiple alleles, many but not all of which have been identified. Two alleles that we highlight in our study are known to be strongly associated with light eye and skin color, respectively, and are often used.
Give us the name of them.
This shit is crazy.
This is
keep reading, G. Give us the name.
18. So
it's gonna give us the name of the gene.
Hold on, I'm gonna tell you in a minute.
There you go.
I'm sorry. The reason that I'm saying they give us the name of the gene because this is significant across many conversations with people in the community of different, arguments. Is that the science is explaining why people look the way they do in these particular periods of times based on this stuff.
So it says, I can read it, Garfield. I have the actual paper up. So it says second an allele at RS1426654.
There it is.
And the SLC24A5 gene, which is one of the most important determinants of light pigmentation in West Eurasians, is fixed for the derived allele A in the Levant Chalcolithic population, suggesting that light phenotype may have common in this population, although any inferences about skin pigmentation based on allele frequencies observed at a single site need to be viewed with caution. So there needs to be more, right? There needs to be more consistency. But yes, there was a few samples that were found with this. And I want to read this too, because this is gonna put a dagger to his neck. So this paragraph, you want me to just pull it up, Garfield? Let me go ahead and
put it up. I'll take it. Let me take off my bullshit article because I got the bullshit version. I got the
you sure do. You don't say nothing else.
I got the live science version. But no, I just bring it up just to make a point that what is that we don't. Go ahead, Alex. Go ahead.
Is this what you were just talking about? That's in the chat here? Is this what's posted in the chat?
Hold on.
That was the first thing that I posted at the very no, that was 2020's paper, but I can post it.
Okay, I see. Yeah, if you could post it for me, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm gonna read it right now though. Let me see.
Sabio is tired of y'all niggas, boy. I tell you that.
Sure is, because they trying to talk science, bro. They trying to bring that. When you do that, you mess it up every time, because science is gonna say, nope, that's not what we saying. Nope, that's not how we interpreted the data. Nope, that's not how we reached our conclusion based on these tests. Nope, that's not it. No, you can't cherry pick science, bro. You can't do scientific articles. You can't. You're gonna beat your ass up.
Yeah, no. What you can and should do though is scrutinize them and look at their sources and look at what the
how are you credentialed to scrutinize a scientific article that's been peer reviewed and already put through scrutiny before it's published?
Maybe you don't understand what peer review means. It means it's been put through
scrutiny,
and there are
it has to be put through.
What are the dissenting views?
They're falsifying the testing data. They're falsifying the testing data. They're looking at how that person came to a conclusion in a study. So meaning that before it even would have got to our eyes, it would have been, listen, if there was something funny about the science, the article would have been retracted and would have been taken out of every published site. It would have immediately been retracted, bro. Everybody's falsifying this stuff. So you're looking at the methodology, they're critiquing that based on that, and they're looking to falsify it. That's the job. The end goal is, can we falsify it? Once we're able to falsify it, then we remove it. That's what it has to do. So what I'm asking is, how are you coming to these conclusions based on poor research methodology?
So what you call poor research methodology is going in and studying what those dissenting views were, what the issues
You're not going in and studying. You're Googling in the middle of a discussion trying to argue.
Right.
You ain't going in and studying shit.
All you have to do is go and pull up this study and what were the dissenting views. Were there any issues? Did any other scientists bring up issues with methodology?
Alex,
those are the questions
do any of that.
I want to. I know I didn't, but I'm
you
going
can ask the questions, but you
me doing that.
No, I'm saying, Alex, I'm saying at some point you have to pause, take a step back, understand the argument, then formulate your questions, then ask them after the research has been done. You can't do it in the middle of a live stream.
I can't ask them what the dissenting views were because they probably don't know what the dissenting views were.
Do you
Are
want
you
the tree
saying
to
that?
come
Are
back
you
up,
saying
bro?
that those alleles do not code for skin color? Like, what are you actually
Yeah,
saying?
it's crazy.
Like, what is the issue here?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I like to
So
look
what are you
at.
revealing? What
Ben,
are
he
you going to
don't
defeat?
know. Ben, he don't know, Ben.
Yeah,
Man,
Yo,
that's
I
hold on,
asked
bullshit.
him.
everybody,
I
time
asked him
out,
to
time
spin.
out, time out, time out, time out, guys, time out 1 second. Michael and P-Bar and Ben, y'all got something to say, man? Because y'all been on the panel. I don't want us to just hog the mic like we trying to gang up on Alex or whatever. So if y'all got something to say in support or against or whatever you want to add, let me know.
Oh no, I'm gonna just add.
No, man, I go on listen, man. I go on listen, man. I go on watch.
You don't
Let me
want
have one.
you don't want the fire from Sean, right? Yo,
No,
Sean,
no.
today, yo.
I'm
Yo,
Good conversation, though. Good conversation, though.
and Garfield likes this guy.
Garfield, you've been muting me, and they really don't want me to come off mute.
Yeah.
No, Sabio, nah, you're all right. You're all right, Sabio. You're all right. Alex is good people's, man. He's a good person, and he's not. Yo, Sean, you believe?
No,
Gideon?
no, no, no. Hey, listen. He is. He's a better.
Remember
He's a
Gideon?
better arguer than many.
Sean, you remember Gideon?
Yeah. Which Gideon?
And call me a coon and a teether, bro. Tether.
Which Gideon? The Hebrew Gideon?
The one that made the video that I'm not an Israelite. You might not be an Israelite. That same one. Crazy.
I might not be an Israelite. You might not be an
He
Israelite.
said,
I
I'm
don't
his
know.
enemy, yo. He said, I'm his enemy. I'm like, wow, you your own enemy.
This is why.
So you mean isn't Gideon supposed to be this West African Israelite guy?
Yep.
Oh, that guy. Okay, yeah, he retarded. Yeah, I ain't listening to him.
But
So
hey, Dan.
I'm not trying to say that whatever study. This is the study you put it up right here.
Well, I'm trying to get Garfield to share it. Can you please share it?
Dan, before I share it, Dan, you know.
Okay.
Oh shoot, Dan finna do it again. He's
Nah,
finna do it again.
Alex is gonna read though. We want Alex to read.
The haplogroups for ancient and modern Assyrian related, right? They have the Y
It's
DNA,
finna get surgical.
J1, R1b, and G2a, and their mtDNA is H, J, T, N1, and U.
Yeah, there's a few. I think there's like 3 or 4 that's been found for the ancient Assyrians, but the main one that was found in 2022 it belongs to J-P58. So
what?
Garfield,
Yeah, I
I'm
got you.
I'm surgical with this B. I'm surgical with this B.
I got you.
I'm
Hey,
surgical.
this is the paper right here, right? And I want you to actually read, right? Because I know you brought up the Natufians and stuff like that. I don't know who you got that from. I asked you if you care to share that information. We would like to know.
Yeah, I got you guys.
All right. So the ancient DNA from Chalcolithic Israel reveals the role of population mixture and cultural transformation. Harney et al. 2018. Right. We're gonna go to Let me see something. We can go to this. I want you to read. I'm gonna zoom in because I want you to read this.
I can't really see that well. I'm on my laptop screen.
Now we got this. Yeah. I got the extra zoom in for you, just for you. Because I want you to understand this, right? I don't want you to like think we just trying to mess with you, trying to pick on you. We're not doing that. We're trying to help you get from where you're at.
I'm just trying,
actually
and
have
if that's
knowledge.
if that's the right direction, that's the direction I want to go in, but only if it's actually the right direction.
All right. Can you read it? We find. It starts with that one.
We find that the individuals buried in the Pekin cave represent a relatively genetically homogeneous population. This homogeneity is evident not only in the genome-wide analysis, but also in the fact that most of the male individuals, 9 out of 10, belong to the Y chromosome haplogroup T, a lineage thought to have diversified in the Near East. This finding contrasts with both earlier Levantine populations, which were dominated by haplogroup E, and later Bronze Age individuals, all of whom belong to haplogroup J. Haplogroup J and haplogroup E. Yes, sir.
All right, so Alex, what haplogroup was dominant in the Levant in Israel during the time of the Bronze Age?
This is saying haplogroup J.
Exactly.
Yeah, my ancestors.
And so
haplogroup J came into. Go ahead.
Did that really change? And did that really change from the Bronze Age to the Iron Age? Because according to Israel Finkelstein, it was genetic continuity.
Yep.
I can believe that. This is, but that haplogroup J came out of the Zargos Mountains
24,000 years ago. 24.
Okay.
Hey, appreciate these white people, bro. Appreciate these white people, bro.
By the way, Alex, haplogroup T is the main from the studies. So is there haplogroup T the dominant genetic marker there right now?
No, I'm pretty sure it's not. But these are the things that have me confused. Let me share. So,
shit, here we go.
I don't.
Don't worry about Sean.
I'm not arguing with you guys around any of this. The issue is there's so many peer-reviewed studies out there that show different things. Like you just showed how, 6,500 years ago, people came from the Zagros Mountains, and the study you just showed was proving that the people that came from the Zagros Mountains had light skin and blue eyes, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have 4 sources right here that say that the DNA that came out of the Zagros Mountains, the vast majority of them had brown eyes, relatively dark skin, and black hair. That's
why would those 4 articles say that those people would have brown eyes and all of this?
I have listen. All I'm giving you is
I'm asking.
I'm asking what you search for to find out.
Right. I'm asking because what you're doing is exactly what I've been accusing you of the entire time. And that's trying to find yourself in an argument versus reviewing the data to properly understand it and then formulate your questions based on that or inside of that as you're reading along.
What I just said.
Pause 1 second. We got something important to talk about. Hold on 1 second. I don't know if you guys are looking on the screen, but let's read this together and we get back to that whole Zagros Mountain stuff, right?
Yeah, what you just highlighted.
We highlight 3 findings of interest. First, an allele RS129-13832 near the OCA2 gene with a proven association to blue eye color in individuals of European descent has an estimated alternative allele frequency of 49% in the Levant CHL population, suggesting the blue-eyed phenotype was common in the Levant. Now, the second, an allele RS1426654 in the SLC24A5 gene, which is one of the most important determinants of light pigmentation in West Eurasians, is fixed for the derived allele in the Levant population, suggesting that a light-skin phenotype may have been common in this population, although any inferences about skin pigmentation based on allele frequencies observed at a single site need to be viewed with caution.
Right.
Wow.
Now pull up the skin map. Now pull up the skin map and watch it directly answer the same thing you just read based on that.
Hold on a second. I got you right now. Hold on, let me see what comes up for the skin map.
Now this ain't to discriminate or disrespect anyone, but why the hell are we trying to make these people brown over here in this region and black like us over here in this region when we trying to charge the same people for participating in the slave trade? And then you finna say, nah, that wasn't them though, bro, that was us. So we just was set. You sound crazy right now.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
You said they got brown eyes, brown skin, they was black people. You doing all that.
I'm never saying that they were black people. I'm saying that the
dark skin
people were dark skin.
You said dark skin. That's what I'm saying. You said dark skin, bro.
And all I'm trying to do is make sense of how it goes from that to what it is today. That's it. And
What's wrong with what it is? What it is today is similar to what it was a while ago, bro. Like you got an amalgamation of different phenotypical types in the regions. People are. Hey, don't you travel to another state? Don't you like travel, bro? You get on the interstate, you go from one spot to another.
Mm-hmm.
Like people are flowing through this particular areas, bro. People are coming and going. Trades happening.
Mm-hmm.
Big booties is out. Bikinis, water, all kind of stuff, bro, to drive you to the beach. Like all this stuff is going on.
Sean is crazy, yo.
Like no, I'm trying to make it relatable. You know what I'm saying? Like people, it's mixing going on. You know what I'm saying? Big business. It's money in the move. So everybody's dealing with some type of something that they're trying to get out of that region, regardless of any religious affiliations or none of that stuff or cultural continuities. No, there's stuff going and coming and going, man. People ain't staying stuck. People looking for better places to live, more resources and opportunities. The same stuff we looking for today, bro. Except for we're doing it at a different frequency based on the level of information we have of readiness to, that is made readiness to us now that they didn't have back then. It was word of mouth back then. So if you heard about a good chicken spot, not saying this is literally true or not, but if you heard about back in that time, you heard about a good chicken spot in that particular region, and you know what I'm saying, you want to go get the chicken, you're gonna go get the chicken. Like, bro, why you going to go get the chicken? You see some big booty shorty that's sitting there, and you like, golly, how did she get like this? She came from a whole other place you unfamiliar with. You're going to be interested. Humans was having sex. They weren't worried about the color of your skin realistically like that. We doing that crazy ass shit.
No, they weren't. But they also, the further you go back in time, especially when you're talking about tribes, that's literally what makes them a tribe, is that they're homogeneous.
What tribe?
Based off of skin color.
Right.
Not just tribes, nations.
absolutely
Most
not based
nations
off
in the past were homogeneous, just like China is now. Like, that's not an uncommon thing. You go to Pakistan, that's what you're going to see. You go to China, that's what you're going to see.
Are there brown-skinned Chinese people? Are there brown-skinned Chinese people? Are there brown-skinned Chinese people?
China is a country that makes up a whole crap ton of different ethnicities. Amongst those brown people, they're all brown.
Okay, so why is the Levant not like that?
Because the Levant wasn't.
No, you just said China is, and then you're gonna say because. Oh my goodness gracious, bro! Look at this map, bro.
Area where you have,
Can you see this map? Can you see this map?
Everybody is that ethnicity.
But the entire Bronze Age was a system of interconnective, relationships from Anatolia all the way down to Egypt. Man, these people have been interacting, living with each other. Eric Klein's revised his book, 1177, for that study that Dan posted, just so he can include that study on the Philistines. Because
I didn't know that. Wow, real?
Yeah, after 1177 BC.
You just taught me something, bro. You just taught me.
Yeah. He revised his book in 2021.
That's integrity.
He added that just for that.
That's integrity like a mug, bro. Because he could have sold some people. He could have sold some people on a position he had took recently before that study, and just would have ran with it like most people do in the community. The mere fact that he had enough integrity to rescind that and revise his book and update that scholarship like that. That's ultimate right there.
Yeah, got to get the.
That's what you're supposed to do. But we can't get Alex to do that shit on a live show, bro.
He's smart. Cause you know niggas watching this shit. Like,
I'm simply asking questions, and y'all don't like the fact that I'm asking them.
No. I have no problem with your questions that you're
asking. People don't like your questions. We like your questions.
Right.
I think to be honest with you, I think you're fronting with DNA. I'm not even trying to be disrespectful. I don't think you understand DNA. And why I say that is, I'm gonna tell you why. Because you read the thing about N1B2, right? And you know N comes before N1B2. You know N comes before N1. So if there's an evolution or a mutation of the actual N, you're gonna have numbers when they're using numbers. You have what's called different subclades. So you know N1B2 is a subclade, and then you read that it's 2,300 years ago, which was an estimate, but you're talking like it's an actual sample. So we don't have an N1B2 sample that's 2,300 years ago. It's just an estimate. It's just like we say J1.
They're saying that it's an estimate of when it arrives.
Like J1. How far you think J1 and J2 goes? How far do you think it goes back?
I have no idea.
Estimate? No, look it up. What's the estimate? I'm gonna work with you whatever you find. Google it real quick and just tell us when J1 started. What's the estimated time? I think 24,000 years ago. I think that's what I read. Right?
Yo, Garfield, I'm trying to figure out how all these European nations down there to get closer to the Mediterranean, how they all have this phenotypical structure of like a brown, and then yet we really don't see them as such, because back in those times, white, which you would see upper European nations and upper Asia and all of that lighter skin shows a totally different pigmentation in those people. So that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, we can sit here and argue till we're blue in the face, but the science is never going to lie to us, because we know exactly what these people look like, and because of this admixing and of these different phenotypes, prove that. So that's why we see certain things. So when the show is prove that you're an Israelite, that's why people have a problem proving that they're an Israelite, because they don't even understand certain things require certain evidence that they can't even fathom. And we sit here with Alex asking his questions and then looking for more information, and then I'm going to ask a question about that. And then he's going to look for more information. They're going to ask about that. The routine of trying to win a point in an argument or find yourself right on something because of how you feel. Right,
See,
we're
that's the issue.
literally watching. We're literally watching a biased person, right? A biased, not in a disrespectful way, but how someone biases play out in these conversations over and over because they don't understand that when science is involved in the conversation, it changes the dynamics of the topic. We gotta let it go.
Yeah. So
1177 was revised in 2024.
Wow.
Cool. Yep.
So
Probably revise it again.
So once again, as somebody who is not a scientist, I have to, if you present information to me that looks completely different from all of the studies that I've seen, I have to ask.
But do you understand the science? Even though you're not a scientist, do you understand the science?
No, I don't understand the science, and neither do you.
Right. So if you don't you're wrong about me.
I have to ask
But
questions.
if you don't understand the science, you can't formulate an a question in regard.
Can't have this conversation if they're bald.
I'm not saying that. What I am specifically saying is you can't ask certain questions about the data if you don't understand it. So once we can find an understanding on the data, then we can ask. No,
exactly why you ask,
bro.
You don't understand
bro, you have to understand something in order to ask a question, because if you don't know the answer, so if he gives you an answer,
different from this outcome, that's a legitimate
if
question.
he gives you, Alex, if he gives you an answer, if he gives you an answer, how do you know he answered your question appropriately? If you don't understand the science. You don't know when it's being answered and when it's not being answered. Alex, if you ask a question and he provides you with an answer and you don't know the science, how do you know your question's been answered?
Follow-up question.
How do you know that your question is being answered?
Wow, man, I swear to God.
You said you're asking a follow-up question, and I'm going to ask you again. How do you know that your question is being answered if you keep having follow-up questions and you don't even understand the answer to the first question that he answered?
You don't know what I understand.
You don't understand it because you just told us you don't.
Oh my God, bro.
Hey,
you literally just told us that you didn't understand.
Time out. You know what? The show is about an open challenge for all Jew, Israelite, claimants, Ashkenazi, IUIC, ISUPK. Show and prove you're an Israelite. And I don't know. Nobody came, man.
But this is the sample from the Syrian Garfield right here.
The Syrians?
6441. Yep, that's it. That's the sample right there. And you can see his skin pigmentation was intermediate.
Intermediate, okay.
Yep. Yeah, intermediate skin pigmentation.
Yeah. All right.
Let's go to the Israel. Let me see something real quick.
Then you got Dan cheating again. He's fighting an unfair fight, bro.
And cheating, man. He's a cheater.
Cheating.
Let's see all the let me see.
Yeah, the same. They have the same as the sample for the Canaanite Israelites. The same.
Yeah,
J1, J2, or a few R1Bs, whatever.
Yeah. But you can see all the haplogroups for the Canaanites and whatnot, the skin pigmentations, you know what I'm saying?
Dark to black. I see intermediate, but I see dark to black just as often, and we're not saying anything about that.
No, because we racist.
We literally do say it, but it's not what you think dark to black is. It's not the same. That's what they're talking about, the skin map. It's not the same. Like you can have different skin.
So dark to black doesn't mean dark to black on skin maps.
Not like what you're thinking, like an African American dark to black, you know what I'm saying, compared to a Native American. No, it's not the same. That's what I'm telling you. It's not the same at all.
Okay. All right.
Asiatic 777, get off my damn channel, man, with that pseudo BS, man. The Mayans even have ancient artifacts in ancient Sumer before Egyptians ever went there. These niggas, you can't make this up with these crazy people, man. Crazy people are born every day, man. Dark to black, dark.
Mm-hmm. And see, like even the Tufian, right? They talk about dark to black, but look at the Tufian samples. It's just one. I think it's just one has dark. Yeah, just one has dark. And see, this is what I told you before, Garfield, about them having intermediate skin pigmentation already in the pre-pottery Neolithic B culture. They already had intermediate skin pigmentation.
All right, listen, I'm about to sign off, man. Alex, thank you for coming on, bro. I'm on every Sunday.
Absolutely.
I don't come on every week. You're welcome to come on anytime, any topic you want to talk about. We get it in, bro. No big
Absolutely. Deal. I appreciate it, man.
No problem.
You guys have a good one.
Yeah, respect. Yeah.
All right, P-Bar, what's up? Anything
What's
else?
up? Yo, where part of Jamaica you from?
Cassia Park, 4 Roads.
Okay, me know around there some Malines and Waltham. Waltham start right there, so yeah.
You're real Jamaican.
By the beach, boy.
Yeah, man. Waltham Park Road and Malines Road start and Cassia Park Road go right uptown.
Father used to own yellow cab back in the days.
Yeah. My family up the side. My family were Whitehall Avenue and Red Hills.
Oh, we used to go
right to Mannings. Yeah.
Old ones used to go.
Yeah, I replaced that, man. Yeah, man.
That's what's up.
Me listen to you all the time, you know. Me listen to you all the time, man. Yeah, man. About 6 months, 7 months now, me listen to you. My brethren put me on to you, me listen to you.
Yeah, which brethren that?
Gadawad.
Oh,
Ralphie.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, a long time. I'm gonna be honest with you. You showed me a lot of stuff.
Oh, okay. That's what's up.
No, trust me. You showed me a whole heap of different stuff I never looked on before.
Oh man.
Nah, for real.
All right.
I come from 125th, you know.
Okay. That's what's up.
Yeah. So you show me a whole heap of something. So truth is truth. You can't defute it.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, GD and Capone, you say you could prove it. Come on down. I'll keep the show running for you, man. I'll stay on for another 30 minutes. Alex, what's up? You want to say something, bro, before you go?
Yeah, because I was just like I said, I gotta do research when I don't know. If you tell me, dark to black on the skin map doesn't mean dark to black, then I have to go and find a reputable source to tell me what the real answer is.
Grown man, what up? Oh, you got kicked off, bro.
Question for you, Garfield, right?
What's up?
So now, since a place like Jamaica now became indentured with people from West Africa, right? In this modern day time now, the DNA would change.
What do you mean?
Because if you're gonna say, hey, the people from Jamaica, which we know they came from West Coast of Africa, right?
Mm-hmm. Majority.
If somebody goes there now, the scientists are gonna say, well, the people from Jamaica, Trinidad, Barbados, these are the DNA for these people now because they've been there for 400 years.
Mm-hmm. Not the same people.
Right. It's not the same original people, just the Awak Indians.
Right. 90% still West African. You're still gonna find the Duffenol gene. You're still gonna find the sickle cell trait. You're still gonna find all of that stuff, especially British. Black British is basically black Jamaicans because majority of Jamaicans went there. So
right,
British
exactly.
Jamaican. They 90% too with sickle cell. I mean, that sickle cell trait with Duffenol gene.
Right.
Afro-Brazilians, same. So I mean, we here.
Yeah. I've been to be honest with you, I've been to all those places. We got everywhere. The only place left for me is Antarctica. We got Egypt, travel every continent except for Antarctica. Brazil. I went to Brazil till I went into the jungle part. Me go the ghetto part. Then I went all over. And a lot of stuff what you're saying are correct. Most of the slaves exactly came to Brazil. There's only a few that came to North America and the north part of here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the majority of them. Yeah. I've been to Egypt. I spent about a week out there. First, as we land this, I'm going to Nile River. The man who carry on a boat, carry me all over the place. We got South Africa. I've been there when Mandela was locked up and in jail. Johannesburg, Cape Town. I've been to Australia with the Aborigines over there.
How they treat you in Cape Town?
Very good. I've been there about 3 times.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I've been there 3 times. Yeah, I've been there 3 times. I've been here. But traveling helps open your eyes. So when you was bringing out a lot of stuff and I started listening to you, I said, wow, it's you know.
You like, this boy bad. This boy bad. You know what he
No,
talking?
you're off. You're off. No, you mash up the Israelite boy. You mash them up. You mash them up. Because they try to hold on to something that you can never prove. Yep. You know what I'm saying? It's something that you can't prove. Are you going to ask me if some people of you are Israelites? I'll never defute nobody with that. But you can't go off. You left from 70 AD. How did you reach to the west coast of Africa?
Yep. That shit is dead right there. Hey, this is a nice skin map here, bro.
Yeah.
Nice little skin map.
So I want to get. I was just looking. So FSI Genetics and Upedia both say that on a skin map, when it says dark, it's either saying South Asian, which is pretty dark, North African, and some Middle Eastern. Dark to black, this is not me. It literally says dark to black is sub-Saharan African.
Oh, okay.
So, and these are the things that confuse me because I'm like, okay, well, what's going on? Like,
look at the skin map. This skin map is more of an updated one, not the old one that I used to put up on the screen. But this right here, look at the Levant. Look at the Levant. You know what I'm saying?
And this is giving us a skin map of modern times or of what it was like in
just in general.
Just in general. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I mean that's that makes sense. That's exactly the world as it is today.
You see why when they say the Edomites is what you call it is weird because they're closer to the equator than the damn.
They're closer to the equator, right? They're south of Jerusalem, Mount Seir. Yeah.
If you go to Morocco and Algeria, man, you see why the people so light skinned, like you'd see them like Europeans, and you're like, damn, but it's just how the shit shape up, man.
Right. Well, yeah. Morocco's right across from Spain.
Yo, that shit is crazy. And they you saw them throwing bananas at ice show speed when he went there. They're racist, man.
Yeah. They're very racist. Yes.
That shit is crazy.
But I'm going to tell you one thing. I think Jerusalem, to be honest with you, they're probably the meanest set of people.
Oh, man. But
they're very mean. They're very mean out there.
I've never been there.
Yeah. If you go to Tel Aviv now, Tel Aviv's like a more city. Everybody down with each other. But if you go on the other side here, I've been to the other side. I've been to the side of Palestine. Guy was moved with a guy there. It was an Arab guy. He was Muslim. They turned into Christian.
Yo, look at this comment on the screen. Before the transatlantic slave trade, Jews was synonymous with indigenous West Africans. He literally made that up. He made that up.
Right.
What? Yeah. Before the transatlantic slave trade, Jews was synonymous with indigenous West Africans. Look at
caveat. There's a caveat there because
no. I need him to prove that.
Don't worry about it.
That's not necessary. That's not true. I wouldn't even believe that was true. But there are well documented Jewish communities all over the west coast of Africa before the transatlantic slave trade. That is true.
Oh no! Show one, please show one.
Give me a few. You said well
documented.
Okay.
Yeah. So you have the Jews of Timbuktu in Mali.
Oh wow!
Hold on. Stop right there. Hold on. Let's stop right there. What Jews of Timbuktu?
Okay.
Are you going to tell me what the Bilal al-Sudan said and the Bilal al-Ta?
What is it?
You talking about Babylon to Timbuktu?
That's a forgery written 1650.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Tariq al-Sudan? Yeah. They talk about Mali and it's fake. So I just want to know how we decide there's a community. We need tangible or material evidence. We can't just say
you have Herman Moll's map of 1710. And then it was revised again.
Whose map? Hold on, no. Let's respect him. Whose map?
Herman Moll, 1710. You also had, and then he in the first map he wrote about people who wear clothes, make silk, and have use of letters, and study and keep the Sabbath. That were right there on the west coast of Africa. He wrote it right on the side of his map, and then when he took it back to the Queen.
Hold on. Stop right there. Hold on. Hey, biblical DNA. Before you say one more thing, Alex, what are you trying to say? Go ahead real quick. Dark black. You trying to say what?
No, all I'm trying to say is that there
not
were
not you.
Oh, okay.
Let me see what biblical DNA say.
Okay, I got you.
What are you saying? I can't hear you, Dan. Dan, your mic. I don't know if your mic is off.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're trying to show us made reference data sets required for the whole analysis show. Oh, he got chipped out. I think he's trying to show what dark or near black, dark black or whatever. What is it saying? Dark black. Okay. All right, let me put him back up. Go ahead, you up. The Hyksos taught Christ before the Torah was written in the book of Josephus.
Don't worry about all that.
That shit is crazy, yo. I tell you, man, these dudes is just some weirdos, yo. I don't know.
You know, the next thing I always ask them too.
I gotta run, brothers. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Take care, man. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, Garfield, one quick thing. One of the things that I was asked, I said, if Esau is the whole of Europe, right? Where these people came and what time period did they kick out the original people and the white people took over Europe? That's what you guys ask them.
Hey, Alex, are you familiar with these Jews of West Africa maps? Are you familiar with them? There's like 9 of them. Abraham Artullus, Livio Sanuto.
Some of them, yeah, some of them.
All right. Do you think Jews were there? As these maps says, do you believe that Jews were there?
I believe that Jews were on the west coast of Africa after the expelling of the Jews in Spain and Portugal. Populations popped up in North Africa and West Africa.
I agree. No, populations didn't pop up from North Africa to West Africa. That's that. What population?
Well, the original people in Morocco were the Berbers. You see all the east, the northern coast.
Jews were there after 600. After 300 AD, Moroccan Jews were there. Jews were there in Morocco. You know what? I have no problem with Jews being in North Africa, but the Jews in North Africa, we have letters from that same book I showed, Medieval Traders, that they are practicing Orthodox or Rabbinical Judaism. So are we saying that those Rabbinical Jews went into West Africa? Is that what we're saying? Because I could prove that the Jews in North Africa were practicing Rabbinical Judaism. So are we saying those Jews went into West Africa? Because I have Moshe's Gil book that talks about Jews and the family names like Nisan that went from Babylon to Morocco, and then some of them went to they traveled to Mali or wherever. But they came on return trips. They didn't come on trips to say I live here now. They were trading. So we could prove that. But I would love to see the reason why I brought up the maps though, before you make your point.
Yeah.
Jews were not in these areas, but these maps says land of the Jews. And the reason why I know this, because these maps are based off an Ethiopian map. And what happened is each cartographer would use the map and they would make Ethiopia move from one area to end up to Central Africa to Congo. And actually Jews couldn't live in Congo at a certain time period because the Portuguese didn't allow them to practice their religion. So Jews could not be in any of these areas because Portuguese, remember, they went and brought Christianity to Congo. So Jews could not live there openly. So that's how I know Jews wasn't there. But I understand why the maps were made and how they made them. So when you tell me a map says, this guy said Jews was there, whatever, that doesn't mean Jews are literally there. We need something called material evidence where we could see a synagogue, not necessarily a synagogue, my bad. We could see tombstones. We could see some sort of material evidence that Jews were actually there. So saying that Jews, land of the Jews, there's this competition between Christians and Jews based off of Prester John and Eldad the Danite. So there's a lot of stuff going on with Jews and where they are based off of what Eldad the Danite said. All right.
Okay. So if we just talk about Mali, if we just talk about Mali, and that's right around the area where Herman Moll wrote on his map that there were Jews. The Jewish Virtual Library, I hope that's a reputable enough source.
They're going to say 8th century Radhanite Jews, that's garbage. Don't read it. Leave that out.
I'm sorry?
If they're going to say Radhanite Jews was there 8th century Mali, that's not true.
Okay, no, this says in 1860, Rabbi Mordecai Abi
Yes,
Zor,
that's true. Serar. Yes, that's
Serar.
That's
immigrated from Morocco with several Jews to trade in Timbuktu. The rabbi had to negotiate protected status. Says by the early 20th century, no more Jews were made in Mali. So So I mean, there's at least one source saying that there was an established Jewish community
after the transatlantic slave trade.
Right.
Now, let me forgive me for saying this, but I'm not saying Jews were not in West Africa. I'm not saying that. But if you're saying that before, because you said before the slave trade, I know before the slave trade they were in Senegal, two communities called Peter Mark and La Hortes wrote about that. I'm not disputing that. But some of the stories that we hear are basically rumors. They're not really true.
Okay, so I mean, and are we just saying that, like, for instance, I heard you say, and I'm not saying it is one thing or another, but you said that the early Jewish presence in the 18th century, you're saying that just is just a myth and didn't happen based on
early 18th century, whether it's the
early 8th century.
Or the 8th century, the Radhanite Jews, they were in Asia. So I think what happened is this guy, hold on, I got the book right here. Hold on, I'll give it to you right now. Because Zion Lex brought this out the other day.
It says the Radhanites first settled in Timbuktu in the Songhai Empire.
All right. Watch this.
And then you have, go ahead.
Hold on, let's not move. Who is the guy that they quote? What's his name?
Let me go.
The author. Because I have it right here. Let me show y'all. Let me put myself on camera so I could show y'all the actual book, because I don't play games like that. What happened is, how you do this? Yeah, this book right here, Corpus of the Early Arabic Sources.
Mm-hmm. Show it to me again.
We're gonna look.
Show it to me one more time. Okay. Yeah.
All right. What's the name of the author? They didn't give you in that, but the author, Zion Lex, said it, and I actually have the book. So it actually says he has no information regarding sub-Saharan Africa in the actual primary source.
The sources that I have, one of them is Shavi Israel.
That's not the primary. The primary is the actual Arabic source from the 9th. He wrote it around the 11th century, 11th or 12th.
Okay.
Yeah, so he said when he talk about Radhanite Jews, they never went to West Africa. They didn't go to West Africa at all. They went to Asia. They went all through the Iranian, Persian areas, the Ibadi Jews. That's another name for them. So they never went to West and Central Africa. So that's just something that's in the virtual library that they can't prove. I think what happened is there's a place called Mali in the India region, and they actually probably confuse it and say, hey, that's West Africa. Because in a book that I have by Moshe Gill, they put a question sign on it. So West Africa and put a question sign.
Okay. So I'll leave that one alone, because I can't, like you said, verify one way or another whether it's true. So I have to look into that more. But Shavi Israel, the International Jewish Cemetery Project, Jewish Virtual Library, all attest to thousands of Jews fleeing Spain and Portugal and going to Mali and other West African empires.
Shavi Israel says what? Put that source in the back chat. Let me put that on the screen.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna look at that right now. I got time.
What time period is that? What time period is that?
This is 1492.
1492. Okay.
So literally, like
80
years before the slave trade.
Watch this right here. Look, I'll counter that right now. I'm gonna counter that right now. Watch this. Hold on 1 second. Let me I like to put my sources on the screen.
Because I know Ottoman Turks then had control over Israel from 1600 up forward, 1500, 1600.
From 1453.
From 14, yeah. The Ottomans, which, honestly, man, like with all the waves of different people that came into that area.
There's no thousands of Jews fleeing into them. You see, I just showed the Spanish map where it tells where they went. A little bit of people went into West Africa. A little bit, not that much. It's not that much, not that much at all.
I know, like, where are you getting the thousands from? Like,
I want to know what's his name. Shavi Israel. I don't even need. There's no source for that, bro. There's no source for that. There's no source.
Okay. Yeah. So it's
fact,
the Jewish Virtual Library, International Jewish Cemetery Project, and Shavi Israel. Those are the three sources that I have, man. I'm not lying. I don't know what to tell you.
Put the source in the side chat so I could put it on the screen. Look what it says in on Chat GPT. Radhanite Jews. The Radhanites were Jewish merchant traders, roughly 8th to 10th centuries CE, who connected Europe, the Middle East, Central Asia, India, and even China. That's it. They're not over in that West and Central Africa. As a matter of fact, if we look at the map, if we look at the map on hold on, let me remove this from my thing. GDN Capone. Oh, you're looking at the history of the Jews in Mali. Okay, right here. All right, so let me put that on the screen, on my screen. Hold on.
Yeah.
History of the Jews in Mali. Because remember when the Algerian Jews got killed, right? The guy named let me put it on the screen. You could take it off your screen. All right, let me put it on the screen here so I could show it bigger. All right, the history of the Jews in Mali. Jewish history of Mali begins in the 8th century. If you notice, there's no source for it. You actually gotta go in and tell him to go into the talk right here where it says talk and tell him there's no source for it so they could get a source. There's no source for that. The source is actually the Jewish Virtual Library, but the Jewish Virtual Library don't have a source because there's no source for that. Now, Jewish community was founded at Tinderma by Iberian Sephardic Jews, 1496. That's legitimate.
Right, and there was, they had a whole cemetery there.
Yeah, they had a cemetery there. And they were killed off almost less than 100 years after. I don't know if you know about that part.
They were gone, they were gone less than 100 years.
No, they were killed off. They were killed off. So that's very important to know. Hold on, let me get the source for that they were killed off. Let me get the source for that right
but hey, Garfield, why do you think that because you said that there's no recording. I mean, you said that there was only a few Jews that went into these areas. Why do you think that it would be like a recorded massive number of them migrating if they was escaping persecution?
Because Jews, right? Hold on, let me get this for you real quick. Hold on 1 second. Let me get something for you real quick. Just to point out. I show this every week. I always show this. Let me show it. Go to my files. I always show this every week so people can understand why we say that. Because Jews are the most documented people in history. They are documented everywhere, and they document what they do, where they sell, where they make money. They are the most united culture in the history of mankind. Because guess what? They practice what they preach, and they're following the Torah. So they only like to do business with people who follows the Torah. So this is why the Berbers had to convert and the Tuaregs had to convert, because they don't like to do business unless you believe in Torah. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not do whatever. So they want to deal with people who believe what they believe. That's how business work, and that's how they make their money, and the money stays within the Jewish community. That's how it's always been with Jews. From the 7th century, even with the Arab slave trade, the Arabs didn't even trust them. They couldn't, the Arabs were the people that made the most money on the trans-Saharan slave trade. But Jews finance a lot of it too, but they are well documented when they went. But
right here though, Garfield, it says that this right here on this Wikipedia, it says that the king Askia is a declared enemy of the Jews.
Yes, King.
So
Askia,
why would he? Why would he?
I don't know
if he's an enemy of the Jews.
Few of them, though.
Why would he give a true account of the Jews as they escape his persecution?
I mean, account as far as what he didn't give any account as far as numbers.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
what account do you want him to give, though? What are you saying? That
the account that you're asking for is illogical. The account that you're asking for is illogical. You're expecting for these massive records of these people being scattered throughout Western and Central Africa to be prevalent when it's not. Of course, they integrated. They was running from. They was escaping.
Who were they running from? Who were they running from?
The Ottomans, the Ottoman Empire, the Ottomans that was persecuting them.
Ottomans wasn't persecuting them. They worked out a deal with the Ottomans. The Ottomans didn't persecute them like that, because guess why? Because they used to pay their jizya. The Jews were the problem. How they became a problem is when they killed the Arabs in Algeria. That's the only.
Of course, you're gonna get some. Like I understand.
Bro, once they pay their taxes, the Arabs never cared, bro. Exactly. I think you living in a fantasy world.
No, I'm not.
Their money. The Arabs made a pact of Omar. So your Jews can't do this, they can't do that. They're in Algeria. They got like 20 synagogues in Algeria, bro. They was living a life. And what happened is they ended up killing a Muslim, and then that guy put
wherever the Jews go, they prosper. In that land, they build communities.
When I'm talking, bro, that shit is crazy, yo.
I'm trying to have a dialogue. We can go back and forth. Like it don't have to
wait
be
until I'm finished talking.
Man,
relax. Bro. I'm here. Relax. Somebody else wants to talk. 1492, the Qadi of Timbuktu named Mahmoud B. Umar Akid is a judge. He said he's not going to do anything to the Jews in Timbuktu, although they put a fatwa out because of what happened in Algeria. They killed off a lot of the Jews. Okay. Now in Tinderma, they were destroyed around 1588, that whole community. Okay, for whatever reason they were destroyed. So yes, they were destroyed. They were in Tinderma, Mali, but they were destroyed. Now, as far as Jews living, we got to go to this. This is what we got to go to. Let me take this off the screen. For a matter of fact, let's finish this first. Let's finish this article first. History of the Jews in Mali. Jewish community was founded at Tinderma by Iberian Sephardic Jews. Yes, they were destroyed 1588. They don't really have that much here. Jews of Bilad al-Sudan. All right, beyond the Sahara.
So was those Jews captured and put on slave cargo ships?
No, sir.
Why not?
Those Jews were not. They were killed off, my brother.
Why not? And why would you expect for it to be a record of that?
They were killed off. That's what the record says. They were killed off. I can't assume.
Why would you?
Why would I assume? Why would I assume? I need evidence.
What I'm saying, I'm not making no. It's not a conspiracy theory or anything. Well, what I'm saying is, if you have a record where this community was striving and then all of a sudden it disappears, but right after that, now you start getting these people coming from West Africa as not even listed as people, they was listed as cargo. So they was trying to hide that they was even shipping that they was even capturing these people on the coast of
West Africa was helping with the slave trade, bro. What the F are you talking about? They were helping with the slave trade.
Yes,
they were the middlemen.
It could be some. Yeah, it could be some.
That's what they were doing.
Bro, Ghana had the biggest slave market.
What are you talking about, bro?
Oh man,
these people were Africans. You trying to be a Jew so bad, nigga. You don't want to be West African. That's for you. You can't prove it, and I keep telling you every time you prove it. Because now you want to make up a story. You want to make up a story. Well, possibly this, nigga. You ain't a Jew, nigga.
I'm not saying possibly anything. I'm giving you I'm saying what we have available. Right, we know that they were striving in those parts of West Africa, along with indigenous West and Central Africans. We know that they was persecuted from Morocco and they moved southwest.
All right, hold on, let's slow down.
The Jews.
Hold on, the Jews were persecuted in Morocco when?
In 14, you just hit it up. 14, what's that? 1486. 1492, whatever they say right there in the 1400s.
That's in Mali, bro. That's Tinderma. That's not Morocco.
All right, hey,
Mali is Mali south from Morocco?
No, Mali is in sub-Saharan Africa in West Africa, bro. That's a part of the Mali kingdom, bro. This history is well documented.
Mali is southwest from Morocco. So what they travel southward. They have Mali's all West these Africa, different.
Bro. How did they travel? How did they get past the Saharan desert? How did they do it?
Bro, can y'all see this map?
Yeah, I could see the map. What's this map right here?
All right, so this is West Africa.
Mm-hmm.
This is literally right where they say they had the slave coast. Right. Okay. So you see, it says if you guys can see that, it says the writing there right above where it says Guinea. It says the people dwelling hereabouts wear clothes, make silk, and understand the use of letters, and some keep the Christian Sabbath. Right there.
They keep the Christian Sabbath. So what that mean?
Oh, so that tells you that these are not. I'm sorry.
Why did they say Christian Sabbath? Why didn't they say Jewish Sabbath?
Because these are Christians writing. This is a British man, Herman Mole.
Herman Mole, right? So Herman Mole said they're keeping the Christian Sabbath. So what does that mean?
So all I'm saying is there is definitely people who wear silk, who have the use and understand
Do you know
letters,
what they mean by
and
Christian
they keep
Sabbath?
the Sabbath. And they keep
Do you
the
know what
Sabbath.
they mean by Christian Sabbath?
They do not
What
mean
do
Sunday.
they mean, Benny?
They do not mean Sunday. Don't try that.
They mean Sunday.
They mean the Sabbath. They mean the Sabbath.
How do you know they mean?
They mean the rest of the Christians.
No, they mean the Sabbath that's in the Bible, man. Why y'all?
What is the Christian Sabbath? That's Sunday, bro.
Okay, guys. Let's just see what that means instead of arguing about our opinions. So yeah, I mean,
it's gonna say exactly what I just said.
Yeah, it's the Sabbath. It's
say Jewish. It say the Jewish origin right there. I see that.
It says Jewish origin. It says it right there. I mean, it's the Sabbath.
To
So you have people there keeping the Sabbath who have used
Christians observe it on Sunday.
Right.
Why
Most
would it
Christians
say the
observe it on
Christian
Sunday.
Sabbath? That's a code word. Why wouldn't he just say the Jewish Sabbath if he means the Jewish Sabbath? That don't
Because
make no sense.
because obviously the person that's writing it is Christian, or he probably don't.
He's a Christian.
Like, come on,
What is his Sabbath on a Christian? What is a Christian Sabbath? You crazy man! You just begging to be a fucking Jew. You
No, but this is what I'm saying though, Garfield.
You sound
the stuff you
retarded,
be
bro.
asking for
begging
is non-existent, and you try to build an argument over things that's non-existent. That's
People are
not,
begging to be Jews. This shit is crazy.
man. Listen, bro.
This shit is crazy, yo. You're not an Israelite, bro. You ain't that. You're a Western Central African. You're ashamed to be an African. This is where all this stems from. I hate being an African. So I'll be anything to do with the Levant. I want to be the Asiatic black man. I want to be Nation of Islam. I want to be Morissan's temple. I want to be a Hebrew Israelite. You don't want
the Israelites is not. So hold on. The Israelites are not from the Levant. That's another fallacy that you're making.
That's a fallacy? Or they from Africa?
Hold on. They were from Mesopotamia. They're not even from the Levant.
Oh man, hey, listen.
So their genetic what's called wouldn't even go.
Hold on. Gideon Capone. Gideon Capone.
He could have that.
Gideon Capone.
And they're mixed with Egyptians.
Gideon Capone.
Let him have that shit. Y'all niggas can have that shit.
Gideon Capping. Slow down.
Where was
the Levant located at?
The Levant is in the Mediterranean, right? What do you mean? It's right there where Palestine is. Palestine
was
Syria.
That land once called Mesopotamia?
From Syria.
Was that area once called Mesopotamia?
No,
it wasn't.
No,
it wasn't.
No.
So
east of that is.
So what are you talking about?
So the Gaza Strip is the.
So what are you talking about?
Hey, listen, man.
You're trying to say that that the Jews have lineage.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you, what are you talking about?
Bro, you stopped the flow thing and asked an arbitrary question. So listen, what I'm saying is the real Jews would not have any lineage connected to the Levant region. Why? Because according to the
Capone, hold on a second. Let me just show Alexis.
They're Mesopotamia and they're mixed with Egyptians. So they could have.
This is the Catalan Atlas. This is the Jews documenting where all the Jews are in the world. If you look, they document Mansa Musa, and they're encouraging Jews to come to West Africa. If Jews was already in West Africa on any type of main level, they wouldn't need to do that. And this is in the 1300s. When Jews came from from Spain, it wasn't that many, because the ones that are documented that came from that area is documented. It is well documented. And if you don't want to believe me, fine. Just find how many Jews came in after 1492 and you'll see it. You see all the documentation. Whether we want to believe the Luanga Jews, want to believe that crazy story, the Mali people actually have a documentation in, what's his name, Farias' book that came out over 40 years ago that I brought to the community. He documents, because they have epigraphic evidence It contradicts the Tariq al-Sudan and the Tariq al-Fatah. It contradicts that history that the Arabs wrote. These are the indigenous people writing their kings, their queens, and their history. I trust the indigenous Africans. I don't trust the Arabs and whatever they write. They could write whatever they want. And they'll tell you, hey, we come from Mecca and Medina and all that bullshit. This African say where they come from right where they at. That's where they come from. It ain't got nothing to do with Israel. Ain't got nothing to do with Arabia. None of that. They come from right there where they at. So I don't care. You could bring any information you want. The Jews are showing us right here where they at in the world. And they ain't in West Africa. They ain't got nothing there. All right, I'm done with that. Let me put what you got on stage.
I'm saying, but you showed the map of Massimo, but where are they on that map?
Oh, they're all over on that map. What are you talking about? That map shows everywhere they are in the world, but they're just not in West and Central Africa.
Yeah. So, but where do they originate from? They could be all over. They can be all over the map. So they originate from all over.
Originate from all over. Weird. I didn't talk. What is the purpose of the map that I just showed? Because you just talk shit out of your mouth every time.
And Capone ain't making no sense.
What is the purpose of me showing that map?
It never makes sense.
He don't make no sense at all.
Listen,
Capone,
bro,
you're making an argument that the Israelites are from Egypt. Because if they're not from the Levant or Canaan, where are you saying they from?
They have mixed genetic.
Hold on. Let me read this.
Genetic ancestry.
While practices differ among Christian denominations, common first-day Sabbatarian, Sunday Sabbatarian practices included attending Monday morning and evening church services, receiving catechism in Sunday school, taking the day from, in line with ideas of the 16th and 17th century Puritan, the Presbyterian congregation and Baptists, as well as Methodists, enshrined first-day Sunday Sabbatarian views on their confessions of faith, observing the Lord's Day as a Christian Sabbath. Okay. 16th and 17th century. I don't need to see any more. I am good. Right. Next point. Who's next?
Yeah, that's 17th century. But the source that the brother brought up that was 16th, 15th century.
That was 18th century.
No, one of them was 18th century. One of them was the 1492.
Which one had the word?
And then you have Herman Moll's
map.
map.
That map that he had is 14th. That's a 14th century map.
The map that I showed was 1711. It was in circulation 1711 through 1735.
See, at least the brother is honest.
At least he's honest.
Ain't that the same map that say the kingdom of Judah? No, it said why?
No, there was another map that same guy made that did put the kingdom of Judah right there at the slave coast, right there where he wrote that thing about the Sabbath. It's all in the same place.
Right there. Garfield know this. Garfield know about Wyatt and everything, or
I murder and destroy that earlier. You want me to do it again?
Talked about, man.
Yeah, Garfield's the one to go to on that topic right there. On that White.
Garfield know all about that. I don't know why he's trying to act like why he's trying to bait you.
They're trying to kill y'all. This mother effer. They're trying to kill y'all.
Garfield, you something else, man.
Nah, but I ain't never heard nobody break it down like Garfield did in regards to the waiter, and and how people try to say that that's really the tribe of Judah and all the other dumb shit.
But conversations are over.
Okay, no. So the French word. So we can go into the why of the thing. So the argument I heard Garfield saying that
you're just going to be rehashing old.
I swear, brother. I swear.
Hey, come on. You're going to
something new, brother.
Listen. I'm gonna do it again.
Get your head busted on something new.
We did it already.
Oh man.
Dang.
Who did it already? Let me see.
Break down this Israelites from. You say they from Mesopotamia? How so?
Well, that's where Abraham came from.
From Abraham.
Abraham
will be their forefather. And
but look, wait. Because ready to. Because hold on, Capone. You're not ready to get in the ring on this. I got a presentation right now for you or whoever on the panel want to jump into. Because I'm ready to argue. I'm ready. Wait, hold on. Let me finish my sentence. On anybody who want to argue that Abraham of Chaldeans is a southern Iraq location, I'm going to argue for a northern location.
But
did you end up doing the debate with the dude?
Capone don't want the smoke.
I told you. Look, I got a presentation ready too.
You never have been ready yet. We said prove you an Israelite. You're not ready. You gotta wait.
Yeah.
So Garfield,
Where's the communities in West Africa of Jews? Where they at? You got
So
2, 3,
Garfield,
4, 5. That's it.
when did they start? Well, no, that's a bad question to ask.
Hey, Isaac Chris, just to let you know that Al Zanaman in Yemen is fake and it's made up. And the Mali sources show and prove that. You see, we believe the Arab sources. I don't know why. Just like GD and Capone said, why would we believe what Askia Muhammad said? How come y'all don't say that about the Arabic sources? They the slave master. How come y'all don't say that
some of the Arabic sources, some of the Jews.
We don't need none of that shit.
Some of the Jews wrote in Arabic, so I don't disregard
Arabic sources now.
Why would some of the Jews write in Arabic when they taught them motherfuckers how to write?
What's it called?
That's not a good question. Because the Jews,
I'm asking, why would they write in Arabic?
Well, they
what purpose would they need? What purpose and intent would they need to write in Arabic?
Moses Montemes was a Jew and he wrote in Arabic.
Capone, can I get my better answer?
Moses who?
I would. That's not a good answer.
Moses Maimonides.
Maimonides, yeah.
Why would? Go ahead, bro, with your better answer. Go ahead with your better answer.
I mean, so according to the biblical narrative, when Ezra comes back from Babylon, he brings
Hold on,
back
time out. So we're basing this according to the biblical narrative, not a historical fact.
Well, this is actually a historical fact as well.
There we go. Don't say biblical narrative around me. I don't give a fuck about the Bible. Excuse me.
Oh, so you're acting
historically. So we can talk secular sources outside of the Bible. It's still going to say. It's still going to use the terminology Jews, Israelites, Hebrews, things of that nature.
None of that pertains to your black behind, bro. You are African American.
That's not my argument.
You're African American. No shit, Sherlock.
Right, so that ain't got nothing to do with you. Israelites and all that ain't got nothing to do with you.
So when the Torah said that you're going to be known as a byword, what that means?
The Torah has nothing to do with you.
What that mean? When the Torah say you're going to be known as a byword?
Culturally, that has no indication on your life.
You just identified me as somebody as having a byword, African American.
Yeah, you are. Because you're a descendant of Western Central Africans genetically, so you have no genetic ancestry to the area in which this is being argued.
Who has an ethnogenesis?
You ain't had no ethnogenesis.
What?
You haven't experienced an ethnogenesis.
African Americans
you have not experienced an ethnogenesis. You're the byproduct of what happened before you. From slaves to free.
Capone,
you're after that.
So he's assuming that everybody is black in America. Wait, he's assuming that everybody.
I'm not assuming anything.
What you
You're
say,
assuming that everybody has slave ancestry.
Genie and Capone got a bow tie in his picture. He trying to be Nation of Islam at the same time, bro.
Bro, I was at a wedding, bro. Chill.
Genie and Capone trying to be NOI down with Farrakhan. Make up your mind.
Bow ties is not a monolith for you know why, bro.
Monolith. Oh my god.
Yeah, he said monolith. It's crazy.
It's not specific to them. You nigga, I can wear a bow tie for fashion.
Yo, Sean, he said that the Jews in North Africa got to West Africa like an underground railroad.
That's crazy.
What in the world, bro? Stop, bro.
Capone, what are you talking about?
You don't know what the Sahara Desert is, bro. This shit is bigger than the United States, bro.
Right.
You don't know how big that shit is, and you got to know where the wells are, and you got to know who protects.
So how did they travel then, Garfield?
Because
hold on, Garfield, how did the quote unquote few Jews that's recorded that you came across, how did they travel?
They paid for help.
They live from Portugal, bro.
The taxi cab. If you're talking inland,
the ones that came on the Trans-Saharan route, they came on a return trip, like a return airplane trip. They came and went right back.
Right. So how did the when I mentioned
hold on, Garfield.
Hold on. Listen. When I mentioned
they paid for that trip though. They paid for that trip.
That's what I'm trying to tell him. He don't know. They paid for.
That's fine. Okay, I understand. Chill. So now, when I mentioned that it's similar to the Underground Railroad, how was the Underground Railroad established? Wasn't that original route where you were paid to go to?
There's no such the Underground. What? You're comparing a path.
I'm done talking to him. I'm done.
You're comparing a path to something that's there's two different conversations, bro. First, across
Bro,
the
they both
Sahara.
is people move. This is how people migrated undetected.
No, that can't work with the Northern Africa to West Africa.
Right. Damn sure not the Sahara.
You have
You're
to keep
detected.
First of all, let me ask you this, GD and Capone.
Oh, you making up shit.
If you
Hey, you know who would kill them?
GD and Capone, where do you live? Where do you live right now?
I'm in Chicago now.
All right, so you in Chicago, right? And you go on the west side, right? And you said, all right, I want to go to like 94th Street or 58th Street or whatever. 58th Street is controlled by a certain gang that wears the color orange. So you can't go there because you don't wear orange and you're part of the group that wears purple. So now for you to get in league, you got to meet up and exchange cash to go into the orange neighborhood, or you can't go. So now
you go around it,
and all of a sudden you got lions and tigers running around that you need protection from. And if you're not rolling with one of the dudes in there, you could pay money and go in, but they got lions and tigers that could bite you up because you're a stranger.
Oh, it's an easy answer to that scenario. Blend in with the crowd, put on the orange, and go your way.
That is not what's happening.
What does it says that they assimilated? I got some text says that they integrated into these West Africans.
Bro, you're reaching. You're reaching.
And they became,
the Tuareg would have killed these people.
John, what source says that?
Man, I got my sources.
Oh, you making it up.
Garfield, you know he's lying. You know he's lying, Garfield. The Tuareg would have killed them Jews coming through the Sahara.
That don't exist, bro.
The Tuareg it was Jews in the Tuareg.
The Tuareg would have killed them.
The Tuareg and the Berbers, they would have killed it.
But they was in the same community. What is you talking about?
What community? What community?
The Berbers and the Jews. I got a book.
I said the Tuareg.
Show me
he
one
understands history.
I know
like
who the Tuareg is. From Morocco to West Africa. It's right there. You see on a map, it looks like a small.
They're not all Berbers.
Look at it, bro. Most of the Jews that actually traveled to West Africa were actually Berber Jews, actually. Just to be
I have my sources, so
you have no source. That's so stop saying it. Stop making it up.
No, you ain't got no sources.
You ain't
I
got
got
no
my sources. And my sources is dated to the period of the time that it was around closer to the time that it was happening.
Go ahead. So read the source. Tell us the source.
Outdated or whatever.
Give us the source. He don't want to say no source because every time he brings a source, I beat him up.
You don't have one.
You're not going to take my source and do what you want with it.
Oh, so now it's your source. You wrote it. Okay, got it. I got you, bro.
No. I don't mean it like that. But hold on, I'm finna pull it. I'm finna get it for you. I'm gonna give you the title in the book, and you can deal with that.
Source don't exist.
So
Alex,
right here.
Capone is so disingenuous.
In West Africa, Alex.
What's that?
You got any more Jews in West Africa?
I can't hear you because I can't. I'm sorry.
You got any more Jews in West Africa?
Oh yeah, I mean I have at least 4 different populations that were documented as being in West Africa.
You making up shit, Alex?
I mean, have I made up anything? Every single thing I've said, I always show sources for. So can you?
No, I don't give Alex. Alex is not like that. We're not gonna give him that energy. No, we can't give him the same energy we give G. and Capone. G. and Capone has a history of us making up shit.
Okay.
I ain't got no sources, so I ain't worried about Alex.
Okay.
He's not gonna be disrespectful and do that.
Okay.
We can't give him the same energy.
Okay.
Go ahead, Alex. Give us the next one.
So you have Mali. You had the
what community are you claiming in Mali? Are you claiming the one that's in the Tariq al-Fatash or the Tariq al-Sudan? Or are you claiming the community in 1492, 1496?
The 1490.
I already agree with that.
Right.
That they were,
and
but
then
in 1588 they were killed off. It's in that same article that's in that book. So they were killed off.
Hey. I'm not trying to say African Americans descend from them. I'm saying
no. I'm just telling you that in 1588 it's documented that they were killed off.
Right.
All right. Okay.
All right. So we have obviously. I mean, we're not going to talk about the Radonite
Jews. No, they never.
We're not going to talk about that. But you have Tirderma.
That's the one that killed off 1588. Okay.
And you have the Berber Jews who traded extensively with the Jews.
The Berber Jews are converts.
Cool. Actually, that is troo. I knew that. I don't even know why I used them as a.
You could count them. What are you saying they did though? The Berber Jews.
But they traded heavily with the Jews in Timbuktu.
Yeah, but Garfield, no, you can't, because the Berber Jews was every damn thing. They were every religion.
Hold on a second. They traded heavily with who? The Berber Jews traded heavily with who? Who they traded heavily
with the Jews of Timbuktu.
In what time period?
What Jews in Timbuktu, bro?
See, oh man, we went over this.
No Jews in Timbuktu.
1496 Tinderma. Yeah, that's documented. I'll give him that.
Come on,
yeah.
man.
I ain't tripping on 1492 because we know they converts. Okay,
yeah,
okay, go ahead.
They were killed off in 1588 by the Arabs. But so we have Berber.
They ain't pay their tag.
He's talking about
we got Berber Jews and who else you got?
The Sahelian Jews that you're probably not gonna.
Which Jews? The Sahelian Jews?
The Sahelian Jews. They came from they were expelled from Spain. Yeah, and Portugal, and they migrated from Spain, Portugal, and Morocco.
Wait a minute. So you're bringing some Jews from Portugal into West Africa?
That's all he got. He don't have any real history. Alex, I just want to ask a fair
communities off.
I just want to ask a fair question.
All of those are.
Alex, who are you saying migrated from Portugal? You're talking about the Senegambia communities that Peter Mark writes about, the two communities where they had the synagogue and they had the synagogue in the house. And the Africans were trying to convert them.
Yeah.
And they were converting
Cape Verde, Cape Verde Islands.
They were converting the Africans into Judaism.
They were converting to Islam.
They converts, brother.
They was practicing. No, I don't think they're converts. I think they were practicing Judaism and they fell in love with the African system and try to convert the African religion and mix it with Judaism. But they are legit communities. They are legit. So that's legit. That's legit. There's no argument there. But I know what they did. They had a blade trade that they were trading blade. So they named all the people that was there in the synagogue. They have their names: Duarte, Enriquez, Da Costa. We have their names, about 16 or 17 of them. And we have the communities. It's well documented. I'm not arguing that at all. Nope. Now, were they fucking African women? Yes.
Yeah.
Which other community you got?
So that's the thing, though. Like, why is it? I mean, there's a few, but why is it this though? I mean, I just want to touch on this. Why is it that if a small contingent of Hebrews can go, and it's well documented that there were way more Hebrews in East Africa after the fall of 70 AD. There was 1 million in Egypt alone. Okay, so there were way more in West Africa, Libya, Tunisia. I mean, East Africa and North Africa, Libya, Tunisia. Ethiopia. These are well documented, and there were way more there than ever went to Europe. But the men in Europe can have sex with white women and still be considered Jews 2,000 years later. But the men in Africa that have sex with African women, those children can't be considered Jews 2,000 years later or 200 years later.
Hey, Alex, do me a favor. Punch this in your computer. Kitos war. Kitos war. We're gonna look at the Wikipedia article real quick. Kitos war. You said there was 1 million Jews in Egypt, according to Philo. Yes.
Kitos war.
King J shaking his head.
No, that's swar because it ain't spelled how I think.
Kitos war.
War. Okay.
What do you want to ask him, King J? You could ask him while he's typing. He can multitask.
Well, I wanted to ask him really about. I know we know about the Sahel and northern trade routes. I wanted to ask him, did he have any migration routes from possibly like through the Congo into West Africa, or any primary sources that show any Jews migrating through the Congo into West Africa, or from possibly Ethiopia or anywhere from that area into the West Africa? Is there any primary sources?
All right. Before you answer that, go ahead, bro.
Actually, I was just doing some study on that last week, and I don't really want to. I mean, I did find, documented stories, but I haven't vetted the sources, so I don't know how reliable the sources are, to be honest.
Yo, they got sources. Maybe you found what I found. You could tell us. But anyway, read the Kittus War. What happened with the Kittus War? Read the Wikipedia article. So you said there was 1 million Jews in Egypt, right? All right, let's see what happened to them.
Yeah, so the Kittus War took place in 117 as a part of the second Roman. Here, let me see here.
Oh, you can read it. You can read it. I want to see who's reading this big time information.
As a second part of the Second Jewish-Roman War, ancient Jewish sources date it to 52 years after.
I want to have playing that car.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Sean trolling you. Don't pay Sean.
In 16 years before the Bar Kokhba Revolt. Like other conflicts of the Jewish-Roman wars, the Kittus War was spurred on by discontent amongst the Jews toward the Roman Empire, the sentiment which most likely intensified significantly in the wake of the Roman destruction of the Second Temple in 70 AD had triggered another series of major Jewish uprisings throughout Judea and the rest of the Near East, including Egypt, Libya, Cyprus, and Mesopotamia. Should I go on?
Yeah, keep going. What happened?
Okay, so following the suppression of the Mesopotamian Jewish revolt, the Roman Emperor Trajan appointed his general. Let's see. Yeah.
No, let him finish reading, please.
What happened as consul over the governor of Judea. Late Syriac language sources suggest that the Jewish rebels from Egypt and Libya relocated to Judea, but were defeated there by the Roman army. However, the reliability of these sources is debated. And modern scholarship remains cautious with the lack of confirmation from the Greco-Roman historians Cassius and Eusebius, I don't know how to pronounce that, who were the main sources for the events of the Second Jewish-Roman War. A large number of Jews were executed by Roman troops besieging Lydia, where Jewish rebels had gathered under the leadership of brother Julian and Pappus. These slain of Lydda are often mentioned in words of reverential praise in the Talmud.
Let me read a part of it real quick. The Roman response was very severe. Marcus Turbo, initially deployed against the Parthians, was redirected to suppress the revolts in Egypt and Libya with a large military force. His campaigns were marked by extreme brutality, leading to the near extermination of Jewish populations in Cyrenaica, Cyprus, and Egypt. By late 117, the revolts had been largely quelled, though some disturbances in Egypt may have continued into early 118. In the aftermath, Jewish communities in the affected region suffered immense losses, with archaeological evidence indicating severe destruction, particularly in Cyrene, which required reconstruction under Hadrian. So,
and what does that got to do with Jews in West Africa?
No, because he had said that the communities had major people there, but what happened is in the war in Kittus War,
they didn't.
They pretty much got it was just killed off, most of them, because they were they would beat. Hold up, these Jews were beating up the Romans and actually eating them. They were actually cannibalistic and making belts with their entrails and all type of shit.
Yeah, but if we're talking, but he talking about 70. I don't care nothing about none of that. Like when we talking about the Jewish presence,
he said that these communities marry, if they marry white women or black women or whatever, why we don't talk about them? The reason why we don't talk about them because they didn't exist after that. The Egyptian community got killed off. The Libyan community got removed from where they were, and Cyprus, the Jews couldn't even live in Cyprus no more. So all of them, they got destroyed. They got beat up, killed, and everything. They got massacred by the Romans. So this
but their normal argument is that they're there before these white people get there, and that's not the fact. There's no Jewish presence before these Europeans start coming into play. I mean, like when we're dealing with this stuff, like we got the Arab right there, the Arab telling you who doing what, when, where in that area, based on how they're delegating business, because they're doing conversions to West Africans, West and Central Africans. They're selling their religion. They're selling it. You need to follow Allah. You know what I'm saying? Fuck Allah. Okay, so here's a sword. Boom, cut your head off. Do you want to follow Allah? You know what I mean? The customs, right? The multiple wives, polygamy, all these other things, these trinkets that they were wearing, all these things that could be seen in Arab culture was one of the reasons why many African countries, East and West, Central and West, adopted Islam, was because it seems some cultural nuances and similarities in what was going on with the practices. But they still kept to the bush, their traditions. They just did it in silence. until you had these, until you get the Ashkia Muhammads and all of these people that want to be.
Okay, I'm just gonna read something.
What he just explained, that's exactly what the Jews did. They took up, they accepted Islam. Some of them did. Some of them, tried to integrate into some West African community.
Hold on. What Jews converted from being Jews to Muslims?
Okay, this is a what's it called? This is general knowledge.
What's it called?
He just had it up.
No. What's it called?
Jews in West Africa. It tells you
when chronology.
Right, here, I got you.
Chronology. Can I get a year?
647 to 709 CE. Check this out. Well documented that Arab army swept across North Africa, destroying existing communities, Jewish communities in Egypt, Cyrenaica, Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco.
I don't care about North Africa.
Can you stop talking so I can get to my point? I know we're talking about West
Africa. Let him finish, Sean. Go ahead.
So Jewish communities in Egypt, Cyrenaica, Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco faced enormous pressure and fled southward and westward ahead of the advancing.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
South and west from North Africa is where?
What does that mean? That don't mean that they crossed the Sahara.
I'm not saying that.
No, that don't mean that. That don't mean that.
I'm not saying that.
Hold on, Alex, relax.
I'm not trying to claim. Listen.
First of all, slow down. Let's
not you, Alex. I'm not even. It's the dude behind you.
What we're gonna do is right. Let's do this. We're gonna look on the screen, right? And what I'm gonna do is this. I don't think people. Sometimes when we read stuff, we have a bias when we're reading it, and sometimes we want the answers to fit what we're fitting. Now, I don't think, Alex, you know what traveling across the Sahara Desert is. I think
I'm not. I didn't say. Hey,
no, listen. I didn't interrupt you when you're talking, and I've been respectful. I don't think anybody who believes in Hebrew Israelism know what it's like to cross the desert. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on the screen what the desert looks like on a map, so that people could have. Listen, the reason why I'm doing this is because the claim is ridiculous.
But Garfield, it ain't like people didn't travel.
I didn't ask for your opinion.
They had ways of traveling through the desert.
Who had ways? Who?
People did. What do you mean? They knew the lay of the land. It's ways around. It's ways around that.
Nigga, they said the Underground Railroad.
Not if you ain't messing with the Turag. Not with the Turag right there.
The Turag was the ones that was hiding them. That's what the
they wasn't. The Turag don't. The Turag ain't hiding nobody, bro.
Show us. All right, I'm gonna read a source that's gonna say. I'm gonna read. Hold on, let me pull this up.
Now, by the way, for the brother that said that in the 6th century and the 7th century, the Arabs attacked the Jews and they went southward. Remember, if you're at the top of Algeria right here and you go southward, you're going south.
Still in Algeria.
You know that's south, right? It don't mean they went south.
And that's what I'm saying. All I'm saying though is that, and it doesn't say that they
right
went
here.
south.
Hold on, beloved.
And west.
Hold on, beloved. Hold on 1 second. Now, this is the Sahara Desert right here, right? Now, what people need to understand is the United States of America can fit into the Sahara Desert. It is a huge place. There is no way to survive. You can't survive it by running into it. You have to know where the wells are, right? And when you know the wells, you have to also have protection. This is why the trans-Saharan slave trade, they only went there they probably went like 10 times a year. They had thousands of camels when the camels came in after the 7th century. All right. So at the end of the day, bro, you need protection. You need permission. If you go there and run into the desert, you're going to die. This is why I always show this example to people and say, yo, this happened 5 years ago when all these people died in the sub-Saharan desert. Hold on, let me show it real quick, the article.
Did they find the bodies?
Right here, see, right here, 24 to 2019, 30,000 people are missing. The journey is deadly for many. An estimated 30,000 people have gone missing in the desert since 2014, according to IOM. This is from the
you'll dehydrate and die.
Bro, listen to me carefully. Most of those who die are believed to have succumbed to what? dehydration resulting from the scorching desert heat. Some bodies are never recovered, presumably buried by powerful dust and sandstorms. This is what's going on in the desert. You guys think it's something where you can run. I'm gonna go to West Africa tomorrow.
Right. Pull up.
Exactly. They're traveling for 3 months. 3 months.
That's worse than going to California, bro, in a car.
On the
Worse than
security,
that.
bro, on the security, it's not an easy road. So when people say they ran south, you think they ran into West Africa because you won't believe that Jews went into West Africa. So you automatically say that in your head. No, stop being biased thinking, bro.
All I'm saying is that they went south and west.
Alex, we're not arguing. We're not arguing what you're saying, Alex. It wasn't directed at you. It was what was said behind you. And I know you didn't understand that because you were reading at the time before you were interrupted. But someone behind you had made mention to these particular places, even though the source doesn't say what they said. It's saying south and west, but not giving a clear distinction of where south or where west.
Right, and they don't. So I can't, I can't say that they fled to West Africa, but the trans-Saharan trade routes back then have nothing to do with people dying 5 years ago because they don't know what those routes. Back then, those routes were heavily established and traveled.
Hold on a second. What was heavily? Say that again. They were what?
Trans-Saharan trade routes existed and were heavily used at that time.
When? Not heavily.
That's what I told you last time, Garfield.
Hold on, G.
There's not heavy. They're not heavily used. No.
Heavily used when? You said the 600,
heavily died.
What? 608 CE, right?
Yes.
They didn't start using the trade route until the 700s. What are you talking about? Because what happened is after 700,
trade increased in 11th and between 11th and 13th.
The Moroccan Jews started to travel. The Moroccan Jews started to travel. Then they got permission to come on a trade route that was going a return trip, and there was hardly any Jews.
Hold on, say that again. Which Jews was it again?
The Moroccan Jews, but these are probably Berbers.
And they were converts, correct? And they got the pass to come through. Because the people in Senegal would see them first along a trade route that ran right into Senegal.
Okay, so the Garamantian route dates back to 500 BCE, and that was a route of Libyans going to West Africa on a regular basis. This is the Garamantian route. It's 500 BCE.
Time out. What did the Libyans got to do with the Jews? Are you now associating Libyans with converting to Judaism and being Jews coming into West Africa?
Bro, those trips by the Garamantes. I know you just Google that, but the trips by the Garamantes, yes, it goes back to the 5th century BC. Herodotus possibly talks about them, talking about trade to West Africa, possibly mentions gold also. But the Garamantes was a very
Arabs use those same routes.
Garamantes,
Jewish traders.
Not the same. Garamantes. Hold on, say that again.
I said the Berbers later used those same routes as well as the Arabs and Jewish merchants.
No.
You're saying it wrong.
The routes that they use, right? The routes that they used was some new routes because those routes that the Garamantes used was for small travel and was not that huge of a trailway for people to follow. Because even the Romans ended up near the Niger River,
Yeah, I did know that. Yeah,
they had 5 expeditions into Africa, but they took 3 months. They took elephants and they did some for 3-4 months or whatever. That was crazy. But they again traveling as an army and as a group. The Jews couldn't do that because the Jews was enemies with whoever they was running from. So if they're running from the Romans, so who was going to protect them when they're going into the trade routes? And they had to pay money to the people who had control over the wells. Y'all think the Saharan Desert is a simple thing, man. Bruh, it's not a simple thing. It's not a simple thing. Like
I don't think that it's a simple thing, but I'm just saying that there's documented. So even al-Balkri, right? In 1068.
Okay, I got the book right here. What did he say?
Yeah,
what page?
I'm just saying it documents that there were open trade routes between West Africa and North Africa that Jewish traders were using.
Yeah, Jewish traders, but Jewish traders who were doing a return trip.
They weren't in West Africa. They were okay. Do you go to the grocery store to get your groceries? No, I'm asking a question. Do you travel to the grocery store?
You know what? I got a source for
honest,
you.
I don't.
I got a nice source right here.
No, I don't know if you go. I don't know or if you got an old lady and she go to the grocery store.
No, I literally just order my groceries, but I get what you're saying.
Okay, yeah, that's what's happening there is that they're going to the store to do business and then they're leaving the store. They're not coming to the store, posting up, setting shop, and then doing anything. The reason that they can't do that is because the Arabs are trying to stake claim in West Africa and are converting people to Islam, and they're doing their Arab business. So there's no way they're going to let the Jews get in the door or foothold into interrupting their business because that's bad for their business. So if the Jews wanted to stay or do anything within those trade routes, there's a tithe. They call it a bach that they would have to pay, and that pay they would collect on it extraneously. Now, does that say that they wasn't clapping any cheeks? We can't say if cheeks was getting clapped or not. That's not the argument here.
West Africa without clapping cheeks.
Who? You can't even get into West Africa, bro. You can't listen. Them Jews coming down, bro. Them Jews coming down, depending on the route. Depending on the route, could be significantly dangerous for travel.
Okay, so is it possible for, like, say, the more
you're looking for possibility? No, we ain't giving you no.
But I'm saying, is this outside of the realm of possibility, right?
Oh my God!
That
we need evidence.
The prestigious group, the elites or whatever, they could have made an alliance with these Arab fractions, and the Arabs could have dressed them up as in Arabian regalia.
Not happening.
Bro, I have a drawing right here.
There are
not happening.
It shows a caravan of Jews.
We're gonna come up with this idea to do this shit and all of this time just to make bro. It's not happening.
With Timbuktu, right?
No, the ones in Timbuktu converted to Islam a lot. That's documented.
Right, they converted. Right, that's what I'm saying. We know that they converted to Islam. We know that they was once Jews.
When did they convert to Islam? When did Jews convert to Islam?
So, but that's
no, it's not.
Hold on, let me speak.
Yes, it is.
Hold on,
how you saying it's beyond the point? How you saying it's beyond the point? Because you could be talking about 1600 and I'm talking about 1382.
Garfield didn't already agree to all that. So now we trying to I
don't agree with Garfield. Not without a date. I don't agree. I don't agree without a date.
Can I finish my statement?
No, I need a date. I need a date and you can finish.
Bro, we doing everything is between the 7th century to 1400.
Well, then I do not agree. I do not agree.
All right, okay, that's fine, but I'm still finna.
There's no evidence for that.
So
I don't care. There's no evidence. There's no evidence in the 7th century, 14th century. No, hell no, I'm not making loud West Africa. No, there's no explanation required because there's no evidence that we're reviewing.
Move the goalposts. What we supposed to be proving is them traveling the Sahara. So I have right here. It says the Daguestan connection. And it says
once again, there is no date. Where is the date?
And it shows the caravan of dark-skinned people on camels, led by other people traveling through the Sahara Desert.
Right? Dates. Can we get a date?
It says so. This is the Rabbi Mordecai thing. This goes all into the Tarek. All this goes into all that same information.
Can we get a date? Can we get a date?
It says Rabbi Sarah also states that their settlement in the Sahara dates from the end of the 7th century. The end of the 7th century. That's 8th century, going into the 8th century, brother. When Abd al-Malik ascended to the throne and conquered as far as Morocco.
Where is the Sahara? Where is the Sahara? Where in the Sahara was that? It's again, man. That's what I'm saying. He did it again, bro. Like, what the fuck? Do you really think that we're stupid, bro? I sat there and spent 15 years studying West Africa and the presence of fucking Jews, and you're gonna sit here and try to demean it and say 7th century, but then you're gonna tell me somewhere in the Sahara. Where in the Sahara were the fucking Jews? They wasn't in West Africa. They can be in Libya some goddamn where and be in Algeria and be in the Sahara.
Watch this. Watch this. This dude be lying. Watch this. Watch this right here. He reading this article about this white boy. This white boy right here. And trying to trick us about 7th century.
I'm not reading it.
He said,
I'm not reading it.
Mordecai Abiseror.
Well, Mordecai, yeah, that's the account.
He's in the 19th century, bro. Look at that.
But in his account, he's talking about. He's talking about his. But in his account, he's talking about the predecessors, his predecessors, and how he became to be speaking and writing in Arabic and stuff like that.
Jew? You believe him? He's an Ashkenazi Jew. You believe him?
I believe the accounts that he wrote? Well, I don't know. Mordecai. I don't know. I have to look into. That's 18. I gotta look into.
How do you believe his accounts with no evidence? How? With no evidence. How do you believe them?
Bro, what evidence do you listen, bro? Evidence range.
Ain't no evidence. I asked you a simple question. Don't divert. How do you believe him with no evidence? How do you believe him with no evidence?
You're assuming that.
I didn't assume shit. I asked you a question. With what evidence? With what evidence?
Hold on.
I'm asking you.
Pull up the definition of
you.
Garfield,
how do you believe someone with no evidence? What evidence? No, you don't. He ain't pulling. No, he's not, because what I asked you was a very qualified question. How do you believe him? How do you believe him with no evidence? Listen again to my question. How do you believe him with no evidence? You got to have evidence to conclude. So what evidence did he give you, or you read from his account, that got you believing the shit that you do? Do you clearly understand what I'm asking? I'm not asking you for your thoughts. I'm not asking you for none of that. You said you believe this guy, and I asked you according to what evidence?
Okay,
so now we're talking about his evidence. So now you got to go pull the shit that he said that got you believing the way that you do.
Bro, you tripping, bro.
No, I'm not tripping. That's how shit go. You can't just have a belief to have a belief. No, this nigga gotta have some. This nigga gotta have some evidence for you in order for you to conclude on something. If you just believe in what anybody say, then you can stay in mystery land. I don't give a damn about that. But the moment that you say the reason why you concluded the way you did was because of this dude, then what evidence in his article did you extract, reviewed, and cross-referenced to help you come to your conclusion? You did not. So you didn't know. I asked you. He asked you, did you believe him? And you said you did. So
information. I'm reading the article that says
Garfield asked you.
Listen,
Garfield asked you, did you believe him? You told Garfield that you believed him. That's why he letting me talk. That's why he letting me talk to you like this. Because Garfield asked you if you believed him, and you said you believed him. And I'm asking you because I am challenging your comprehension. If you didn't know that, I'm telling you what I'm doing. I want to know what evidence did he provide in the source that led you to conclude the way that you did. Okay, you can call it ignorance. You can call it ignorance all you want, but I know for a fact you can't come to a conclusion based on a belief.
Let me ask you
need
a question.
evidence. No, you can't. I asked you a question. What evidence did he give you that led you to conclude the way that you did?
Bro, listen, for one, I'm not reading this guy's.
So you ain't read the work.
I'm not reading his information. Garfield pulled this up. Garfield assumed that I was
reading it. So how could you conclude? How could you conclude if you ain't read the work?
Would you listen, bro? I'm not.
How can you conclude if you didn't read the work?
Listen, bro. This hit Garfield.
How can you conclude if you did not read the work?
This information. I did not.
How can you conclude if you did not read the work?
Lord have mercy, bro. Something wrong with you, bro.
No, something is wrong with you, and I'm trying to get you to identify it
something
within
is
yourself
clearly wrong
that
with you, bro.
something is
I
wrong
didn't
with you.
conclude anything.
Exactly.
Wait, hold on,
So
bro.
you should not have no
You're assuming,
opinion
bro.
or
Everything that you're
belief.
doing is
You should have
fallacious.
no
You're not
opinion or
allowing
no
nobody. You
belief.
over here grandstanding. You're not
Man, I
allowing.
ain't grandstanding shit.
Yes, you
You
is
should have no
grandstanding. Because I
opinion
never
or
pulled
no
this guy's
belief. You
information.
should. That's why
Garfield
Garfield
did.
let me
And now
talk to
you're
you
trying to
like
do a
this
victory lap
because he know
around
that you
some
ain't
shit that
no.
I'm not even
Forget a
proving. I'm
victory
not
lap.
even talking
Forget
about.
a victory lap. You had no reason
What
to
the fuck is
say
you
that you
talking
believe
about?
this guy based on no information. You just coincidentally said you believe it because you're biased. That's what I'm trying to show you. You
Bro,
cannot have
I
a
never
conversation with people that
acquiesced
are
to this
immortal.
guy's.
You cannot have a conversation
I
with
never
people who know
acquiesced
how to
to
research
this
because
guy's
that's not
information.
how you
I'm
conclude.
done, bro.
You
Y'all
cannot
talking.
conclude.
This guy
Yeah,
retarded.
be done. Get off the
I
link.
don't mean to
Go
call you
home.
retarded,
The
but
show's over. You proved my point, and I had
go
to
ahead,
walk
bro.
you right into it for you to do that. That's not
Dude,
how research
I
is
don't know who
done.
you think you're talking to, bro.
I'm
For
talking to
real.
you, whoever
Man,
you
would you
are,
shut up?
wherever you are.
Mute your
I'm
mic.
talking to you.
Mute your
I'm
mic.
talking to
Mute
you.
your mic.
I'm talking to you, and I'm not
Mute
muting
your
shit.
mic. Oh, mute
I'm
your
talking to
mic.
you.
In order to talk to
I'm
me, nigga,
talking
you
to
have to
you.
listen.
I'm
So mute
talking to
your
you.
mic and
I ain't got
listen.
to listen.
Sit
You
down and
already
learn.
fucked up. You already said
What is
no.
wrong with you, bro?
I can't learn anything from you because you believe anything anybody's saying without even cross-referencing it. That's what you just proved to us. Just listening. The whole audience heard you say what you said, and that's what I'm drawing out in this conversation. That's why I won't let you go because you can't conclude or you can't have a belief on something and you ain't even reviewed the evidence, bro. That's wrong.
So now, so now, for one, you have listen. The bear of proof is on you. You're making
You're the
assertion
claimant.
that this
You're
guy
the
didn't have
claimant.
any
You are the
I'm
claimant.
done, man.
The
I'm
burden
done.
of proof
I
is
can't even
on
get two
you.
words in, bro.
You're
I'm
the
done. I'm
claimant.
finna be
You
yelling.
can't say that I'm
I'm
the
not finna
claimant.
be
I
yelling
ain't
over you,
claimed
bro.
nothing. You claimed it. That's what you don't understand. You're not going to argue with me, and I know how
I
argument
claimed
goes.
what? What did
You
I
claimed it.
claim? What
You
did I
said,
claim? What did I
based
claim?
on Garfield's question, he asked you if you believe this guy, and you said, yes, you
No,
believe
I
this guy.
didn't.
And yes,
No,
you,
I didn't.
nigga,
Garfield
everybody heard
said,
you say you
I'm
believe.
reading this guy's
Everybody.
article. And he
Everybody
pulled
said that
up
you
this
believe.
article on Wikipedia,
Everybody
which this
said
is
that you
not the
believe.
article that I was
You
reading.
said it.
This
You said it.
article,
It don't matter what you read. You said you believe him.
no, I didn't.
You did.
Yes, you did, bro. Why you gonna lie on the stage, man? Why you lying, bro?
Well, no, I didn't. I never said I
You
believed
did.
anybody.
You did. He asked you, and you clearly said you believed him.
He said he
No,
believed what he wrote.
Garfield said
Yeah.
this is the article that he's reading, and he
You,
pulled up this
you
guy
said
right
you
here.
believed it. You said you believed it,
Oh, man.
regardless what
No, I
Garfield did.
didn't say I believed anything. What are you
You
talking
did.
about?
You did.
When did I say that? Play it back and say that I said that I didn't say that. Them words never came out my mouth.
You did when he asked you, when he pulled up the article.
Good, bro. He can't even lie good.
Okay,
I said this guy's account is. He said Garfield said you reading this. This is the article he's reading. He pulled up this guy thing, and then he said and then he's like, this the guy that you were reading. This the article that you're reading, and I said okay. His account is about his predecessor. I'm like, no, that's it's in 18. Garfield was like, this is in 18th century or something like that. And I'm like, yeah, but he probably his account is him writing about his predecessors. I never said that I believed anything. What the hell? What is wrong with y'all, bro? Whether I believe it or not, the brother saying that he didn't have evidence when evidence could be numerous different types of evidence. Obviously, he had his reasons for writing what he wrote. You have to read the account in order to make a conclusion from it. So what I'm reading is an article that says the Jews in the Sahara.
Sahara is not sub-Sahara, though. That's what you
And it's showing them traveling in the Sahara when the time when in a caravan, it's a lot of them, and when and they going to Timbuktu. When
Garfield said again. Garfield said
that's
again.
the point that I was bringing
Garfield,
up to show that it is possible to travel the Sahara.
Say it again, Garfield.
believe him, bro? You believe him? You believe Sarar? Once I came on stage, you switched up, yo. This thing is,
You asked me, was that my people?
Lying, man. They must be lying, bro.
You lied,
Man,
bro.
whatever,
He
man.
asked you the question and you said yes. You said you believed them. And
No,
that's the
I
only
did.
reason that
He said, is this
listen
your?
to
He
me.
said, is this?
I wouldn't have
He said,
never
this your people?
attacked you. I wouldn't have never attacked you.
Oh man, I'm dead. Y'all, hey, what up with man? Y'all terrible for real, man.
I wouldn't have attacked you at all, bro. I wouldn't have attacked you at all. But you said you believed the shit that the motherfucker
So
was
wait,
saying.
hold on.
And I'm like, well, what evidence?
Hold on. So are you saying that that he had what the account that
No.
he wrote?
I'm
He has
asking you about
no
the
evidence
evidence.
of that. So he just
I'm
writing from
asking
word of mouth.
you. I'm asking you about
No,
the
I'm
evidence.
reading the article. I'm
I
reading the
don't care
article.
about the art. Okay, where's the
The
evidence in the
article is
article? You're
making
reading it.
the claim.
You're reading it. You're reading it, and you said you believed it.
So,
So I'm
but
asking you
I'm
for the
reading
evidence.
the article to prove that people was traveling the Sahara Desert.
How are you proving
Going into
something
Timbuktu,
with no
which was a known
evidence? Where's
West
the
and Central
evidence?
African
Where's the
community.
evidence? Where's the evidence?
All right, so check this out.
Man, I'm done talking to you, bro.
So I mean, I'm not really like, I don't have any sources for what you guys were just talking about, but I just compiled all of the notes that I took and all of the peer-reviewed studies and all of that. And so the things that I do know are, I mean, we're not going to go over Herodotus and Tacitus again, but the Alade et al. Study in 2014, Nature magazine, that came out in Nature magazine, it said dark skin genetic variants in people of the in the ancient population of the people of the Levant. They found that the people of the Levant had dark skin genetic variants, not light skin genetic variants, and that's a genetic test from 2014. Lazari, you guys
Okay,
probably heard about this.
So Alex, hold on 1 second, y'all. I just want to ask Alex real quick. So Alex, when Better Science pulls up in 2018, 2021, 2024, that changes the position on that, why do you forget that to just yield and go back to 2014 when there's up-to-date information on the same thing that you're
I'll
looking
tell
up?
you, and I hope that you can respect my answer.
They have to.
Because the reason why is because when you look at reference populations for those tests, they're not using DNA from those areas. In the majority of those tests, 2020, 2022, 2023, if you look at the reference population, like the one from 2022, they clearly stated that they used ancient Israelite DNA. But when you look
What did they use in 2020 or 2014?
In 2014, I can go to the study. Give me a second.
Okay.
I'll pull it up. But they said that they used.
Pull it up first. Pull it up first.
Cool. No, that's fair.
Are we trying to get nobody no homework?
No, it's all good.
No, there's a reason for that though. There's a reason because he's arguing something.
Because you're really not ready for the conversation.
No, you're not ready. You're not ready for anything that you gotta prove. If it's a belief, you roll with it.
Bro, I got my proof.
No, you ain't got no proof. You would have already had it.
That's what you.
You would have already showed it, bro. It would have took the whole show to show it.
Yeah, it wouldn't be an argument if I ain't had no proof.
You just argue. You like to argue. That ain't got nothing to do with it. People argue for a hobby.
You have your stance. That's you,
you ain't got no stance.
You have a bias. I don't have a bias. You have a bias.
No, I
can
don't.
look at the information
objectively
and extrapolate.
You ain't never looked at no information without no bias.
Capone, you really think you don't have a bias, brother?
I don't have a bias,
it's
bro.
crazy.
Why do you think I have a bias? Hold on, Benny. Why do you think that I have a bias?
All right, Capone, do you think that the Bible is a reliable portrayal of history?
The Bible records historical events.
Okay, you're an Israelite. Do you think everything in the Bible is historically reliable?
Yes. Not well.
Right, and that's exactly what I'm talking about.
They ain't trying to justify it.
The Bible records historical events. I'm gonna stick with that.
No, it don't.
That's my
No, it
stance
don't.
right there.
That's not what I asked you, Capone. I asked you that last. You answered the last part. The last question you answered, and that's the point. Your ideology won't allow you to see anything inaccurate about the text because your ideology states that
Well, name one,
can be wrong.
name an inaccurate.
Okay.
Name one.
I got you.
Name an inaccuracy.
I could put it up on the screen right now, but that's
Okay,
not the
so
topic of the conversation.
just real
No,
quick.
name
though,
one.
to answer
Just
your
name
question,
one, and we can
Garfield.
deal with it. And
I'm about to. I'll put it up right now.
Yeah, while he's pulling that up though, the reference population for the 2022 study that said that they used ancient DNA came from a German Jewish cemetery from the year 1000 AD.
I don't
That
care
is
nothing
not
about the German Jewish cemetery, brother. That's not what I'm asking. You're not going to be able to get it. You're not going to be able to get around it. You're not going to be able to get around it.
Hey, hold on. Let him go for a minute. Let him go for a minute.
To you about whatever y'all was just talking about. Garfield asked me, where did the reference population come from for the test that said that the ancient Israelites and Natufians were dark skinned? It comes from Natufian sites in modern Israel and Jordan. It comes from early Neolithic.
Which sites?
Levantine.
Do you have a name?
Levantine farmers, but I'm just, and then it comes various ancient Near Eastern populations. So I'm just saying that's much more.
Why skirt over?
Better.
Hold on. Why skirt over the main point of it saying what it just said when you were quick to say what it was saying? You're quick to say something about brown skin, but why aren't you not focusing on the actual totality of the evidence that is argued in any of those sources?
See, but this is the thing. Okay, so the source was the reference population that they used as ancient Levantine Israelites was a Jewish cemetery in Germany. Those are not ancient Levantine Israelites.
How do you know that they're not ancient Levantine Israelites, brother?
It was
How
from
do
the
you know
year
that?
1000 AD. It was from the
How
year
do
1000
you?
years
But
ago.
how do you? How do you know? No. How do you? Okay. Okay. Have we not been able to extract? Hold on. Have we not been able to extract DNA? Have we not been able to extract DNA from these old remains that they keep on finding and be able to trace them back? Have we not? Have we not? I'm asking. Have we not been able to do that? That's the genius of DNA.
And there's been flaws shown in that working your way backwards.
How you're not listening to me, man?
Because the database that they have for the DNA is only.
Definitely not listening to you. Definitely not listening to you. I'm talking to Alex. I'm talking to Alex. I'm definitely not listening to you. Not listening to you. Not listening to you. I'm listening to Alex. Alex, go ahead, Alex.
For us to be rational, can we agree that it is more honest and more reliable to test ancient population DNA than it is to test modern populations DNA?
Where are you going? Where are you going to go? No, you could go either way with DNA. The way that we have technology today, that's the beauty of technology today. That might be different. Hold on. Let me answer. That would hold true in your argument if this was 2014, 2015. But it is 2026, and we have more answer. We have more data. Because we have more data, it gives us the flexibility to be able to do things through research that we couldn't do in 2014. That's what I'm saying. So if we have more reliability and better data today, Alex, don't you think that we were able to do that now when we couldn't do that then accurately?
So it's over. What's the number?
Okay.
70 different. I forgot the number of different tribes it is in Africa, right? But anyway, a lot of us trace our roots to Africa, right? So,
you trace your roots to Africa?
Could the DNA test point you to the specific tribe you belong to within?
That's not what DNA does.
Okay.
DNA doesn't point you toward. No. That has nothing to do with. That's a different conversation. That's why you shouldn't even be in this shit, because you don't even know what the hell you're talking about. You're talking about tribe specific. That ain't what DNA testing does. Ethnicity estimates. We're talking ethnicity estimates. If the genome's been mapped, then we know based on everybody around the world where motherfuckers' reference panels are coming from, based on the mapping and those reference points
giving us those answers. We have the cheat sheet. Don't sit here and then try to dummy down DNA and say tribe based. No, that's not the end goal, bro. Those estimates mean something. They mean something. Your parents, hold on. Let me land my plane. Those estimates mean something because your parents mean something. Your genetic ancestry is everything. This is how we know that you're faking like an Israelite, and there are real Israelites out there that don't look nothing like you. So this is the point that we're making here, bro. Your genetic ancestry has people that actually lived through time and space and existed. And you have similarities there. Now, the further back we go, those points of reference that we're referring to gets dimmer and dimmer. But goddamn it, we got a reference point that we can get to.
So, based on the current technology there is, and all of the data points that we have, I just asked: is it more? Would current geneticists, with the technology we currently have, would they say it's more reliable to test ancient DNA directly or to test modern populations and work your way backwards? It says ancient DNA testing is not just more reliable, it's significantly more reliable than testing modern populations. And
who's arguing against it?
The problems with working backwards from modern populations have experienced thousands of years of admixture since the ancient period. You cannot cleanly reverse engineer admixture events.
No one disagrees with that.
So when you test a German Jew and you try to
a German Jew is a German Jew.
Yeah, but if you try to use them as a proxy for 11,
why would we use them as a proxy for faithful in the past? Nobody's doing that.
Yes,
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
That's what
I'm saying. Read it again, bro. Read it again. Read the whole article to yourself in silence.
The study from 2022.
You're not reading it, bro.
No, I am. I'm telling you what it said.
Why? Well, we have better science that proves the difference. Why? Okay, I got you.
I just asked, is it
I got you.
possible for us to really cleanly go back like that based on our current technology? And the answer is no.
No, that's not it. Has the genome been mapped? Has the genome been mapped?
Bro, mapping the genome does not.
I'm asking a question. Has the genome been mapped?
That doesn't answer this question for us.
Okay, so if we know the genome, hold on. If we know the genome's been mapped, then we're going to be able to get to the answer to your question, regardless of the fact. Do you agree with that or no?
No, I don't.
Okay, so why when Dan was up here and he was sharing that one source that's about to get ready to drop for 2026 regarding this topic, and it was providing extra evidence. Dan, you still here? Oh, anyway, I thought that was Dan. But anyway, when he brought up that source and was referring to that data that was coming about, that was proving things and running us right back into answering those research questions that you had a problem with it.
What I had a problem with is that the reference populations, until he got to Yehudi.
You mad because they tested white people? Say it.
No,
say it.
Danny, you saying that I don't have no proof as well? That's what you saying?
Say it.
I'm mad
say it, Alex.
People other than ancient Israelites.
There you go. So now who's Alex? Now, Alex, who's an ancient Israelite?
Israelites are ancient Israelites. The people in the
All right.
ground.
So if ancient, how you know they're in the ground? Why they can't be somewhere else? Everybody didn't have the same burial practices. So again, how do you know who is an ancient Israelite? How do you know who is an ancient Israelite? Because you're upset because they tested these white folks. Why? How do you know?
Because Ashkelon is not Israel. Because
answer the question, bro. Answer the question.
Hold on a second. Time out. Now, what about the people in the Chalcolithic age in the Peking Cave? We're talking about the Natufians, right?
Right.
So what did they have? SLCT 24A5? Did they have that?
No, they tested. I can show you on my screen right now.
I'm asking you a question. It's simple.
No, they didn't. They didn't.
What skin variant did they have?
I don't know exactly which one they had, but they had dark.
Oh my gosh! You just said you had it right there on the screen.
I'm trying to find it. Can you shut up, man?
SLC 24A5 is what Dan read earlier. That most of them had.
Yep.
9 of them had that.
That is not true. I don't know.
Dan's finna come back and beat your ass up, bro. He's finna come beat your ass. You know he listening. Don't run when he out back on this panel with his source. Because you ain't got no source. You keep arguing a 2014 argument. That's why I keep saying it. Why are you stuck in 2014? Because that's what you're trying to argue, bro. In science, it does not work like that. You can't stay in 2014 when you're trying to use science. There's better science out there that explains all of this shit, bro. And that's the science we got to use. We can't divert back to something from 2014 to have this conversation. And I'm just trying to get you to understand that part of it. I'm not arguing against what you're reading at all. I'm not, because during that time when that article was published, that was the best data that they had in 2014 to explain away what they was explaining away. That's why when the other articles come back behind and then they sit there and say, oh, we found yada 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 yada, and this not to be so true, that's because they have better data. So why are we not using the better data?
See, but that's the thing. It's not necessarily better. What the only thing that
I was
really gets
just going
better
to ask him that. What
is methodology. That's the only thing that really gets better. Okay, so
right. So what gets said again? What gets better?
So the only thing that can get better is methodology. Now, just because methodology can get better, what ends up happening, and this is the thing that actually piqued my interest in this, when I started looking at the things that the scientists in Israel were doing to try to prove they come from the people.
You waited till Dan left to argue for black. It's what you did.
No, that's not what I did. I've been arguing this
same
thing this entire
You
time.
did. He punked you. He punked you. He punked you,
right,
and
bro.
now you're trying to sit up here and re-argue your point.
I can't engage in this like immature.
No, it's not that. I'm not being immature at all. I'm just calling it how it is. I'm just telling the freaking truth.
So
it is what it is, because you couldn't get around that source. That's why I said we got to have a better data. We can't sit here and use 2014. I'm not going to let you do that. That's not how that shit goes. And you just brought up methodology, and based on that methodology alone, we can't use that, bro. It's outdated.
Remember he said that it didn't say that they had SLC whatever. Let me show
you. And it does.
Dan showed it earlier. Here it is right here. If you look at the bottom, let me make it bigger so you can read it yourself. Because I'm not gonna accuse you of lying, because he did show this earlier.
Nah, Alex he ain't no liar like the other dude. I'll give him that.
I need Gideon Capone, bro. I need him in my life. I need him. I like Gideon.
I ain't lying about nothing.
Shit, your existence is a lie.
Man. Hold on a second. Let me scroll down and get it.
Garfield, you just did another epic show, bro. You ain't been this long since 2019.
So nice. This shit is lit, yo. Yo, when people come on my show, they think it's easy. I don't have to say nothing. I got too much people around me that deal with stuff. Like the DNA, I could deal with the DNA, but I'm like, let Dan deal with it. He up to date. He sent me everything, bro. Like every.
That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, I don't even know who he tied to, bro.
Dude, yo, because at the end of the day, he's gonna pull out all the primaries and everything.
I don't even know who he tied to. I'm like, man, this motherfucker got some up his sleeve. That's why Garfield be so goddamn confident, because he got some shit y'all ain't got.
Yeah, that's shit.
Y'all keep falling for the trap.
Yeah, he got a coat.
Now he got a coat. Nah. You the one in the coat. You an Israelite, bro. You think you're a whole Israelite.
We all disagree with each other, so we ain't no kettle black. We disagree.
Hey.
This ain't the pot calling. No,
you are the pot calling the
Garfield got a coat, and he's the head, and everybody y'all send him information.
Everybody, I disagree with Sean, so that don't mean
we damn sure do. We do disagree. We done had whole arguments.
So Garfield, if I pull up Jews in West Africa, what image is gonna pop up online? Is it gonna be a group of black people?
Now you talking about algorithms. Now you talking about algorithms.
Moroccan.
There's a reason for that, though, bro. That's an algorithm. Come on, man.
Folks. So that's misinformation. That's what you're saying.
It depends on how you research it, bro. Because hell yeah,
Okay,
it's misinformation because you can push that.
now we get it.
Here go right here. We highlight 3 findings of interest. First, an allele with the OCA2 gene with a proven association to blue eye color in individuals of European descent has an estimated alternative allele frequency of 49% in the Levant Chalcolithic population, suggesting that the blue-eyed phenotype was common in the Levant. Second, an allele in the SLC24A5 gene, which is one of the most important determinants of light pigmentation in West Eurasians, is fixed to the derived allele in the Levant Chalcolithic population, suggesting that a light-skin phenotype may have been common in this population. Although any inference about skin based on allele frequency observed at a single site need to be viewed with caution. Third, an allele of genes which is absent in all early agriculture reported to date, and that has been argued to have been under positive selection by Matheson, occurs with an estimated frequency of 20%. So it is there, bro. The light skin gene and the blue eyes, it's there. He read it earlier.
Okay, the Egyptians depicted themselves with blue eyes.
Let me put this in the side chat for you, okay?
Blue eyes don't.
Right, yeah. But I got one for you too because okay, so it says the genetic evidence points fairly clearly toward darker skin being predominant amongst the Natufians. Here's the picture from the ancient DNA. Pigmentation. At least one Natufian sample, 11072, has been found to carry ancestral GG ales at the SLC245A, that's the light skin ales, RS1426654, meaning it lacked the derived ale responsible for roughly a third of the skin pigmentation difference between Europeans and non-admixed African populations.
When was that? When was that article written?
Okay, give me 1 second. And once again, the all except for
2014.
Tell me when it was written. That's all, bro.
Yeah, I will. I'm just waiting for it to come up, man. I ain't like sitting here trying to. As soon as
2014.
But my issue is that when I look at these newer tests, these newer studies that they're doing, and I know that Israel has control over all of the ancient Israelite DNA, why don't they use it instead of using proxies that are in European?
You don't even understand the science that's being used, bro.
Bro, that's disingenuous. It's literally in the peer reviews of that study. It's one of the biggest things. Dissenting voices
No, it ain't.
up, that you're not even using a real reference population.
No, it ain't.
It's conspiracy.
You're just saying it's not. I'm telling you it is because I.
Nah, you ain't telling me. You ain't read shit.
Right. No, you're right.
Not in the 30 minutes that we've been arguing this shit. You ain't read nothing
right now. I read this.
You didn't read nothing then. You didn't read nothing then. What do you mean?
All right, bro.
I'm saying you ain't read shit.
I know you're just talking, and
No, I'm not talking. I'm telling you that you ain't read nothing, bro. I'm dead serious. It comes out in the way that you're disseminating information in the middle of a conversation. You're so used to just. Never mind. Let me not say that. Be nice. Be nice, Sean.
I mean, this is your first time meeting me ever, and like for you to speak as though you know me is like wild work.
I don't need to know you, bro. I don't.
I can
tell if you listen. I haven't disrespected you. I haven't cussed you out. So I have to have some level of respect for you. I haven't cussed you out. I ain't called you out your name not one time. I clearly called you Alex. That's it. I ain't called him out. Anything other than that, that's what I said earlier. I said I would listen to have a conversation with you than the other dude because at least I know the other dude is a flat out liar. I don't know him, but I know he's a flat out liar. I ain't called you no flat out liar. I just think you have a comprehension problem with the information in front of you. That's it.
Yeah, man. I likewise. So this is listing all the Natufian. I don't know if y'all can see this on my phone, but this is listing all of the Natufian ales. Oh, y'all can't see that. Oh crap, y'all. Yeah, y'all can't see it. All of them are dark skin ales, man. Like, let me send this to y'all. Like, I don't. The study you're talking about has one. Yeah, but that's from one sample.
What is the year of that article?
Here, it's the year of the article. That's what I'm looking for. That's right. Hold on. It should be up here at the top. 2016.
Okay.
I told you.
Yep, my article is later than that, but I mean, later than that. But what I'm gonna do is I have 4 articles on it. I'm trying to see the dates of all the articles, but they're definitely older than the one that you have. Not older. Not older. Younger than the one that you have.
Okay, so no, this one's. Let me see when this is from. So this one is from February 18th, 2025, and it's from the Jerusalem Post. And they are also arguing that the Natufians had dark skin. Like, this is the Jerusalem Post.
What does that mean? If they said anything else other that you didn't like, you wouldn't like the Jerusalem Post. So why should we use them as a source?
I mean, I gave you the other source first. That one was from 2016. That one was from 2016.
So I'm over here laughing my ass off. Like, right? Why would you give us a source that disagree with you, bro? That's not too much like right.
I went and I looked for a source. I didn't look for a source that.
There you go. Tell on yourself.
I went and looked for a source that was newer than the one from 2016, and this one is from 2016.
No, you went to go look for a source that supported your bias.
Bro, this is the first source.
Say it.
I just went down to the second source. I'm not
Say
going to
it.
agree with your bullshit because
Say it, Alex. Alex, say it, bro. Without I have running your blood pressure up. Just say you went to find something to support your bias. Show us your search engine. Show us your search engine. Pull up your history. Pull it up, bro. I bet you I'm right, Alex. I bet you I'm right. I bet you I'm right. I bet you I'm right.
Hold on, let me put it on the screen.
Dark skin or light skin.
Hold on. I bet you I'm right. I bet you I'm right.
That question is very unbiased. Hold up. Let me see if I can.
No, they ain't no very unbiased.
Look at the question. It says, were dark skin or light skin ales? I'm not saying there was one. Were dark skin or light skin ales more prevalent amongst the Natufians? And
listen to this question.
Hold on, wait.
More prevalent. So you're asking a search engine to give you an answer to something that it ain't even prepared to give you an answer to because the research data isn't there.
That's bullshit. The research is right here.
Okay, so what was the sources? What was the sources? No. Hold on. Click on the link. Click on the link. That's right there. How many sources show up?
Hold on. Hey, P-Bar, you got anything to say before I go?
All of these are sources.
I'm here, man.
Where are the sources coming from, if you understand what I'm saying? So when you click on that hyperlink right there, it's going to tell you the sources, and it's going to tell you in which direction the sources are coming from. Meaning that that these algorithms now are referencing TikTok, Facebook, Snapchat.
You want to see? There it goes. There's the sources in blue right there. It is the genetic structure of the world's first farmers.
Pause. Pause. Pull the first one up. Pull the first one up. Just click on that link. Pull the first one up. Let's read that one. Garfield, don't end the show.
Let me pull
don't
it
end the show yet.
Let me pull it up so y'all can see it.
Yeah. Whatever. I don't give a damn what you do.
I just don't want y'all because I just don't want you to have no reason to tell me it's illegitimate.
Listen, I'm saying this. I already told you it's based on what you already presented. I told you the issues with it. When you have better science, you got to go with the better science, bro.
No, what you're doing is saying just because this comes from a certain year, other thing that comes from a later year.
So okay, so now, all right. So now you can ask your same cell phone search engine is it okay to use an outdated source? An outdated site.
Just because it comes from 2016 doesn't make it outdated.
We're in 2026 and we have no.
We ain't talking about
ask your phone.
You're not talking about
the
now,
question.
though. You talking about something that's you talking about an outdated event.
No,
so you got to use the sources that was around during that time that described the event.
They didn't have DNA, bro. They didn't have DNA. That's the beauty of this conversation is we have science and technology that's far better than when it is to help us answer those questions.
Do you know that there's about 50 different ways you can falsify ancient
DNA? Don't.
It's not the answer to everything. Here we go again. See, this is the reason again that I called him a liar and not you, Alex. This is the reason that I called him a liar, not you. I know he's full of shit, not you.
So what I'm asking is for you to do is if you Google,
yo, that's my dude, man. I'm a right.
hey, if you Google about scientific sources, it's going to tell you when to use a particular when you should use a particular source and when you shouldn't use a particular source, and it's going to have everything to deal with the date. So what I'm saying to you is not because I'm just saying it to just be saying it because you pulled up something now I'm just trying to beat up on the date. Hell no. I'm not trying to beat up on the date.
I'm gonna end the show, man. I'm gonna end the show. Hey, peace and love to y'all, man. I love having y'all, Alex. I'll come on 10 a.m. Eastern if you want to jump on early. But I have an open challenge to all Jews.
Get in the ring, Aboriginal killer.
Them niggas.
Get in the ring. We can do it on Garfield.
What ring? What ring?
Get in the ring. Get in the ring.
What ring? What ring? Don't get in your feelings.
Before we go, Sean. Before we go, GD and Capone, can you prove you are an Israelite?
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Go ahead. I'm gonna keep the show open. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
No, I'm not finna prove it right now. Hell, I thought you were talking about like.
So you believe you're an Israelite
in a formal setting, like. I have evidence. Yeah, I can prove it.
That's why it's a cult.
Yo, Sean, they say you ain't letting up, yo. Let off, yo. They say you ain't.
What you mean? That's why
they don't know Sean at all. Sean been out here for over 15 years. Y'all don't know Sean at all, yo. Hey, Sean, you ever when you was young, you stole $5 from your older brother, and then you lied and said you didn't take it? That's GD and Capone right there, man.
Oh my goodness.
I'm supposed to be watching that playback.
GD and Capone right there, yo. That's my man. I love GD and Capone. I love GD and Capone.
That's why you can't get rid of him.
I can't get rid of him, man. That's my dude, man. I love GD and Capone. We don't.
What you want to get in the ring about, GD Capone?
He's a respectful dude, man. He's a cool dude.
Talk a lot. We're trying to talk.
I bag it up too.
I don't think so.
Hey, GD Capone, you want to give us a sample of what you're gonna bring? You gonna give us a?
No, he's running.
Instead of refuting the brothers' talking points, all you said is, "Oh, that's outdated." When it's he bringing up an article from 2014, which is 10 years ago.
No, that's not what I did. That's not what I did. That's not what I did. I held your methodology in question. I held your methodology. How you came and how you drew your conclusions.
10 years ago,
how you drew your conclusions was based on a belief. How you drew your conclusions was based on a belief. That's my job, is to attack your methodology. That's how you get to the fucking truth. So while you sitting over here like all you did was do this, or all you did was do that, you don't even know what I did. That shows how dumb you are. That's how dumb you are. That's how dumb you are. You don't even know what I was doing. I told you what I was doing. I wasn't hiding.
Last time I checked, we in America.
Alex doesn't comprehend. Alex doesn't comprehend what he's reading. So I know that based on how he interprets it when he argues. But you're just stupid.
No, you stupid.
No, you are. You're just stupid.
Yo,
you just dumb as hell, bro.
Yo, let me kick Sean off, yo. You want me to kick him off? You want me to kick him off? Tell me, man. I'm on your side. You want me to kick him off? He ain't saying it. You want me to kick him off? You
need to go. Yeah, you need to go. You can't prove you're an Israelite. 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 You can't prove you're an Israelite.
Set it up.
You can't prove you're an Israelite.
Set it up.
It's set up. We had a whole goddamn show 5 hours.
Let's do a formal debate. Let's do a formal debate, and I will prove it.
Formal debate.
Set it up. Yeah, a formal debate. I have 6 of them.
You ain't got no DNA. You ain't got none of that. So what he want to do? He want to how many what?
Capone, we can do it right now.
No, I'm not gonna do nothing. I'm not gonna do it right now.
Well, you don't want to do it right now. We can do it right now.
Capone, yo.
I'm not gonna do it right now. I got shit. I got other shit. I'm doing all types of shit. I'm not gonna do it now. I need time. I got.
Just say you're scared, bro. Say you're scared, bro.
Because the stuff that we can talk about off the rim of everything, right?
You say you're scared, man.
Y'all just gonna reject it, so it's no sense of bringing that stuff up.
I'm gonna be quiet if you're gonna show you an Israelite.
All you
If
doing
you're
is
an
deny.
Israel,
When
no, that's
I
y'all.
show
That's
the
what y'all
presence,
do.
when we just
That's
show
what
the
y'all
Jewish
do. You
Israelite
ain't show
presence
nothing.
in
You ain't
Western
show
Africa,
nothing.
in
You ain't
Northern
show nothing.
Africa,
You ain't give
and
no date.
we
I'm still
showed
asking
and I
for a
showed
date.
them
You ain't
traveling
even
to
give me
Herod.
no date, bro.
So
You was all over the place.
whatever evidence I
Ain't
show
nobody
or
listening to
account that
you.
I show, you
Prove
have a
that you're an
problem with it.
Israelite. Prove
Instead
that
of
you're an
trying to
Israelite.
debunk it, you want
Prove that you're an
to go
Israelite.
run under Garfield
Prove.
coattails and say,
Forget
"Oh,
Garfield. I ain't said nothing. I ain't asked Garfield a question. I asked you the question. I ain't asked nobody else. I talked
bro,
directly
I
to you.
done proved
So how you bringing
he
Garfield
didn't
up?
already acquiesce to some of the statements that we made. What are you
Nah,
talking about?
he ain't acquiescing nothing that you
Hold on,
said.
Sean. Spell acquiesce, GD Capone. Yo, I'm out of here, yo. Peace and love.